Neil, thank you very much. 2005 C&G final, off the top of my head, was the game against Warwickshire, which Hampshire won. Gubbins on the back foot steers that to one of two men on the leg side. Gubbins has been immense this morning, benefiting from that the sort of quiet period that he went through last night, which started actually from the moment he walked out in the crease, but he worked through it, realised the enormity of the situation, realised that he had to be there, had to stay at the crease, didn't want to give it away, hasn't, he's still there, just plays that late on the offside, fielded on the 45 by Glenn Phillips, and that'll be the end of the over, maiden over for George Scott.
He can hang on to the ball, Glenn Phillips. Dominic Goodman is on as substitute. I've just been looking around trying to work out who's gone off. I think it's Jack Taylor. He's the one I haven't been able to spot out there. Tall figure of Dominic Goodman, who played last week. He was the substitute for David Payne when he was pulled out of the Gloucestershire side at the beginning of day 2 to join that replacement England squad in Cardiff. And Goodman now fielding as substitute. Glenn Phillips then, second over of his spell, in, and that's just pushed gently on the offside. Fielded by Worrell.
130 lead.
Yeah, pretty well assured of that 150 we were talking about earlier, that could really make Gloucestershire's life difficult in the remainder of this game. Gloucestershire just haven't.
Well, that is where we leave Championship cricket for now, but of course coverage continues with every ball on the BBC Sport website and app, and we'll be back with you here on Sports Extra, of course, with more county cricket tomorrow. But right now it's time to go to Birmingham. It's time for the third ODI between England and Pakistan.
With this, the third and final game of the one-day series, and Edgbaston is filling up. It is a capacity of 80% here today. Time, and the first thing I'm going to do though is get an update on the weather and what we can expect over the course of the day, because we've got Thomas Schaffernacker in the BBC Weather Centre for us. Thomas.
Hi Alison. Yeah, I've had my eye on the weather radar in the last hour or so, watching the clouds, and you know what, actually it's not looking too bad. I know the clouds might look marginally threatening on the horizon, but I think the showers will just about miss Edgbaston. There is always a chance. I know I'm hedging my bets, but I think they'll stay to the east and the south of the Midlands. So I think overall it's going to be just scattered clouds, and hopefully we won't have any spits and spots of rain. And it's going to be a great afternoon with pleasant temperatures in the low 20s with light winds. So it's looking good, I think. Fingers crossed.
Thank you. That is great news to hear, because there is this dark cloud overhead at the moment, but it doesn't feel cold out there. It is a nice temperature to be watching cricket. Lots of short-sleeved shirts in the crowd, and already some England players have been out warming up. The hover cover is still just on the edge of the square, but we have no doubt that will be shunted off the ground for a start in just under 15 minutes' time. Let's get the news of the all-important toss. Charles Dagnall has been out at ground level for us.
So Ben, you've won the toss. What are you going to do?
We're going to have a bowl.
Reasons behind that? pretty obvious. We're a good team when we bowl first, and obviously there's been a bit of rain around here, so we're going to try and exploit the sort of dampness if there is any in the wicket.
I mean, it would be an incredible achievement considering the preparation and the side that came together so quickly to get a clean sweep today.
Yeah, and I think what we've already achieved before a ball's been bowled in this game is remarkable, really. As you mentioned, the sort of carry-on we had before the series started to get a group of players, coaches and backroom staff together so quickly, I think is a testament to everyone. And I know myself that I've been very thankful to everyone who's put their hand up and stood up and turned out for us.
Obviously, it's not necessarily the A team, if you like, but a lot of players have put their hands up to be considered for that A team.
Yeah, I think one of the things that sort of I tried to look at before we played a game was try and take as many positives out of this as we can, and I think getting games into guys who've sort of been on tours and been on the fringe of this team for a while now have got an opportunity. Saqib Mahmood in particular as well. He's been my senior bowler, and I've gone to him with the new ball and asked him to come back on when I feel I need a wicket, and he stood up and answered every question I've asked of him. So that's just one man in particular, but everyone else has stood up at some point and performed really well.
Edgbaston is blue for Bob today, a nice tribute.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Being able to remember one of England's greats, one of cricket's greats, and also raising the awareness of prostate cancer as well. So looking forward to seeing Edgbaston when it's full.
All right, good on you. Thanks so much
Douglas.
for your time.
Cheers, mate.
Ben Stokes with us and Babar Azam just wandering towards us. And Babar, what would you have done had you won the toss?
We are bowling first.
Obviously, it's not gone the way you wanted to. You're 2-0 down. What can you take from today's game?
Yes, we have lost the game, but we are trying to win this match and momentum back for the T20 series.
You should have a good support with you today. That will help.
Yes, in Birmingham, always here support very well, and we are looking forward to match and enjoy this crowd.
Have you got any changes to your team today?
No, we are going to same team.
All right, thanks so much for your time. Babar Azam, Pakistan captain. So the news from the side of the pitch is that England have won the toss and they will bowl first.
That's Charles Dagnall with the two captains, Ben Stokes and Babar Azam. So let me remind you of the teams then. England with so many of their first choice players in isolation with that COVID outbreak, but haven't this group absolutely stood up? So they line up with Phil Salt, David Malan, Zach Crawley, James Vince, Ben Stokes, the captain, Simpson, John Simpson, the keeper at 6, then Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton, Brydon Carse, Saqib Mahmood and Matt Parkinson. For Pakistan, they are Fakhar Zaman, Imam-ul-Haq, Babar Azam, the captain, Mohammad Rizwan, Saud Shakeel, Sohaib Maqsood, Shadab Khan, Faheem Ashraf, Hasan Ali, Shaheen Afridi and Harris Rauf. Charles mentioned there the fact that Edgbaston has turned blue for Bob today. It is a day where we celebrate the life of Bob Willis, the legendary England fast bowler and commentator who died, you remember, in December 2019. So raising money for the Bob Willis Fund to fight prostate cancer here today. So Edgbaston does have a very pale light blue hue to it in the stand. So many people wearing blue shirts, although it hasn't stopped some coming in their fancy dress, as well as is Edgbaston tradition. The Where's Wallies are in, I can see. Now that might be a barbershop choir in the Holly stand, perhaps with pink shirts and straw boaters on. There's a group in yellow as well. So it is a colourful scene. Really welcome to the commentary box. I've got England and Warwickshire legend Ian Bell. How are you, Ian?
Very good, Ali. How are you?
Yeah, very well. Good to see you too. And we've got former Pakistan all-rounder Azam Mahmood joining us today as well. Welcome, Azam.
Thank you very much for having me here again.
Great to see you, and I should say congratulations as well, because you've hot-footed it from the PSL, where you helped to take Multan to the title in the coaching setup.
Yes, very pleased with the result. In the end, we start the second leg, were down in the bottom, and then winning the tournament. It was a great achievement from all the boys.
And a couple of the players here involved in that, in particular.
Yeah, Rizwan was captain and Sohaib Maqsood from the Multan Sultan.
Yeah. So happiness in the PSL. And now Pakistan's performance is here, 2-0 down. How have you, from the outside looking on this series so far, assessed the way things have gone?
First of all, credit goes to England. All the management, they put the new team and the boys, the way they played in this game, brilliant. Brilliant to see Saqib Mahmood bowling with the new ball and taking wickets, and it was special effort from him and the whole squad. Yes, Pakistan, we are very disappointed about the results, but, good to see they are going with the same team, giving confidence to the guys. And because these guys were playing PSL, T20 format and coming back here to England and not much preparation here before the game, so they heavily rely on Imam-ul-Haq, Fakhar Zaman up the order and Babar and Rizwan, but they are not firing, so they need to fire today.
Big day for Pakistan, but a big day for England, Ian, and these players who, a couple of weeks ago would never have dreamt that they would have been pulling on an England shirt, making an England debut for some of them as soon as it happened, and now they've got a chance for a 3-0 clean sweep against Pakistan.
Yeah, quite incredible, really, isn't it? And as you said, some of these guys wouldn't have thought they were going to be involved in this series. So the opportunity to go 3-0 up, and I like the fact that England, again, they could have rotated, but they've gone the ruthless way. These guys have performed, and they really want to make it 3-0, which was absolutely brilliant. But it says so much for the depth of cricket we have in this country, and then the fact that they've got this opportunity against a really good Pakistan side. There's world-class players there, and we just haven't allowed them to play at all. So every one of these players, whatever happens in the future when the first team come back, they walk away with this with their heads held high, and actually showed the selectors that they easily have, if the opportunity comes again, they could take it.
Yeah, John Simpson, 32, it's possible he might not ever play for England ever again. This could be his last game, although, with COVID, who actually knows?
Yeah, who knows with COVID, but you're right. We're stacked, aren't we, with world-class keeper batsmen, certainly in this format with Buttler and Bairstow. So, yeah, he's done himself again with some fantastic wicket-keeping in the last game. That catch off Parkinson was absolutely fantastic. So, again, he can walk away very proud of his performance. But who knows, through the summer with COVID, we could see him again.
Now, you know these conditions better than most, all the years you've spent on this ground. What do you think to this pitch? It's a sort of biscuit brown out there at the moment, but there's been a lot of rain, heavy rain in recent days.
Yeah, normally an outstanding, white ball wicket, you expect a high run. Certainly with this, the way England have played cricket in the last 4 years, you expect it to be a high scoring game, but there has been a lot of rain here in the last 2 weeks. The Durham game, the championship game we had here, there's a lot of time off the field, so it didn't allow Gary to get on that wicket as much. So I expected it's a good toss to win. It should have a little bit of moisture in the surface to start. And again, I always used to like batting under lights here. It used to skid on nicely. So again, I think it's a good toss for England to win and see if they expose anything there. And also, we talked a little bit about the technique of the Pakistan batsmen up front. If there is any movement, try and expose that like they did in Cardiff.
Yeah, how do you think Pakistan will fare? So what they're going to have to need to do to approach the England attack on this pitch?
I think, first of all, they need to survive the new ball, especially with Saqib Mahmood and Imam undercooked. He hasn't played in PSL. He played only the final. So coming back here, opening the batting for Pakistan is not easy. And Fakhar Zaman, we saw him the first game. He played really well. The second game, I think credit goes to England, the way they bowled to him. They tuck him really tightly, didn't give him any freebie. And Babar Azam, Pakistan heavily rely on him. So he needs to bat out of his skin today.
And it's important, got to keep remembering, there are 10 points at stake for World Cup qualification. Pakistan have missed out on 20 points so far. I know it seems such a long way off that it hardly seems relevant at the moment, but you fast forward another 12 months and all these defeats do become very relevant.
Yeah, there's no dead rubber anymore now. So, you lost the series, but you're still playing for that 10 points, and it's really important for Pakistan to get 10 points. I remember last time, we were struggling to get into the World Cup squad. So it's lot of to take from here.
Players are starting to make their way out onto the outfield. England in their navy trousers and pale blue tops. Very fitting today to fit in with the blue for Bob around the ground here at Edgbaston. Charles Daglin is going to come in here for commentary. But Azam, just give us a sense of how this series so far has gone down in Pakistan and the sort of pressure or the response that there has been, given the fact that this is not England's first team that Pakistan have gone 2-0 down for, and then Charles is coming in.
Yes, definitely. That's not the England first team, but that shows how much depth and skill England have in the white ball cricket. And for Pakistan, people were really frustrated in Pakistan not winning the series against this team. But it will take time to Pakistan, because if you see the Pakistan side, their young side, they are learning the trade to international cricket, and that will help them. And good to see Pakistan not making any changes today, and which is really positive sign for Pakistan cricket.
Well, thank you, Azam. I was struggling there with my microphone and headset and all the rest of it, but we are good to go now. England players out on this side of the field, the pavilion end, as we look out high up the pavilion end, and the applause you hear ringing round Edgbaston is for Bob Willis. Plied his trade many, many years here for Warwickshire and for England. And Edgbaston being blue for Bob, trying to raise funds for prostate cancer. Big signage on the outfield, the Bob Willis Fund, and a little motif of his bowling action. And the applause continues for a minute. Pakistan on the far side of the ground, all in their green. And England, their light pastel blue shirts and blue trousers. The two umpires on the right-hand side, all dressed in black, along with match referee Chris Broad. And we're almost ready to get underway. England winning the toss and electing to bowl first here at Edgbaston. It is a trifle gloomy overhead. There's a few leaden clouds that are slowly passing by above the Birmingham skyline, in which we can see the high-rise buildings in the distance, glass-fronted ones and the russet brick, and the lovely steeple of church just over to our left-hand side as we look out from the pavilion end. But the good news is there is no rain. The floodlights are on. Floodlights shaped in the letter E, a lowercase e for Edgbaston, if you've never been here before. But the good news is that the hover cover has been removed over to our left, and we're almost ready to get underway. Both sides unchanged. England 2-0 up in the series, and Edgbaston awash with different shades of blue, apart from a group over in the Holly stand who are all dressed in yellow T-shirts and yellow hats. I'm not quite sure what they're to signify, but everybody else in blue. A very good afternoon to you, Ebony Ray from Brent.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Daggers. Yeah, we've got our blue on. I've gone for the blue trousers in aid of blue for Bob today. And I think from a Pakistan perspective, this is the biggest challenge for them. It's runs on the board. And also it's the challenge of Saqib Mahmood, who's been all over them, let's face it. Cardiff, Lords. If they can get not only past him, but also find a way to relieve that pressure in the power play, then, you know, runs on the board, it could be a very different game.
Well, they've been shown up by Saqib Mahmood and the England bowling attack in the first two one-day internationals. Saqib with 4 for 42, that devastating first over that he bowled down in Cardiff, removing Imam-ul-Haq and Babar Azam in 3 balls, and it is he who has the ball from the pavilion end. He'll have 2 slips, a backward point, cover point, mid-off, the captain Ben Stokes, mid-on, a square leg just in front of square, and a third man at a fine leg. So Saqib, shapen, pointy beard of his, it's got a little bit bushier throughout the week, but he's ready to go and has been on electric form and really nodded in the direction of the selectors for his inclusion in subsequent one-day internationals. 25 on his back, and hardly a breath of wind out there as well. Been down pitch side, it's very still. The trees in the distance, all different shades of green, unmoving, as Saqib will start with a slightly angled run from the pavilion end. We're underway here at Edgbaston. Saqib close to the stumps, full of length, whipped away for 4. Beautiful starts from Imam-ul-Haq. It was offered to him on a plate, really, full of length, starting on leg stump, no movement, and Imam putting it away with consummate ease. Pakistan 4 without loss.
Well, that's his highest score of the ODI series so far. He's got 0 and 1, so to get off the mark with such a beautiful stroke through the leg side. It was a gift, full, like you say. Also the sound, I don't know if this is going to be a good wicket, but it just sounded the timing off the pitch into the bat.
Crisp, wasn't it?
Could be all right.
Like a cracked whip, as slips with hand on knees, wait for Saqib, who beats him outside the off stump with a beauty. What a fabulous response.
You see that little stare, the bowler's stare came out after that ball.
Indeed. Imam, the bespectacled Imam-ul-Haq, underneath that green helmet, little bit of seam movement away from the left-hander, crossing the bows and through at a good height to John Simpson, the wicket-keeper. What is interesting about this side is, and I mentioned it to Ben Stokes in the toss, they might not be together again. This might be their last ride, if you like, because of all of those players who were struck down or having to isolate, as Saqib comes in once more, and another beauty, just cutting across the left-hander as he prods forward. Not a great deal of foot movement, but it's lively from Mahmood, 87 miles an hour, and a hint of seam movement away from the bat.
That was a fraction straighter as well. It just feels like he's hunting and hunting. I think they should have a reunion every couple of years.
Do you reckon?
Yeah,
a dinner?
A dinner. You know, I don't know what you're going to call it, but it's got to be done.
Jerusalem just been rung round a section of the crowd as Mahmood bowls, and that's flicked away. Almost a carbon copy of the first 4 from Imam. It goes down to the mid-wicket boundary, this time a little bit straighter, but the shot's just as good as the first, and 2 boundaries for Pakistan in this first over. They're 8 without loss.
Who's going to win this? So you've had 2 balls clipped nicely off the leg, and then 2 beautifully bowled and passed to the outside edge. 2 balls. I just feel like there's a bit of a game on here. You slightly he's going to put you away, but equally that sense of a wicket is just around the corner.
Well, it just shows you about the line, doesn't it? How specific you've got to be. As Mahmood bowls outside the off stump. Good carry through to Simpson, who takes it reverse hands next to his right shoulder. Still on the up, and that's a good sign. Gary Barwell and his team, the ground staff here at Edgbaston, looking like a straw-coloured pitch, but good carrying. That's encouraging to see. Both bowlers and batsmen alike will enjoy that. You get value for shots, but bowlers love seeing it carry through to the keeper rather than die after it bounces. Mahmood, the top of his mark, turns and strides away from us past the umpire, and a big appeal for LBW. Looks a good shout. Is height an issue? Looked straight enough. Playing round the front pad was Imam. Ben Stokes content to let that one slide, and I think it could have been height, just a little bit too short. Stokes doesn't want to know and strides to his fielding mark for the start of the new over. So 1 over gone, 8 without loss here on 5 Live Sports Extra, Radio 4 Long Wave. Great to have your company this Tuesday afternoon here at Edgbaston. Height?
Yeah, I mean, this is why I can't be an umpire, because I just looked at it again and I still thought I would have gone for it. Bat was behind the pad, but did he jam? No, it's definitely...
It hit him on the line of the knee roll.
Yeah.
Be intrigued to see when they show us the Hawkeye on the replay.
Clipping maybe at best? At best.
I think it's a wise decision probably from Ben Stokes. Lewis Gregory, who's taken the new ball, the Somerset man. He's from the City end, the Birmingham end as they call it now, with exactly the same field. This medium pace comes towards us. Bowls, and this is pushed at by Fakhar Zaman out to cover point. There is no run. He's performed well, has Lewis Gregory. 1 for 11 or 4 overs in the first ODI, 3 for 44 at Lords, along with 40 with the bat. I'm pleased to see Lewis Gregory do well. He's performed in crunch situations for his county. Given a little go in T20 cricket. Oh, it was wickets was hitting.
I just thought it looked good.
Oh, England made a mistake there, as half an appeal from Lewis Gregory as Fakhar gets in a bit of a tangle trying to force it through the onside. Just what did you spot on that replay?
It was canning in, most probably hitting middle about an inch or so down, so it was like plumb pretty much. I wonder if they thought the bat might have got in the way, because his bat kind of looked like it might have jammed into the pads. Maybe they thought there was a lot going on there, but it hit sort of bottom. He hadn't got out of the crease as well, so negated the height.
Yeah, as it is, England should have, but gone now as Gregory bowls one that's just coming back in to Fakhar Zaman. He gets a thickish inside edge and it trickles down towards fine leg, and a single taken, and Fakhar is off the mark. He's 1 not out, Imam 8 and Pakistan 9 without loss. Well, I've dressed in a pastel blue, a baby blue jacket today, blue trousers, light blue shirt. Andy Saltzman, well, he's blue in capital letters.
He's gone all in.
He has. It's more of an aqua, his shirt of today, with a pair of very loud country chords. As Lewis Gregory starts and something puts him off and he decides not to bowl it. Umpire David Milne signals dead ball. He goes back to his mark. I think they're more of a turquoise than a blue, but a very fine effort from you, Andy Saltzman.
Thanks, Daggers. Gone with the socks and underpants as well. Just in case.
All in, commitment to the cause.
Please don't show us. As Gregory bowls on and around middle stump, it's defended by Imam to square leg. A few yelps as that was turned off a very straight line.
Also for Bob Willis Day at breakfast, I ordered enough food for me and 42 other people. So I ate for 43 in tribute to Bob Willis's analysis of the famous Henry Test of 1981.
How long have you been saving that up?
A long time.
41 years.
You probably thought about that on Friday. Gregory, as 2 slips crouch comes towards us. Nice, easy, gentle run-up, and this is driven by Imam out to mid-off. On about a 5th stump line or so. Do love Edgbaston, you know, even though that cloud cover is still there. There's lots of greenery you can see from our vantage point. High in the, say, new pavilion. It's been here for quite some time now, but you get to see the vista of the city over in the distance, the cranes directly opposite, the jibs pointed skywards. And lots of lovely foliage as Gregory bowls, defending his Imam. A fairly gentle pace, quite content to play it back up to Matt Parkinson at mid-on, and there is no run. So just a single off the over, 2 overs gone, Pakistan 9 without loss. So missed the 3rd one-day international. Still T20s to come. Friday at Trent Bridge, Sunday at Headingley, and then Old Trafford on Tuesday the 20th of July. I hope you can join us for all of those as people just start to mill around, making their way through the gangways and out into the what seems to be a little bit of sunshine. Shadows have started to appear. Around about 6 or 7 used pitches, dusty looking things, sprouts of grass just starting to break through. In the Edgbaston Square, we're pretty central. There's Mahmood with 25 and block letters, or block numbers, on his back. Starts the 3rd over. Past umpire Illingworth he goes, and it's a good length. A quick single wanted by Fakhar Zaman now. One thing is for sure, is that you've got to keep on your eye on Fakhar. Not the best runner between the wickets. He sold his partner in the one-day international at Cardiff, up the river, or down the river, and he wanted the quick single. Imam not interested, sent him back, and finally scurried to make his ground.
It was really odd that, because he absolutely started herring up the wicket when he just clipped the ball straight to the field. And maybe it's pressure in his mind that it creates that body language.
Mahmood bowls full of length and tentatively driven by Imam, by Fakhar out to Ben Stokes.
There's nothing worse than that at a non-striker's end. You're just trying to keep things calm, and then the person who's hitting the ball just looks like they're charging, then they're stopping, and you're not sure what's going on.
Yeah, it's always a worry with Fakhar. I'm sure you feel that as a batting partner with him. A bit like batting with Jeffrey, I imagine. Always know that there's the possibility of a run-out. As close to the stumps bowls Saqib, and a thickish outside edge whistles past where a 3rd slip would be. Chase on for Parkinson in the deep. I think he does well to keep it from going for 4, but not before Pakistan pick up a couple. That's a genuine edge. And a good piece of bowling from Saqib, and Pakistan 11 without loss.
Yeah, right in the business area. Fakhar got away with that one because he just managed to almost pull out the shot and take a bit of pace of it in the end, which meant the ball went down. Just having a look at the fielding of Matt Parkinson. I think he did good, putting the slide.
Oh, now I think his foot might be touching. Yes, that's going to be 4.
No.
His foot was touching as the palm of his hand rested on top of the ball, and now it has been signalled, which brings a raucous cry from a cluster of Pakistan supporters over to our left-hand side, right next to the hover cover, all dressed in green, as Saqib sets off once more, back of the length, defended, just pushed off the back foot out to Dawid Malan at cover, and there is no run. I was just wondering if Edgbaston could pay tribute to Bobby Willis in some way. He had such a career here, and as I mentioned, for Warwickshire and England, you know, a bit like Lancashire, they've named the ends after Brian Statham and James Anderson. I wonder if we could have a Bobby Willis end. You'd need another Warwickshire great, though,
to go the
other end.
Who could it be?
Saqib. Wide of the crease this time, half an appeal for LBW as again Fakhar Zaman just plays round the front pad. Slightly dangerous game. Squirts off into the offside and there is no run. Dermot Reeve.
Yeah, I don't know enough about their stat. I wasn't really watching cricket in those days, so I don't know who was dominating.
Big, successful side in the 90s, in the noughties. Dermot Reeve, MJK Smith. There's plenty of people. Saqib bowls again. This is on the hip of Fakhar Zaman, who just turns it smartly, but a good piece of fielding by Craig Overton at square leg denies Pakistan any single. 13 without loss at the conclusion of the third over. Be a brave decision to give it to Ian Bell, I suppose. 13 without loss. Lots of blue wigs as well. Everybody doing their part for Bob Willis today. Lovely to see. It's nice when you get an occasion such as this and everybody dresses in the same colours. A bit like watching Holland when they're playing football. Everybody dresses in orange. Just a sea of it around the ground as Lewis Gregory bowls, and a leading edge from Imam goes out to extra cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, the pink day of the Sydney Test.
Yeah.
The McGrath Foundation is a nice one. I've been there for that. I don't know if you've been out there at
have
but it's, everyone gets into that as well.
Oh, there's Andrew Strauss, the Ruth Strauss Foundation. Everybody wearing red. Lovely to see everybody making an effort and getting involved. Paid tribute as Gregory ambles in, and this is flicked away with force by Imam. It's a really strong area of his. If you just slightly err in your line towards leg stump, he's going to pick it up in a flash, and he's so strong, just picking up off his legs, and it goes to the boundary for 4. Pakistan 17 without loss.
Yeah, he had so much time as well. Gentle delivery there from Gregory on that leg side. Once it's full, he's all over it. You drag it back maybe a metre and it becomes an awkward length for him, but that looks too easy.
Gregory once again starts and loses his run a little bit, and then just jogs off to the side, flips the ball from hand to hand and goes back to his mark. Brian Lara played here.
Yeah.
Scored his 501.
Yeah.
At Edgbaston against Durham. Alan Donald.
That'd be a good name. That's a name.
There's a shout. As Gregory bowls on a good length. Forward comes Imam, quite content to just push it back past the bowler. Easily fielded by a combination of Stokes and Parkinson, who crisscross as they do so.
I don't think too many people would argue with Alan Donald.
Alan Donald, or being on the same field as him when he was charging in from the city end. Goodness gracious. Just softening them up for me, he was. As Gregory, shoulders sloping side to side, almost gets one to come back and chopping on, or close to chopping on, is Imam. Thickish inside edge goes down towards fine leg. Single is taken, 18 without loss. Imam to 13.
He got lucky there. I think it kind of tennis ball bounced, and he thought he had more time to rock back and create an angle. And then in the end, just a little bit too tight. Nearly cut onto the stumps. Just a lull at the moment. The Hollies not obviously yet got into full swing. Give them 20 minutes. Yes. Gregory, wide of the crease this time, flicked away by Fakhar Zaman. If anything, England have been a little guilty of bowling too many leg stump balls. That's gone down to fine leg for a single. Fakhar to 6. Pakistan 19 without loss. Andy, what have the power play scores been for Pakistan in the last 2 games? Just trying to get a feel for what they would like to set as a bit of a platform. Oh, now you've asked him. He's got to get the orange folder out. The flap is on. Specific folder, just for power plays. Here's Gregory, left alone outside the off stump. That's better. And Imam shoulders arms as it goes through to John Simpson, and the 4th over is concluded. 19 without loss. 4 overs gone here after Pakistan were asked to bat first by England captain Ben Stokes, Andy Saltzman.
Pakistan's 2 power plays in this series, 46 for 4 in Cardiff, and at Lords they were 38 for 3 in all 5 one-dayers so far this summer. England have taken at least 3 wickets in the opening 10 overs. I think they'll settle for anything for naught after those.
Or 50 for 1 even, I think would be a nice platform. The way they're going, that's very doable. I'm not taking any risks.
Well, the sun's come out at Edgbaston now. Let's hope it remains in situ the shadow of the Edgbaston floodlight just creeping onto the outfield to our right as Saqib bowls, punched off the back foot. Fakhar wants a single again, and Imam not interested, and there's a fairly heated conversation between the pair of them.
Relax, Fakhar. Honestly, I'd be going, mate, just chill out. Stay at your end and wait till the ball gets through.
He is eager, and you can understand it. Of course, it's important to keep the scoreboard ticking over.
But he's
Pick
drilling
up the
them at
ones
the fielder, though.
that was firmly struck. And the fielder in question was Ben Stokes. So choose your opposite number wisely. Saqib balls down the leg side, looking to try and shape it back into Fakhar Zaman. Signalled wide by umpire Illingworth, wearing a black broad-brimmed hat. A pair of sunglasses perched on the back of them. It's also a group of barbers with their straw boaters and their red and white striped jackets in the holly stand. Now we've got our first song of the afternoon. Knew it wouldn't take long, Ebony.
They're starting to get into that holly stand flow.
Wait till the conga. That's got to be soon, hasn't it? Saqib bowls on the top of middle and leg stump. It's defended by Fakhar, who once again wants a single, but there isn't one available. 20 without loss.
Usually when you're getting your singles in the power play, you take a bit of pace off the ball, right? You find your angle, take a bit of pace, run. At the moment, he's just drilling it straight to the fielder and going. It's almost like there isn't that second gear at all the gears that you need.
No, it's not that half a second of engaging the brain before thinking, is this an option? Such a fine player, Fakhar Zaman, as Saqib bowls to him, and that's defended solidly from one that's just back of a length. The pace has been good. Saqib has been, I wouldn't say he's not a find. He's played for England before, and we've seen plenty of him for Lancashire, but just seems to have grown as a bowler. This opportunity that's arisen from nowhere, really. Goodness me, hasn't he grasped it? Looks in very good rhythm. And that, again, is understandable, having played half a season of county cricket. And that's where England, I suppose, are at an advantage over Pakistan, where the players that they have drafted in have been playing regular cricket. Fakhar waits, slightly crouched, and now he does so more with the bat raised, and once again that's down the leg side by Saqib, who's just lost the radar ever so slightly. Signalled wide by umpire Illingworth.
I wonder if it's worth him thinking about coming around. He's bowled really well throughout both games, actually, coming around the wicket. He took Cardiff, that's how he got one of his early left-handers. So if the line does keep struggling, it might be something you could consider.
And the key is also for Pakistan is that we've seen Babar Azam come in very, very early. Against the new ball. As Saqib edges, and he's caught at second slip. Safe hands, and Saqib's got his man, and Fakhar Zaman has to trudge off over towards the other side of the field. It was shorter of a length, slightly angling away a bit off the seam. He pushed at it too hard, and it catches the edge. And a very simple catch, reverse hands by Zach Crawley at second slip, and Pakistan lose their first wicket. Fakhar Zaman has gone for 6, and Pakistan 21 for 1.
That was a poor shot, really. He didn't have to play at it because it was enough of a shape going across. The second was he ended up getting quite open-chested and feeling for the ball. So he's going to look back on that replay and just think he's given one away there. But well done to Saqib Mahmood. He keeps trying to get that angle across. Had struggled a little bit with the line, but that one was absolutely perfect. Yep,
it was a beauty from Saqib, and that little extra bit of pace and bounce undoing Fakhar Zaman. So 21 for 1, 4.4 overs have been bowled, and we will get to see Babar Azam again slightly earlier than I imagined he would have wanted to appear out at Edgbaston. Ebony, some more from you, and then for the first time this afternoon it will be Atif Nawaz.
Well done to Saqib Mahmood, who has continued to take wickets through the power play. I think that's the sign of a very good bowler. He's got pace, he's got skill. Today was the first time we've seen him struggle for that consistency, but when he gets it right, it's so good. Now we're seeing 3 slips come into play for Babar Azam because they know they can attack Atif. But the question is, can Pakistan get to a decent power play score? That's what it's about for me. Can they set a foundation?
Yeah, I mean, I'd go one step further, and good afternoon, everybody. I think right now they've got to see out their 50 overs. This is something they've still struggled to do in the first 2 games. Just kind of hang in there, play some time, spend some time in the middle, settle into a rhythm. They've struggled with this in the first 2 games, and they've made a slightly bright start today, to be fair. But Saqib Mahmood is just a wicket-taking machine at the moment at the top. As in he comes to Babar Azam, full ball driven nicely by Babar, but only as far as Saqib Mahmood and his follow through, and there is no run. 21 for 1. And as Charles was just saying, he's been exposed very early, has Babar Azam. He's still in very early in 5 overs, but he's been coming into bat in the first over of the previous 2 games because Imam-ul-Haq had been dismissed early. And that's difficult for a number 3, constantly under pressure against the seam bowler, the bowler that's gotten you out 2 times in 2 matches. And he's coming in at you now with 3 slips in place. It can't be easy. In comes Saqib Mahmood, good length, and Babar firmly behind that in defence, and there is no run. And that is the end of the 5th over of this Pakistan innings. 21 for 1. Imam-ul-Haq 13 not out. Babar Azam, the Pakistani captain, yet to score. And it's nice and clear here at Edgbaston as well. The sun has come out. The E-shaped floodlights are on.
Yeah, I wasn't sure after. I don't know if you were in London yesterday with the flash floods. I was on the way up to here. I was thinking, if we're seeing that much rain which shut down all the train lines and everything, I was worried about, is it going to follow? But it looks good. It feels all right. There was a couple of drops this morning, but I think it's cleared up nicely.
It looks lovely.
It's not sunny, though, is it? It's more solid.
We'll take it. In comes Gregory, back of the leg, cut nicely by Imam-ul-Haq through the covers, and it's going to race away to the boundary behind point for 4. And Imam-ul-Haq, he had that little let-off earlier where Ben Stokes didn't review it. And he's had that life. He's making the most of it today. 25 for 1.
I think he'll feel like he should have stopped that point there. It was a bit of a gift. It was sat up. It was well drilled. But equally, his standards, he got his hand to the ball. So has to be ready for the next one.
Great hands through that from Imam as well as he awaits Gregory. Comes in and bowls full, this time played into mid-wicket, and there is no run. A lot of pressure on both these batsmen. Ebony, I mean, obviously Babar got 19 in the previous game, which I suppose in the context of that game wasn't the worst score, but for a batsman of that class you expect so much more, and even more pressure on Imam. I mean, before today he scored 1 run in 2 matches.
Got off the mark with a 4, and it must have been like a celebration. There's nothing worse than that feeling. You know you're under the pump and they just keep charging in at you.
In comes Gregory now. It's a good length ball. It's been left alone on the front foot by Imam-ul-Haq, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, they've been given a really difficult time from the press, understandably, I suppose, but the Pakistani press at the best of time don't mince their words, and they haven't held back on this occasion. I think it was a pretty ballsy move to play an unchanged team as well under the circumstances.
Well, both sides I would have considered potential changes. What I can understand, though, is Pakistan do have the players that can perform.
As Gregory comes in and bowls down the leg side, and that will be given a wide. Yes, Ebony.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, you look at Imam-ul-Haq on his day, he knows how to perform. Fakhar Zaman, Babar Azam. Only Mohammad Rizwan does feel a little bit high at 4, but equally, you just look down, that is a solid side. It's more that they haven't clicked into gear yet, and they're being exposed. On the England side, I can understand the ruthlessness. They just want to win. I would have wondered if they considered, though, seeing a couple of players they haven't.
In comes Gregory, outside off stump, left alone again by Imam, no run.
Yeah, just whether now they've won the series or the ODI part of the series, where they just wanted to consider 1 or 2 players. I'm thinking Ben Duckett or Will Jacks or Dan Lawrence would have been some options, which would have been great to see. But I suppose it continues on from what they've done with the 18. They were ruthless in selection there and continue to be again. So it's their brand at the moment.
It absolutely is. They can afford to do whatever they want right now. As in comes Gregory, squaring up Imam a little bit. Big loud call of no. And there is no run. 26 for 1. 1 ball to come in the 6th over. Andy Zaltzman.
A little more on England's outstanding performance early on with the ball this summer. 6 innings in a row they've struck inside the first 5 overs. Today's partnership 4.4 overs is the joint longest Sri Lanka or Pakistan has managed in the 6 one-dayers played this summer.
Gregory at the top of his run for the final ball of the 6th over. In he comes, and this time's been driven nicely, but only as far as mid-off, and there is no run. So, 6 overs bowled, 26 for 1 the score remains. Andy Zaltzman?
In all, in the 6 matches, England have taken 11 wickets inside the first 5 overs for 137 runs, averaging 12 runs per wicket. Last summer, they struck in 5 of the 6 one-day internationals played at home inside the first 5 overs. And in the 2019 summer, in matches played in England, so the World Cup and the warm-up series before that, 15 wickets in 16 innings inside the first 5 overs. So over the last 3 summers, 33 wickets, 28 matches inside the first 5 overs. They'd averaged 17 in that time. Compare it with the 2 summers before that.
And Saqib Mahmood quickly in for his 4th over now. He bowls back of a length. Babar pushes to point, and there is no run.
In 2018, they had just 3 wickets in that phase of innings, the first 5 overs in 8 matches, and in 2017, 4 wickets in 13 matches, so 7 in 21 games before it. We talked a lot in the build-up to the World Cup, how other than Chris Wokes, England just weren't really taking early wickets, but something that they have rectified over the past 3 summers to spectacular effect.
It'll be interesting to look at the line that they bowl. I wonder if maybe that's tightened just on or around that off-stump line, LBWs, or the outside edge comes into play.
Mahmood in now, again, just defended to mid-on for no run.
Sometimes you can almost get too traditional and it's 4/5 stump line.
Yep.
And, you know, you can then settle in, leave some balls, whereas it feels like England keep coming at the opening batter. You don't know if it's going to be on your pads or just outside, so that channel might have narrowed. It's a bit like Stuart Broad in Test. He's bowled straighter and straighter over the years. He used to bowl that wider line and then started honing in on the pads more, and his success rate ran up. So I just wonder, it'd be good to see that. We don't know that from here, and I'm sure that might be a factor.
In comes Saqib Mahmood now, full ball driven by Babar off of the thickish inside edge to mid-on, and there is no run. I mean, where does this performance sort of leave Saqib Mahmood? So I'm just curious, because he's been absolutely terrific. You know, go back to Cardiff, incredible spell of bowling, took the game away from Pakistan in his first couple of deliveries, really. Followed that up with a great performance at Lord's, looking very good right now. He's already got an early wicket again. Is he knocking on the door? Has he knocked it down? How do you knock down a door that's been bolted shut? That's my question. As Saqib comes in, full ball driven again by Babar, can't quite get the timing. He plays it to mid-on, and there is no run.
I think he's banged down the door, not just for the white ball stuff. I think a lot of people now are looking at him as potentially a 3-format cricketer. Pace, control, movement, everything you want, can bowl around the wicket to the left-handers. I would expect now he's going to etch himself into the white ball squads, and especially with the injuries of Stone, maybe Archer, etc. around the corner, might just consider getting him on that plane to get out to Australia as an option as well. So I think he's done a world of good for himself.
And comes Saqib Mahmood once again, full ball, almost Yorker length, dug out by Babar, only as far as backward point, and there is again no run. It's top over this from Saqib Mahmood, nothing from it with 1 ball to come.
I don't know about you, but I just feel like he's done everything you could ask for.
Yeah, well, absolutely. He's bowled those kind of brave lengths. He's kept it really full. He's taken advantage of conditions. He's shown great skill and control. If he wasn't English, he'd be playing international cricket almost every game available, right? You imagine he'd walk into most teams' first 11s. England they've still got Jofra Archer to come back in. Where do you fit him? Yeah,
it's ridiculous, isn't it? The riches at the moment.
In comes Saqib Mahmood. Outside off stump this time, left alone by Babar through to the keeper, and there is no run. That was a maiden over from Saqib Mahmood, and applauded by the crowd here at Edgbaston as we temporarily say goodbye to Ebony Rainford Brent. And in a moment, I'm going to be joined by a man who spent a lot of time with Saqib Mahmood. It's the coach of the recent PSL champions, the Multan Sultans, and Pakistani all-rounder Azhar Mahmood. Azhar, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Atif.
Lovely to have you with us again, Azhar. We were talking about Saqib Mahmood, and obviously, in your tenure as a bowling consultant for England last year, you spent some time with him. It'd be lovely to get some of your thoughts about what it was like to work with him as Gregory comes in. So erring onto the pads a little bit of Imam, who plays to mid-on for no run. How did you find working with him?
Oh, it's been great working with him because I never knew him before, but the time I spent with England, it was really good. And he was the guy who wants to learn each and every art of bowling. And we saw, he got a great skills. He can swing the ball both ways, seam it, and with good pace and control and aggression as well. So I think he got all the aspect for an international fast bowler.
It's been terrific recently for England as in comes Gregory. And Imam just defends on the front foot. And what's he changed, Azhar? Like last year when we saw him, it was very impressive still, but he seems to have taken it up a notch this year. He's been so impressive and effective, particularly in these last two and a half games now. What has he changed?
I think he bowled the ball a bit fuller now, because last year we saw in T20 format, he was bowling a slightly shorter length. This time his length is slightly fuller, and he's asking question every time he bowls, whether ball is coming in or going away.
Imam-ul-Haq is on strike. In comes Gregory, just played to backward point. It's a good period this for England. No runs off a sequence of deliveries. I'll find out from Andy Zaltzman in a minute how many it's been. But we saw that indecision from Babar a little bit in the previous match at Lord's. The ball came into him. He was playing for it to go out. He's created that indecision in the mind of the batsman.
Yeah, definitely. If you see the first ball in Cardiff, went away from him. Babar was scared of. And the second ball at the Lords, like a ball nipped back in. So he has the ability to seam it both ways, which is really, really good.
Gregory in now, short outside the off stump, outside edge. And that's going to race away towards the deep third boundary. A great sliding stop. It's that man, Saqib Mahmood, away. Again, you can't keep him out of the action right now. A little moment of alarm for Pakistan, but in the end, 2 runs to break that sequence. 28-1. How long was that sequence, Andy Zaltzman?
It was 14 legitimate deliveries without a scoring shot. There was 1 wide in that time, and there'd only been 1 scoring shot in the previous 3.5 overs before that.
Well, terrific pressure being applied from England here, and great commitment in the field as well. They're just taking a little look at it to see if it was a legitimate save.
I think that's 4.
You think it's 4? Well, yeah, it has been signalled 4. So good effort from Saqib Mahmood, though. Good commitment been shown by these England fielders, but the score does move on now to 30-1 after 7.4 overs. Gregory, and he's got 2 slips in place. This time straying onto the pads of Imam, who times that quite nicely, but can't beat Parkinson at mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, we were talking about Saqib, and I think PSL definitely helped him. He went to Pakistan and played in PSL, a different environment, different pitches, and you'd learn a lot from, different opposition and different grounds. And the county season he had, he's been brilliant, bowling a lot of overs in championship cricket as well. That's definitely helped him to become a better bowler.
It's been terrific so far, as has Lewis Gregory. And he comes again. Good line outside the off stump. Through to the keeper. That's the end of the 8th over. 30-1 Pakistan. Imam-ul-Haq on 21 of 26. And Babar Azam yet to score. If you're just joining us a little bit earlier today, Ben Stokes won the toss and elected to put Pakistan into bat on a slightly overcast day here in Birmingham in Edgbaston. We're expecting a crowd of almost, well, it depends who you ask, but almost as many as 20,000 people, Azhar. How nice is it to have crowds back again at the cricket?
Great to see the crowd back in, Euro Cup. We saw Wimbledon, and now cricket, it's been brilliant. And we getting back to the normal life again, so which is really, really good thing. Just in 10 days of quarantine, so it was tough. But, looking at 20,000 people watching the game is really, really good.
Yes. Well, Saqib Mahmood to continue. He's still got 3 slips in place. Short outside the off stump. Hammered only to extra cover, and there is no run. The Pakistani supporters in particular, we expected to see a lot of them here in Birmingham. And they've really turned out in great numbers, great outfits and attires, and the amount of time some of these guys and girls put into their outfits is extraordinary.
It's been brilliant, today, because it's a Bob day and everything is blue, so we can't see a lot of green, but we're seeing a lot of blues, Pakistani supporters came in to blue colours and sporting Bob's charity.
In comes Saqib once again. Good length outside off stump, left alone by Babar Azam. He's faced 10 deliveries now without scoring, but I don't think he'll mind that too much. He knows he can recover his strike rate. It's really just about spending some time in the middle for him at the moment.
Yes, definitely. Any batsman, he's a world-class player, having having a struggle in this series, but, you know, Pakistan heavily rely on him, and he needs to spend some time on the middle, you know, like we hardly had any preparation coming into this series in England, and because these guys are playing T20 format, and it's a different format to one-day cricket.
And then Saqib Mahmood, and he comes again short and wide, left alone again by Babar. You don't often see this many leaves in sequence from Babar Azam. Is it playing on his mind a little bit, those dismissals to Saqib Mahmood at Cardiff and Lords?
Yeah, definitely. You know, like it's a good matchup. You know, he got him twice in this series, and he's been bowling in good areas, asking questions. So Babar needs to spend some time, and Saqib is trying to get him out again for the third time in a row. And it's a good battle between both of them.
Yep. Ben Stokes letting him have another run, giving him this extended spell. This is his 5th over in a row. As in comes Saqib Mahmood, full ball. Has been defended into the ground by Babar Azam. Still can't get off the mark. Pakistan remain 30 for 1, and he's Saltzman.
Well, he's faced 12 balls now, and it's the first time in his one-day international career in 81 innings that he's taken more than 10 balls to get off the mark.
Well, that's quite telling about the pressure that England have applied on the world number, I believe in this format, world number 2, am I right, Andy Saltzman? It depends on the list you look at. Him and Malan are sharing the rankings either way. But only one of them has looked close to their class so far in this series.
That shows, you know, England bowling with the control and good line and length.
Building pressure. Mahmood in once again, a bit fuller. Babar gets forward in defence, and there is no run.
Babar Azam is currently number 1 ranked batsman in one-day international cricket. Malan has that in T20 international cricket, not 50-over cricket. But the rankings haven't been updated during this series. They'll be updated after the series. So you'd expect after two rare failures, that he'll drop certainly below Virat Kohli, who's only fractionally behind him in the rankings before the start of this series.
And if he gets 100, he'll be up there again.
Yes, I guess something to keep an eye on. He did score 100 last time he played here in the World Cup.
In comes Saqib Mahmood once again, squaring up Babar. Big loud call of no. And that will be the end of the 9th over. So Pakistan 30 for 1. England creating a lot of pressure. Can they, how can Pakistan move on from this? Have they got a chance to progress, get themselves back in the series and get a consolatory win? Azhar Mahmood, a few more short thoughts from you, and you're going to be joined by the amazing Alison Mitchell.
I think it's really important for Babar to don't think about the dot balls, you know, just spend some more time at the crease, and then eventually, you know, when the other bowler comes in, and then he can take the opportunity of that and get some runs. But it's really important for him and Pakistan, so he stays there. Doesn't matter about the runs rate at the moment. So Pakistan need to keep wicket in hand and survive that new ball period. Slightly cloudy condition as well here. So hopefully he can bat long period of time today.
Hello, Azhar.
Hello
everyone.
Listen.
Yep, floodlights are on. It's a little murky, a little overcast, but it's not cold and it's dry. 2 slips are in place, waiting for Craig Overton then for his first bowl in the 10th over, 30 for 1. Imam-ul-Haq, 21 off 26 as the crowd strike up their voice. Overton in, tucked off the hip of Imam, down to fine leg. It's scooped up. Brydon Carse down there with his Navy England cap on. And another one for Pakistan, 31 for 1 as we reach the end of this first power play in these first 10 overs.
I think good thing is about this bowling lineup, you know, they executed the plan really well, especially against Fakhar. Zaman, you know, they bowled really tight to him and suddenly take the ball away, and he has to play that ball. He went slightly harder and got caught at second slip by Crawley. It was a great catch.
Yeah, England have done their homework and they've executed their skills very well. Overton over the wicket. It's in the air momentarily, but past mid-wicket, racing away down to the mid-wicket boundary for 4, and there's a healthy group of Pakistan fans just beyond that boundary rope. Flags draped around their neck, and there's a touch of the bats mid-pitch. There's a 2 batsman cross.
Slightly on the back foot, and Babar nailed that. Timing was brilliant, good balance through mid-wicket. That's the area he loves playing at.
Clipped with some ease. The mid-wicket is in place, but wide enough to get through to the boundary. Overton in again. To drop it into the offside. The ball comes off the bottom edge of the bat into the ground. And Crawley moves forward from slip to pick up as Babar steps forward, does a little bit of prodding at the pitch. Settles himself a 2-ball duck in the first game at Cardiff for Babar Azam. Before 19 in the second. I'm sure he'd like to really stamp his mark here, particularly as captain, as leader, and get not just a consolation win in a lost series, but get 10 points towards World Cup qualification as well. He awaits now. Overton is in, a little full at that time, and Babar forward, very high front elbow to defend back into the pitch, and Overton, broad-shouldered hulk of a bowler, steps forward and leans down to pick up a no-run.
In this series, I saw Babar is squaring up a little bit, maybe because of T20 cricket. He played a lot of T20 cricket coming into this series, and because in T20 cricket you just play with your hands, rather than body coming behind it. If you see, his right hip is opening too early, and that's why his shoulder is coming forward as well. So that's why he's squaring up too much. Series.
Taps his bat again as Overton's in full once more, forcing him to come forward and defend. It's well bowled, fielded.
You see that last ball was much better. He was in full control. He didn't open his front hip, right hip too early. That's why he held his shape, and that's why he played that. Occasionally we see, because England is one place where ball is doing a little bit, and you have to be really strong in your technique. And these things sometimes when you're playing T20 format, you forget about that.
2 slips go down, and Overton again to Babar defending, played and then stood up. As that one's defended out to the offside to end the over. 35 for 1 after 10. So the wicket falling in the power play, that of Fakhar Zaman. High catch taken by Crawley at second slip after the bowling of Saqib Mahmood for 6. 21 for 1 in the 5th over. So, 35 in the first 10 overs. England very pleased with the early work that they've done. Azza, tell me, when you're at the PSL, how much time do you have for coaching in that environment? I mean, the gaps between games, or is it more sort of managing players and reminding of their roles?
I think managing players is a crucial thing to say, because games are coming thick and fast. We were there we played 5 games in 10 days or something like that, and it was really hot, and it's very difficult for the players to go and practice extra yards. So you want to save energy for the games. And these guys, Imam struggled because he didn't play in PSL, and now opening the batting for Pakistan in these conditions when ball is doing a bit, and Saqib Mahmood was on fire.
Yeah. It is Imam facing up, 22. It's Brydon Carse who's in now. Some good lifting carrots outside that off stump and left alone by Imam to go through to the keeper. What do you make of Brydon Carse? Had you seen much of him in the county game before this series?
No, I haven't seen him much because we saw him in this series. He got pace, he got extra pace, bounce, and he can control the ball, so which is really, really good thing. As I was talking about Imam, you need a little bit luck, and Imam was lucky in the first over. They didn't review that. Yeah,
there was an LBW, wasn't there? Yeah, and Ben Stokes opted not to review. Would have been out if he'd done so. Here's Carse in outside the off stump. That one died a touch more as it went through to the keeper, but he's got good rhythm to his run up, and he bowls with good pace. A tall bowler, the Durham man, born in South Africa, making his debut. One of the 4 players made their ODI debuts for England during this series. 5 players made their ODI debuts for England in this series.
I think it's a good headache for England management. You have Saqib Mahmood, you have Carse, and you have the other guys who can come into the side any time.
Second slip's dropped wider to gully here as Carse is in, but Imam's backed away. Something's distracted him behind the bowler's arm. It looks to be the case. He's holding up a glove in apology to Carse, who went all the way through his action and delivered the ball, but Imam had pulled away
in the last minute. I think Ben Stokes was doing something to the field.
Okay. Yeah, so he didn't believe the field was quite set. So I think it was a pretty late move by Crawley actually to drop wide to gully.
Yes.
Maybe Imam hadn't quite been aware of that, or
they're still signaling third man to get.
He's pulling a bit wider, isn't he? Try again, Carse into Imam. There is the wide ball. It's tempting him to have a bit of a slash and maybe bring that gully into play. Backward point there as well as deep third, sitting right back on the fence, but he wasn't tempted.
Imam's balance looks good today. Like he had a tendency of going over his front leg, and you see he planted his front leg quite wide, So that's where he struggled when ball is coming in. You know, when you're playing in England, you need to play mid-on, mid-off area rather than, you know, mid-wicket. So when you're playing in subcontinent, you tend to play through mid-wicket area a lot.
Carse, a leap at the crease, bangs it short. It's been hammered into the ground square. Finds backward point and no run. Salt is in that position. He's got 2 tubey grips covering his elbows and some protection if he's diving, in a similar manner to how Ben Stokes wears those 2 identical cream tubey grips as well that you can see beneath his light blue paying shirt. But at the moment, this is the attack from Carse. It's just pushing it across the left-hander, offering him a little bit of width. One slip, gully. Field stays the same, and Carse is in. Right arm over. It's in now. It's a little straighter on off stump, and it's a push drive up to Stokes at mid-off, and no run. Keeping Imam well pegged back here at the moment.
Good length again, you know, giving nothing for the batsman. Bowling straight, channel bowling, which is really, really good.
There's been so much discipline from the England attack, from the opening bowlers, from Gregory and Mahmood, and then from the change bowlers as well, backing them up. And that's what you want, isn't it? If you feel pressure during the power play, just don't release that. Keep the pressure valve tightly screwed down. Carse in, off the hip, and it's been pulled away strongly. Could it be 4? It is 4. It was fine leg, but he's too fine. It was well placed by Imam, able to swing it away short enough that he's able to swing it away down that leg side region behind square. Looks at a boundary.
That's a good shot, good control shot. Look, he rolled his wrist to the ball, and beautiful timing as well. So that will give him more confidence, you know, getting some runs under his belt. So he's averaging nearly 50 in one-day cricket, but, you know, he was really disappointed. I spoke to him the other day, and he was saying, you know, like, I'm not getting runs. So what I need to do, I said to him, I said, you just need to stay patient, you know, you spend some time on the pitch, and then, you know, in England, when you spend some time on the crease, you will get opportunity to get some runs. But must give credit to all the England bowlers. They bowl really tight lines and lengths. Yeah,
it's 39 for 1 after 11 overs then. New over now, Craig Overton from the City end. He's got a tickle on it through to the keeper. Babar just a little uncertain in the stroke. Neither went forward nor back. Didn't make contact.
Just use his hand, you know, no foot movement. Just the T20 cricket. See, away from his body, you know, he just used his hand rather than going towards the ball.
Well, this has encouraged Ben Stokes to bring in a second slip now for Babar. It was only the one, it was only Zach Crawley, so bolstered with James Vince. We've got Vince and Crawley in the slips, and now mid-wicket has been brought up inside the circle as Overton is in, a channel outside the off stump, left alone by Babar Azam through to the keeper. Remind us of your coaching of late, Azam, because of course you're having a chat to Imam, coaching with the Multan Sultans in the PSL, but you also been working with England in the not too distant past.
Yes, I was in last series working with England, so good to see, you know, like England bowlers, you're playing county cricket, and, you know, they're just bowling for their lengths, you know, bowling on the channel, and they can do day in, day out.
Yeah. Babar's on 4 as Overton is in, he's forward driving, only as far as extra cover though, a tumbling stop and no run. But you've got a lot of intel from all sides of the camp to bring us today. A lot of insight.
Yeah, a lot of insight, you know. I'm really pleased and happy to see Saqib Mahmood, you know, like work with him last year. And, you know, like he wants to learn, and good to see him, you know, he played in PSL, having a chat with him. He was sitting in our rooms, have a good chat with him. So he's a great prospect for England.
Overton in straight to Azam. It's bat and pad. It brings a strangled appeal. And Overton bends down, stoops to pick up the ball, and walking back to the end of his mark. But Babar is still trying to settle here. 4 from 23. He's not being allowed to get into any sort of rhythm. Saqib, is he a particular sponge? Does he like to talk?
He wants to learn and he wants to talk. You know, we saw in this series, you know, how good he is with the new ball, but he can bowl with the old ball as well. So that's a really good advantage.
Overton's back of a length. It's pulled past the square leg umpire for 4 by Babar Azam. Again, the Pakistan flags go up on that side of the ground. Punch of the gloves. It's perhaps at the moment 1 ball per over where boundary is able to come.
It's a good shot. Good shot. Roll of the wrist. and he just managed to get 4 runs in this occasion.
Yeah,
well played. And these two guys played short ball really well.
They do. England might have to learn that pretty quickly as Overton is in. It's off the hip again. Forward of square this time. Means that mid-wicket is after it. In fact, it's mid-on. He'll get there first. Coming back for 2. And Parkinson retrieves in the deep. Sends the ball back into the middle. 45 for 1 after 12 overs. Andy.
Outstanding power play once again from England's bowlers. Not the wickets they've been taking in the previous games this summer. It's the first time they've failed to take 3 or more wickets, but just 35 runs and 11 scoring shots in the opening 10 overs and just 3 more in the next 2 overs. In terms of scoring shots in the first 10 overs, so dot balls, 49 dot balls, 11 scoring shots. That's the fewest scoring shots England have conceded in a bowling power play in their last 75 matches. You've got to go back to a game in the West Indies in Barbados in March 2017.
Extraordinary numbers as Carse is in. It seems to really hurry Imam. He's able to take a single to the vacant square leg region because the field is back on the fence. He goes 3 for 1, 46 for 1. He's now 27 off 34. And Babar 10 from the 25 balls that he's faced after Ben Stokes won the toss and opted to bowl first, which has been England's favoured approach for many years now in the one-day arena. But yeah, those stats Andy reading out, that just shows that whilst it hasn't been the wickets haven't fallen, Pakistan have got still 9 in hand at this stage of the innings, but they really kept the screw on in terms of runs. Carse in again, clipped through mid-wicket. It's the touch straight that time. Out to the deep, but it's fielded and a single is taken.
Yeah, touch straight and touch short as well. You know, if you see in this pitch especially, when ball is fuller, it's difficult to play in that, and anything short, you know, whether it's on offside or leg side, you know, it's easier to manage that, because yes, they're bowling in good pace, you know, around 85, but that's not quick enough to make them hurry.
And both look very at ease when they've got that length. They can pull a swivel, playing controlled shots. Slip and a gully for Imam. He's forward. It's a fuller ball, but it's taking a quick single now, and it's picked up by Stokes, who flings the ball back towards the keeper. Good running to keep the strike rotating, because as much as they've got 9 wickets in hand, be well aware that run rate has been kept down by England. So they've started to get a partnership together. They need to start transferring this pressure back on England in the form of some runs.
That was much better length, you know, the fuller. You've got 2 slips waiting for that nick, and this is a good length to bowl at.
Babar's on 11. Cloud overhead at Edgbaston. Carse in, defending from the crease. Not much foot movement from Azam, but he angles that bat. The ball thudding from the angled bat down into the turf. And no run. It's a cluster of fans in bright yellow, canary yellow, might call that. Right in the middle of the Holly stand. With T-shirts and matching yellow hats. Alongside those, maybe see, we've got 6 Where's Wallies in their red and white striped tops. The crayons are in, and they are all in blue for Bob. Very impressed with that. No multi-colour mixes for them. 2 slips here, and Carse is in, and that just seems to cut in on Babar, taken by surprise. He's playing with a defensively angled bat, and the ball ricocheted away, angled away towards the backward point region.
That's the area Babar needs to work on his technique, you know, like he's the #1 player in the world. But that's the area, especially when coming from subcontinent where ball doesn't do much. In England, when ball is holding its shape and doing a little bit, it's very difficult for the batsman to adjust, because nowadays you don't have many practice games before the tour.
Carse in again, offering him a little bit of width that time. His shape to play, was content to watch it go through to the keeper to end another over. From Brydon. Carse, Pakistan are 48 for 1 after 13.
Just a little more on that. So the number of dot balls in the power play, 49 dot balls. I said the most England have bowled in a bowling power play in their last 75 games. And CricViz have just posted the other side of that equation. It's the most Pakistan have faced in terms of dot balls in the opening 10 over power play in their last 50 games, going back to January 2018.
Well, if they're in a pressure zone they haven't been in for a while. Well, we're used to Pakistan that are going hard, and that can be boom or bust at times, can't it? At the moment it's kind of been neither. So how will England keep doing more of the same here? Will Overton look to make sure he doesn't drop one back of a length and enable a boundary to come from this over? Interesting to see. Overton in with Crawley, the 1 slip in place, bowling to Imam. He angles it into him from around the wicket, and it's turned towards Vince mid-wicket and no run. Got the slip backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. A deep square leg is now being pushed back onto the fence in front of the Holly stand. Deep third. Down in front of the pavilion and the media centre at the end there where we are, and the end where England are changing. Pakistan are over at the far end of the ground because of COVID. Overton around the wicket, then full, and it's been clipped up to mid-on. Coming forward, Imam. Do you like the round the wicket angle from Overton?
Yes, attacking the stumps, and he has a habit of going over his front leg, and that's why they're looking to get him leg before a ball. Got a four-fielder on the leg side. I think it's a great angle bowling against him. If the ball hold his line, then you will slip in as well.
Imam on 28. Overton turns at the end of his mark. 27 years of age, the Somerset bowler. Around the wicket, clipped down the leg side. No, he didn't make any contact. It's in the gloves of John Simpson, half holding it aloft as if to say, was there anything on that? But no, there wasn't. Only a half cry as well from the bowler Overton, who turns on his heel, walks back to his mark.
Unlucky way to get out if you nicked it a little bit on the leg side. So.
Well, he made as if to follow it, didn't he? He was, of course, knowing as well that deep square leg is in front of the fence. If there was a pull shot, could find him for a catch. Overton again to Imam. It's full, but it's off a leading edge as he looked to turn it to mid-wicket. A half stop in the misfield, enabling them to come back for two. And Phil Salt gets up. The ball eventually comes back into the gloves of Simpson. Two more to bring up the 50 for Pakistan in this 14th over. And the run rate is a slow one for Pakistan at the moment, but they do have 9 wickets in hand, and they do have the highly talented and exciting Babar Azam out in the middle. Imam-ul-Haq, who's trying to work his way into some sort of form here, and at 30 off 39, he's not doing a bad job as Overton is in. Defending is Imam on the off stump. Overton picks up in his follow through. Yeah, off the back of a first baller at Cardiff and 1 off 2 balls in the last game. He's working his way into it. And the things with a one-day innings is that batters can catch up on themselves, can't they? 30 off 40 in these first, 10, 12 overs, that can quickly turn around.
Absolutely, that's the key for Pakistan, because they got a firepower who can, Sohaib Maqsood can hit the ball, and Shaheen Afridi is batting really well, Hasan Ali and Faheem Ashraf.
Overton bounds in, clipped off the hip of Imam, square of the wicket, past the umpire, and brings the man in off the fence. And another one taken to end the over. So 14 gone, and Pakistan are 51 for 1. Imam on 31, Babar on 11. Azam, I'll leave you here for a moment. Ian Bell's about to come in, but first of all, after a few more words from you, it's Charles Dagnall.
Not a bad start for Pakistan here, 51 for 1. Yes, run rate is not as high as most people would like to see, but the key thing here to keep wickets in hand and set a platform for the power hitter to come in and utilize that.
Hello, Azam.
Hello.
It's been a lovely thing. You're leaving us, but I just want to say that the moments that we have spent together just opposite each other has been marvellous.
Thank you very much.
There you go. That's the words of Azam Mahmood here on Test Match Special on 5 Live Sports Extra and Radio 4 Long Wave, with Pakistan 51 for 1. Brydon Carse it is, number 92 on his back, slightly untucked shirt, draping over his dark blue trousers, strides away from us, bowls full of length, and then after it bounces, swings viciously away to the left hand of John Simpson, who adjusts perfectly and takes it one-handed. And there is no run, so Carse just conceding 7 runs off his 2.1 overs so far. 1 slip, not quite a gully, more of a 4th slip for Imam-ul-Haq, who's 31 not out off 42 deliveries. Backward point, cover point, mid-off, mid-on. And then 3 fielders in the deep, third man fine leg, and a deep square just in front of square. Here's Carse, short delivery, and it hits the body of Imam as he tries to pull. Just clatters into the hip. Played over the top of it, and it trickles through to Simpson. And there is no run. Ian Bell, the Prince of Edgbaston, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Charlie.
Good to have you on board.
Yeah, it's nice.
The old ground looking resplendent today.
It's a bit more of a Bell Cook trot start from Pakistan than a Bairstow Roy start. Old school now, aren't we?
I think you do yourself a little disservice as Carse turns at the top of his mark and sprints away, full of length and forward. Tentatively comes Imam, just plays it out to Stokes at mid-off, and there is no run. But there is a time for Trot and Bell.
There is. I mean, again, the conditions last couple of weeks, there's been a lot of rain, hasn't there? So we've seen actually at Cardiff and Lords, there's been enough for the bowler, which is good. Actually, we see a lot of bat-dominated white ball cricket, don't we? And it's actually nice to see the bowlers have a little bit in their favour. But you get the impression this is a big game for Pakistan, and they are setting this up.
Well, absolutely, as Carse, away from us, past umpire Illingworth, bowls a full delivery, confidently driven by Imam, who walks after he plays the shot. It finds its way to Stokes, though. England not as successful in the wickets column, but they've kept Pakistan quiet over these first 14.4 overs. It's nice to see the bowlers have their day, rather than you lot just walloping the white ball to all parts.
When I finish, there's extra fielders in, 2 new balls he can smack around. No reverse swing at the end, Charlie.
Carse bowls a short delivery, pulled away by Imam. It was in the air for a little while, but just bounced beyond the 30-yard circle and finds its way down to Overton, I think, who's fielding at fine leg, and a single is taken. 52 for 1. Imam moves to 32 not out. Babar looks in good touch, doesn't he? I know he's spent 29 deliveries there, but things are finding the middle of the bat.
He's a beautiful player to watch, isn't he? I suppose as an English fan you want to get rid of him, but actually as a cricket fan, watching him spend time in the middle, watching him time the ball around, he's one of the best players to watch at the moment.
Almost effortless. It hardly hits it. And it speeds away. 2 slips for Babar Azam, and that's down the leg side from Carse. Quick, yes. But misdirected, also yes. And another single to Pakistan. 53 for 1. Just looking at the speed, 89 miles an hour. That's slippery.
It's a lot to like, isn't there?
Oh, yeah.
This whole attack has been fantastic, really. I mean, it's... I think that they had to chop and change so quickly and so many. I mean, these guys have done themselves no damage at all going forward for future selections.
Floodlights on here. We see pockets of blue above us, which is nice to see as the clouds are starting to part. Still thickly clouded, though, as Carse bowls on the knees of Babar, who times it sweetly. Out towards deep mid-wicket, Malan scampers round from deep square and does the fielding, and it's a single to finish the over. 15 overs gone, 54 for 1. Imam is 32, Babar is 12. And I mentioned earlier, Ian, about the fact that this team was not necessarily cobbled together. These are all players who, many of whom have got international experience, but some who have got, we had 5 debutants in the one-day, the first one-day international. But just the fact that they've been playing county cricket and they've had half a season as well, and they've also had not a great deal of time to think about it, it's got to add to the performance that they have put on so far. Overton continues from the city end, gets driven slightly uppishly by Babar Azam, reaching for it as he overbalances after playing the shot, and it goes to cover point.
I think they might not have a lot of international experience, but what a lot of these guys have got, a lot of franchise experience.
Yeah.
So you think of Vince goes away, he's brilliant in the PSL, he's brilliant in the Big Bash, and a number of these guys, Saqib, I remember watching him again doing brilliantly in the PSL this year on flat pitches as well, so you know that they're good enough for international cricket.
Overton, a rhythmical run up, strong at the crease, and powers the ball down, and it's met with the gun barrel straight bat of Babar Azam. It's funny, isn't it? It's the way some cricketers are perceived as well when they go away from these shores. I'm sure you've had it as well. You went and played with the Perth Scorchers in the Big Bash League, but in Sydney they love James Vince. They adore him. Also in Sydney they love Tom Curran. They think he's one of their best players, and he's performed admirably for them. As Overton bowls, he gets beaten outside the off stump to one that just holds its line. Overton smiles at Babar Azam. It goes through to John Simpson, 54 for 1.
You're right. I mean, their record, and certainly Vince in the Big Bash, is fantastic. But I get the impression sometimes, again, because we know how much of a good a player he is and how well he plays for Hampshire, sometimes it's a frustration that, again, he's another player that's so good on the eye, looks great, but has got so many times for England, has got in and got out, and you just want to see him fulfil his potential. But he is a fantastic player, and he does it around the world.
Overton towards us, bowls, and Babar plays that round the front pan. He's played it into space through mid-wicket. Should be a couple on offer here as comfortably home. In fact, Imam's still making his way home, and he gets there now. Just ambling the second run. 2 onto the total, 56 for 1. Holly's starting to fill up properly now. It feels like a full house, doesn't it?
It does. We just need England get a couple more wickets and get the Hollies going as well, and then the atmosphere will be back to a normal Edgbaston day. We had an early song
From the Hollies. They do go early, and then there's a little lull before the inebriation takes over, as short of a length delivery from Overton really thunders the ball into the pitch as he bowls. Only 82 miles an hour, but it comes from a good height, and it's just played by Babar defensively to Matt Parkinson. Be intrigued to see how Parkinson goes today.
It will be. I actually think he'll get a little bit of spin. I think, again, with the weather we've had, if it's a little bit tacky here on top as well, which we haven't been out to the surface, he will get a little bit of spin.
Overton past the looming figure of umpire Milnes, and that just leaves Babar Azam. He leaves it well enough alone, and it goes through to Simpson to conclude the 16th over. 56 for 1. Imam-ul-Haq 32 not out. Babar Azam is 14 not out. Don't forget, you can watch in-play highlights via the cricket section of the BBC Sport website and the app, and highlights this evening on the BBC. I shall let you know in a moment when. Lintott, he's the spinner here, isn't he, in T20 cricket? How's he been going?
Fantastic. I mean,
left arm wrist spin as well, isn't he?
Very unusual.
Carse starts a new over, the 17th, and this is driven by Imam, slightly away from his body, goes to backward point. There is no run.
It's quite interesting, because Warwickshire, or say Birmingham Bears, have played all their T20 cricket on these new hybrid pitches, which generally aren't particularly easy for spinners, but they've played on the same one for a while, so he's got into the game, but away from home he's been very effective. And obviously this one just being a normal grass pitch, no hybrid, you'd expect there to be a little bit more turn. Even it might be slow, a little bit more turn.
Makes you wonder about left arm wrist spin, why we don't see more of it. It's bewitching at times, as Carse bowls short of a length, pulled away by Imam, not quite timed, only be a single on offer though. As out in the deep is Lewis Gregory.
It's so important to have, and we've seen it with Adil Rashid, having the ball to spin both ways is so important. Having a wicket-taking option, and he's been, really Birmingham's best bowler this year again, and he can go through the middle period, and he's got options. And if somebody is trying to line him up, a left-hander, he can go to his googlies, and you can have all those different variations as well. But it's so important now. We've seen it, and Adil Rashid's probably exposed it as well as anyone in 50-over cricket, hasn't he? That's 4 years.
2000th run for Imam-ul-Haq in one-day international cricket as Carse bowls, and just squared up a little bit is Babar Azam, but no worries for him as he plays it back to Carse in his follow-through. 57 for 1. Be intrigued to see how Parkinson does go on this Edgbaston surface, which so far looks pretty good. Carry for the new ball, a little bit of seam movement, that's just calmed down. Now the ball's a touch older. Carse again. Ball's back of the length, wants a quick single, has to be quick, shy at the non-striker's end, it's misses from Carse. Goodness me, that was a brave run from Babar Azam. Carse got there very quickly, a direct hit may have been interesting, but Babar was the man in danger. And he would have been gone, I fancy. Belly, what do you see?
Yeah, it looks like he would have been gone and been tight, but you see it now, don't he? He looks a good athlete, Carse, as well, doesn't he? The way he moves. Obviously bowls at high pace, but watching him get around the field, a real good athlete. Looks like somebody that, again, with Saqib as well, these two in particular have impressed so much at this level.
They hit the pitch. All of the bowlers, the England bowlers, hit the pitch really hard. Left-handed Imam waits and tries to chop down on this. It goes firmly into the turf and goes to backward point.
You can see the selection as well. You can see they've tried to nearly emulate, I suppose, the first choice. Having the person with some pace like Carse through the middle, having a wrist spinner in Parkinson, no Rashid. So they've tried to, I suppose, find something that matches, and it works. And we know with how well England have played that middle period, they're constantly chipping away, taking wickets.
Well, the fourth slip has come out, has now gone to a mid-wicket. That's at Crawley. He adjusts his cap. Shades on the peak of it, upturned. Tall, lean figure of Crawley at mid-wicket. Here's Carse, another tall, lean figure, gets a short delivery which is pulled Again, not timed. The bat just slipping in the hands as Imam pulls it to deep square. Another single. Fairly quiet period for Pakistan. This 59 for 1, 17 overs gone, 34 not out to Imam, and Babar is 15. Just a reminder, those highlights tonight, BBC 2, 11:15. Anything that you may have missed or you want to catch, then make sure you do so at that time and on that channel. Big St George's flag draped over the railings and the holly stand to our right-hand side. That says Stour Bridge on the right-hand side. Sorry, straight through the centre of the red stripe. Andy Saltzman, as drinks are taken down below us. 59 for 1 Pakistan.
Imam-ul-Haq, as you said, just reached 2,000 one-day international runs in his 46th innings after starting the series with 1 run and 2 dismissals in his first 3 balls in the first 2 games. He's the 28th Pakistan player to reach 2,000 runs in men's one-day international cricket, and the 3rd fastest in terms of innings. Zahir Abbas and Babar Azam both made it in 45 innings, 1 innings fewer, and Zahir Abbas, one of the best one-day international players in the history of the format, played for Pakistan through the 1970s and much of the 1980s, a fantastic test player, and he reached 2,000 runs at an average of 50 and a strike rate of 85, and strike rates in those early days of one-day international cricket were way lower than they are now, and to put it in comparison, that's exactly the same strike rate that Babar Azam reached his 2,000th run. That was a wonderful
And he averages 50, does Imam as well?
Yes.
2 bespectacled cricketers, Zahir Abbas and Imam-ul-Haq. There's fabulous performances. So Pakistan 59 for 1, 17 overs gone in this 3rd Royal London one-day international. The team, the ground staff, are out just with their big wide brushes, collecting debris and scooping it up with their shovels and placing it in a bright orange bin, and remarking the guards as well with a long strip of, well, it looks like one, I've had 2 before maybe, that they paint on those white lines, and England just taking a well-earned drink. Umpires down below us. Martin Saggers is out there with David Mills. I think Richard Illingworth has just popped off for a moment, but overall a decent 17 overs from England's perspective. Ian Bell?
I think they'll be really happy. I think, you know, obviously you can see Pakistan, like you said, talked about it maybe a little bit old-fashioned way, but they've soaked up the pressure. If there was any big movement in this pitch, it would have been first of this first hour. So they've got a foundation, but the danger thing here, England will be sat there thinking, now 2 more wickets on this.
Yeah.
All of a sudden 60, 70 for 3, and they're under even more pressure.
It can be one of those scenarios where, because you've lost a couple of games in a row, you do go back to a bit of conservatism, rather than England, where we have seen, if they lose a couple of games under Owen Morgan, they don't care, they'll just keep going out
the opposite
and smashing it even harder. But there is a tendency, when the form isn't good, to actually revert back to traditional ways of batting.
I think this is a huge game for Pakistan. Again, the public pressure at home. I think to come here and lose to the England first side wouldn't be seen particularly bad, but to lose to the stroke B, stroke C side, I think if you lose 3-0, I think that's quite a big thing. I'm going to flip that round if England did the same thing, where we would be talking about that right now. So this is a big game for them, and these are 2 big players for Pakistan, and maybe as well they're thinking the T20 series around the corner. We know that how important T20 is this year with the World Cup round the corner, and this format at the moment, probably out of the 3 formats, is probably at the lower of the pecking order. So if they're thinking get their best players in some sort of form for T20 cricket as well.
Yeah, maybe, but those, as Alison Mitchell said earlier on in the build-up to the game, there are still points available, World Cup points for qualification. We're ready to get back underway, and Craig Overton it is, with ball in hand, and he bowls one wide outside of the off-stump, and it's cut away deliciously by Imam. It's fielded down below us by Saqib Mahmood for just a single, but a little flourish to the cut of Imam, and moves to 60 for 1. Babar on strike. Craig Overton 0 for 17 off his 4.1 overs. Not unduly threatening, but also not loose either. Quite miserly has the Somerset man. And brother now moving to Surrey, Jamie. 2 slips still in place though, and England can afford that with the run rate being as modest as it is, as Overton bowls, and that's on the hips of Babar, and they just trot a single as he works it away out to deep mid-wicket. In front of all of those Pakistan fans. I did see one, I think, in a green sort of lycra all-in-one, I fancy. I could have sworn I did. Anyway, Looked a bit like Mr. Motivator.
They were the days, Charlie, weren't they?
Oh, yes. That was when television in the morning. Get up with the Green Goddess and an edge, genuine edge from Imam. Just tried to drive that on the up with no real foot movement. It was all along the floor, though. Beat the slip and down to third man it goes for a single. 62 for one. Do you ever do any early morning exercise with the TV? Do you do a bit of Joe Wicks, perhaps, in lockdown times?
Yes. Yeah, I was shown up by my kids a lot. Certainly in better condition after that half an hour, 45-minute workout than I was. So, but with many others, yeah, 100% through lockdown.
Here's Overton. Gets worked away for another single. Now, Babar set off quickly here, was thinking about two, but Imam not interested. And quite rightly, as Saqib Mahmood hurtled himself from the fine leg boundary to do the fielding. 63 for one. He became properly household name, didn't he, Joe Wicks, through lockdown?
Yeah, he did.
Everybody just bopping around in the living rooms.
Certainly conscious now, that first year out of retirement now, Charlie, just making sure that I don't slip too quickly.
Well, you're looking pretty good order.
I feel okay.
Yeah. There's Overton. This tucks up Imam a little bit. He jabs it down into the turf, and in comes Phil Salt to do the fielding from point. How is retirement? How you would have thought that not having to go to the gym, not having to do pre-match warm-ups, seeing all those cones laid out, I mean, that's got to be a nice feeling to a degree.
I think the warm-ups, definitely. Those straight line with the therabands and all that, and
ladders.
Yeah.
Oh, nightmare. Physios love them, don't they? As Overton bowls on the pads of Imam, who works him away through square, or behind square. Shouts of yes for the second run, and comfortably taken, as Brydon Carse it was coming in from the deep to do the fielding. 18 overs gone. Pakistan 65 for one. Imam moves to 38, Babar to 17. Yeah, but overall, still in good order. Do you still keep?
I try to play a little bit of football now Monday nights.
Oh, right.
See, again, football was banned, isn't it? The last few years as a player, that got taken away in your warm-ups. So, yeah, a little bit of football, plenty of golf.
Well, you're looking good order.
Oh, thanks,
Belly.
Charlie. Thank you for that, for the compliment.
Carse will start a new over. Give way to Atif Nawaz in a moment as two slips with hands on knees wait as Carse bowls, and Babar on his tiptoes plays this out into the offside, and there is no run. So 65 for one. So Ian, some more from you, and then Atif will come in.
Yeah, it's nicely poised here. I think Pakistan are certainly trying to set the foundation. They're going to have to get this second part of the innings right. If England can chip away and take some wickets, it really is going to put them under pressure. We've obviously haven't seen the leg spin of Parkinson yet, so if we get any turn, but I think England will be really happy right now knowing a couple of wickets will really help them.
Indeed. Two slips still in place. In comes Carse, short and pulled by Babar Azam out to the mid-wicket area. They should manage to get back for two, and they do so with relative comfort. The score moves on to 67 for one after 18.2 overs. So which position do you play in football, Ian?
Oh, I liked probably, again, my work up and down the pitches and the ground. I'm not particularly good at the engine, so I sort of probably a bit of goal hogging, trying to secure. But I'm one of the younger players in there, so my fitness in the back end of the hour is actually one of the better ones.
In comes Carse now. Four ball driven beautifully. Well, that is vintage Babar Azam. A class cover drive, the kind that's become his trademark. And the Edgbaston crowd being treated to something absolutely gorgeous. Ian Bell, king of the cover drive. What do you make of that?
No, it's like you can go home now. Whatever happens today, to see a Babar Azam cover drive like that was absolutely beautiful. And he's been a little bit reserved. You can see again how important it is, this game, and he's leading from the front. But that is absolutely beautiful.
Absolutely exquisite. When he gets it right, there's no one better in the modern game. Carse in now, this time a little bit shorter and striking Babar in the solar plexus as he winces in agony and then scurries back into his crease. Classic fast bowler reply, isn't it, that from Carse?
It is.
Short.
Never nice, a little bit of flesh. Just there, sort of what he's got a lovely bounce, isn't he? Bangs it into the pitch, just snips back and then, not pleasant.
Would you rub it?
try not to.
Yeah.
Sometimes I carried a little bit there, so that was the extra bit of cushioning. the sports scientists and the trainers didn't like it, but for a bit of that situation, it was just handy.
You look in good shape, Ian.
I know. Thank you.
You're in good shape. I don't see anything extra. In comes Carse now, worked into the leg side, and Babar takes the first one quickly. There's thoughts of a second. Fielder from the deep comes in fairly quickly, and there's just the one. 72 for one now, Pakistan, after 18.5 overs.
I think even just there, since drinks, though, these 2 overs, you can see the intensity of the running's just gone up a notch. You know, they obviously play quite conservatively. I think one of the things when in that side, even though you're not maybe playing over-aggressive shots, but you're running between the wickets, something you can control, and actually it does help the intensity in your cricket and your batting. So I think that's something clearly, since drinks, they've obviously recognised that they're going to have to raise that, and hopefully that feeds into, again, bringing the momentum onto the Pakistan side.
72 for one. In comes Carse now with a slip in place. Full ball. He was looking for the single, was Imam. It was never really there. As Dawid Malan, extra cover, was onto it quickly. No run in the end. End of the 19th over. 72 for one. And the Osman.
You mentioned the increased urgency since the drinks break. 6 from the 18th over, 7 from the 19th over. And, that 19th over is the first time since the first over of the innings that Pakistan have scored more than 6 in an over. And we mentioned the number of dot balls. The first 17 overs, just 25 scoring shots, and 8 in the last 2 overs. So perhaps a sign of greater urgency.
Yes, absolutely. It's a different kind of challenge now for this England side. Often people have been calling this B-string, C-string side, but they've actually performed very, very well. And we've talked about this before as well. You know, I mean, this could be the future of cricket, the idea of 3 separate squads or 2 separate squads, just always available. It's Overton. Handballs in now. This time the ball's just pushed to extra cover, and there is no run. This will be a different challenge for them, because now they've got Imam-ul-Haq, who's scoring runs for the first time in this series, starting to look a little bit more fluent. They've got, you know, the world #1 batsman in Babar Azam, who carries this heavy reputation. It'll challenge their mentality and a little bit of their kind of attitude towards the scenario.
Yeah, England haven't been put under any pressure really with the ball, so if they can do this bit, and then the back end, we know they've got some dangerous players for the last 10 overs.
Overton in now, short and pulled by Babar Azam. Back to deep square leg, and it's Gregory out there. He'll get back for just the single. 73 for one.
But it would be great to see England under a bit of pressure, actually, because I know that Saqib, again, one of his specialities is Yorkers, so we might end up seeing him again. If he is put under a bit of pressure, he comes out today and executes some Yorkers at the back end, then he's really pushing himself and pushing the guys above him as well, because that's one area maybe, again, England could identify that death overs, those last 2 or 3 overs, whether it's T20 or 50 over cricket.
In comes Overton now, good length, push to extra cover, and there's thinking of a run. He's come a long way down at the non-striker's end as Babar Azam. There's a direct hit, and we're going to have another look at it. Well, it's an excellent throw. I think he's pretty safe, but we're going to have another look at it. Little moment of alarm here for Pakistan.
Yeah, it's the old running on a misfield.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
It's a great throw from Gregory. He just set himself, but Babar comfortably back in the end. Almost past the stumps.
My decision for the big screen.
The third umpire will confirm that's not out. Anticipating a big cheer here at Edgbaston when that happens. Maybe not. 73 for one after 19.3 overs. It was such a foregone conclusion. There wasn't much jeopardy there, was there? In comes Overton now. Good length again. Just dabbed past the slip fielder. It's gone very, very fine. The fielder at third has to run a long way round. It was Saqib Mahmood. Single taken. 74 for one. It's interesting you say that, Ian, because you're right. England haven't actually had to do any death bowling in this series so far. We've talked about this team and them not being really tested as a group. Like, their inexperience hasn't really been tested by the woeful Pakistani performances so far, but we haven't actually had to do any death bowling at all. And that's a skill that may well be on display today, as in comes Overton now, back of a length and flicked into the leg side by Babar Azam for another single. 75 for one.
Yeah, I think what we've seen in this series, England haven't had to go away from plan A at all. You know, when you go to Cardiff, and even Lords, in the conditions they had, you know, hitting a good length with a little bit of sideways movement, was always there, so they didn't have to go away from plan A. What they're going to have to do today on a better surface is they're going to have to look at some other options now, because obviously Pakistan have got through the danger first hour where there might have been some moisture in the surface. I expect this wicket to play pretty well now, so they will be under a little bit more pressure now.
Overton in now, full ball again, flicked off the pads by Imam-ul-Haq. Protection in the deep, happy to just accumulate these singles at the moment are Pakistan. Score moves on to 76 for 1 after 20 overs. Not the fastest run rate in the world, but from a Pakistani perspective, they'll be thrilled to have only lost 1 wicket after 20. When you consider, in the first game, I think almost the whole team was bowled out after 21, 22 overs. Andy Zaltzman.
The partnership now to 55, but as you say, not very fast. 15.2 overs, the run rate just 3.5 per over.
It's going to be a change in bowling. England's captain, Ben Stokes, coming into the attack. Big cheers for Ben Stokes, understandably, at this ground.
And we were saying as well that England haven't really been tested, and we haven't even had to use Ben Stokes a lot in this series so far. That's how well some of the guys have played and put Pakistan under so much pressure, as we haven't even had to go to Ben Stokes, which is absolutely incredible.
Yes, they've been terrific so far. Matt Parkinson's been able to get through a lot of his overs in these first 2 games. Wonder when he'll become a factor here. As Ben Stokes begins against Imam-ul-Haq with a slip in play. Starts with on the pads. It's just worked down to backward square leg for a single. Imam onto a 41 not out now of 59 deliveries.
I was actually here a week ago for Durham versus Birmingham Bears in the T20 and watched Ben bat, and actually only a few wickets down, looked in great form with the bat. I think he got very quick fire 30 and actually bowled brilliantly with the ball as well. So again that he's very good at this surface again, because it's slight flatter. The way he bowls, the aggression he bowls with, is just what England need.
Ben Stokes in now, back of a length, flicked into the mid-wicket area by Babar Azam. It's away from the fielders. They should be able to get back for 2, and they do, as Malan will get the throw back in. Score moves on to 79 for 1.
And I think as well, that kind of batting is brilliant. It's certainly here as well. I know, I'm sure Zoltz will say as well, like, there's a lot of 2s out there. Like that kind of placement here, there's big corners at Edgbaston, and people sometimes get sucked into, looking for the boundaries and that, but there's actually a lot of runs. It's a big square boundary, and like I said, the corners there's plenty of 2s.
Stokes in once again, short and pulled, hammered by Babar Azam into the leg side. The fielder's not going to get anywhere near that. That raced along the surface. Welcome boundary for Pakistan. Babar on to 32. Pakistan 83 for 1.
Yeah, brilliant shot. They're just raising the tempo a little bit now. It was obviously quite a slow start, those first 15 overs, but since that drinks break, the running between the wickets, the intent has just gone up to 11. They're building something nicely. It's just starting to put a bit of pressure back on England now.
Settling into their work today, Pakistan. As in comes Stokes. It's a gorgeous looking drive again, only as far as Mahmood at extra cover, and there's no run. Does it play on your mind, Ian, as a great batter with all these expectations on you? Your team always expects big things from you. To have a couple of games in sequence where you don't make that winning contribution, I mean, does it weigh on your mind?
Well, it's a human being, isn't it? I know all of us are, so I'm sure it does. That's the importance of just staying in the moment and delivering what you can do on this day.
In comes Stokes again. Outside off. It's been driven nicely by Babar, but the sweeper will collect, and another single to the score.
And the best players, you can't control what's already gone, and they can't control what's coming up next week. So it's just about staying in the moment, and can you get to a position where you're just reacting and watching the ball? And we know that Babar's done that for a long time, as the Crawleys and the Joe Roots, the world-class players. They've got that mental skill of being able to put the, what's gone, whether it's good or bad, behind them. Not worry too much about the future, but delivering on the day, which again, when you play for Pakistan, the expectation is huge on Babar.
Stokes in again, outside off and carved away to wide third by Imam-ul-Haq. They want the second, it's not there. In the end, he's sent back by Babar, and just a single taken after 21 overs. Pakistan 85 for 1. That run rate just creeping over 4 now, so slowly increasing, building a bit of pressure and momentum here at Pakistan. Andy Zaltzman.
And Babar Azam, 4 from his first 23 balls, mentioned earlier on, the longest he's taken to get off the mark. Took him 15 balls to score his first run, but since those first 23 balls, he's gone exactly a runnable 29 off 29.
That's what the great players can do, make up that time. I mean, it's Joss Butler talking about it in an interview as well. He never really worries about his strike rate because he always knows he's 1, 2, maybe 3 shots away from just recovering it completely.
It's where the game's gone. I think certainly in my early starts of white ball cricket, the players that couldn't necessarily have the power to catch up as the modern day player, the guys know now they can always catch up, and that's really important. Like I said, they never quite, even if there is a few dot balls or the pressure raises, they can stay calm, knowing that, again, it's so much easier for the modern day players, so many different options, so much more power to catch up and actually go past the runner ball.
Well, we just talked about Matt Parkinson, and I reckon Ben Stokes can hear us from up here in the commentary box, because that's who he's thrown the ball to. Matt Parkinson for the first time today. He's going to come into bowl to Imam-ul-Haq. Starts with a fuller ball. It's been driven down to long on by Imam, just dancing down, trying to find some rhythm. 86 for 1. Good move at this point, just to mix things up. As you say, plan B, plan C.
Yeah, 100%. He's going to be under a little bit of pressure here, so it's good to see. I faced Parkinson here. Actually, he's bowled well in these conditions. Actually, Edgbaston for spin is not a bad place to be. A lot of our success domestically has always come through actually playing 2 spinners through the middle. So I think it's a good challenge. You've got certainly Babar, a world-class player, but 2 top players who are set now, and you're coming on. Whereas Parkinson, Mobby in this series hasn't been, because the seamers have done so well up front, he's never been quite under the pressure now to deliver, so England need him to get a wicket.
And he's taking his time just setting his field here. Parkinson wants to get it exactly right, adjusting his protection in the deep on the leg side, and he comes now erring onto the pads of Babar, who works it to short square leg for no run. This will be a test of the concentration of these 2 batters as well. They're starting to find their timing and their placement a little bit. They've raised the tempo. How will they deal with Parkinson? And down the track comes Babar. Just flicks that to mid-wicket for no run.
I like the field for Stokes. Stokes has given him. He's brought up mid-off as well. Sorry, long off up to mid-off. And they said to Babar, if you want to go, there's an option for a boundary.
In comes Parkinson. This time Babar just leaning forward in defence. Pushes to extra cover for no run.
Which therefore obviously gives us a better chance of getting a wicket. He's obviously pushed him back now, back end of the over. But I quite like that bit of captaincy there, trying to be proactive.
Parkinson in once again. A bit fuller this time and driven to that exact fielder that Ian Bell described at long off. And a single taken. 1 ball to come in this Parkinson over. And looking forward to talking more and more with Ian Bell today. You're going to give him a little break in a moment, but I'll pick his thoughts again. As Parkinson just turned into the leg side that time by Imam-ul-Haq. Very busy cricketer, takes that 1 very quickly. He was always looking for a second. Babar was always committed to the 1. So after 22 overs, Pakistan going at exactly 4 runs an over, 88 for 1. The Pakistan fans in the crowd, some of whom have made a huge effort. I can see some Pakistan fans down in the Drayton Manor stand, dressed in all sorts of attire. There's a character I remember meeting a couple of summers ago in the World Cup. He calls himself the Paxican, the Pakistani Mexican.
Oh yeah. What was he? What was the outfit?
He's got a sombrero on. He's got like a big Pakistan flag themed poncho, and it's got like glittery sequins on it.
It's all happening.
Oh god, it's an explosion of colour. Stokes to continue, full onto the pads of Imam, who just flicks this out to Gregory in the deep on the leg side, and they take a single. It's been a nice little recovery, this, from Pakistan, but as Ian Bell was saying as well, this is a good chance for England to test out a plan B and a plan C, which hence, thus far, Pakistan haven't put in any kind of play.
You said earlier today when we first got on air that the key for Pakistan is to bat out 50 overs, and they are the sort of side that if they lay a platform, they can explode in terms of fire, runs at the back end of the innings.
Stokes is in, wide outside the off-stump and cut nicely by Babar. Overton's going to have to do a lot of work from a squarish third to a more fine third. And the batters get back for 2, 91 for 1.
I think it was pretty obvious that as well as England had performed, Pakistan were massively underperforming in terms of the power play. They just didn't give themselves a chance. So today they have rallied. They've managed to give themselves something to work with. And then they've still got 2 high-quality batters at the crease with depth to come. So it becomes a very different game. And England, like you say, now have to go into the BEC plans, the thinking, how they're going to extract the wicket.
As this partnership continues to build. In comes Ben Stokes. This time a little bit straighter. Babar just pushes to the leg side for no run. Loud call of nay, which means no. If you couldn't guess, 91 for 1. I also think the way Babar has approached his innings today has been very impressive in the sense that he didn't put any kind of scoreboard or run rate pressure on himself. He was happy to just see off Saqib Mahmood, showed great discipline in not going after anything in that channel, made sure he was firmly in control of anything that was on his stumps. As Stokes comes in again, full ball, worked again to that fielder at mid-wicket, and this time Babar goes with the call of no. He's being bilingual out there at the moment. From nay to no in one ball. But yeah, that sense of discipline is more present, and this is something we talked to Ian Bell about as well. Like the great batters, they can bring that to their game. They can be calm in the most stormiest of passage in their career.
Yeah, and that's the mind, right? The mind is where most of the game kind of happens, really.
A short ball from Ben Stokes. Babar ducks underneath it. He gives a glance to the umpire on the leg side, who's unmoved. Though the other umpire does that move from the Macarena, where you touch your shoulder, just to signify the one for the over.
The Macarena. Yeah, I think the hardest thing as a batter is the controlling your brain, what shot options you got, while the pressure is telling you to do this, that or the other. If the best players can park things and just take out the bits of information they need to execute a game plan.
So in comes Stokes once again. Sort of a slottish length, which has been driven at by Babar. The thick outside edge. Overton fields, but he's got a lot of ground to look after there, Overton. They make it back for 2. Pakistan 93 for 1 now after 23 overs.
Well, we didn't see Ben Stokes bowling a huge amount in the last game. He's just having a moment here.
He's having a chat with the umpire, isn't he? I think they're just checking that front foot. Everybody paused for a moment while he had that conversation. It was like that moment in the office where the boss is yelling at somebody and everybody stops doing their work to pay attention.
Yeah, but even this, Ben Stokes hasn't had to, understandably, he's come in to lead, but he wasn't really called upon too much. The others kind of delivered when it came to wickets. It was great to see, and I'm sure he allowed them to perform. Now you sense that because they're looking for a breakthrough of some sort, he might have to bowl a few more overs today as an option to try out. So he's bowled just 2 so far, and it's still early into the game. I don't think we've seen him really come in a huge amount with overs in the last 2 games, so he will be required to help break this Pakistani partnership.
He will indeed. It's Parkinson now, the top of his run, and he comes to Imam-ul-Haq, who drives him down the ground to long on. Imam will move on to 46, closing in on that milestone. He scored 0 and then 1 in his first 2 innings on this tour. He knows he's a better player than that, but he's got a lot of detractors in Pakistan. Often happens with a player of a second or a third generation cricketer. And he's also tremendously skilled, as he's demonstrating today. Parkinson in now, and Babar just works that to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
I'm just wondering if you consider taking him, just popping him over the top. He can hit with the spin. He's used his feet just there, but it is on offer.
He's thinking about it, as in comes Parkinson. This time he smashed it. Oh, just over the head of that mid-off fielder. Babar Azam put everything behind that shot, and he had to. He had the one man to clear, and just as Ebony Rain from Brent said it happened. 98 for 1.
I'm surprised he left that option open. So he's got mid-on back, but mid-off up, and the ball spins that way. So it's kind of the natural arc is to go up over mid-off. So it's just too much of a tempter not to give it a go.
Well, you're always in play with that fielder, though, as down the track comes Babar again. This time driving the ball up to long on. He's approaching his own milestone now as Babar. He's on 43 not out. Pakistan 99 for 1. It's been a terrific partnership for them, and we haven't been able to say that a lot over the last 3 games.
This makes sense to me. So the ball's coming back into the left-hander, and he's got protection to hit with the spin. So
Parkinson in again. This time the ball's just been dabbed past that fielder at short third. There's no one down there. It's racing away. 2 fielders are in pursuit. The Fakhar applauds his teammates. They get back for 3 in the end. An excellent piece of running that by the Pakistanis. A very deft stroke as well, as Imam-ul-Haq onto 49, and that shot also brought up the Pakistan 100. 102 for 1 after 23.5 overs. More on Pakistan's journey to that 100 mark from Andy Zaltzman at the end of the over. And, well, big cheers from this Edgbaston crowd. There's a lot of a big Pakistani contingent here, as we say. The Barmi army's here, the Stani army's here, and there's a crowd looking for a contest. In comes Parkinson now, this time driven down to long off by Babar Azam. He moves on to 44. 24 overs gone. Pakistan 103 for 1. Looking like they might actually challenge England today. Wouldn't that be something? A few thoughts from you, Andy Zaltzman, and in a minute, Ebony Rainford-Brent. You're going to be joined by the amazing Alison Mitchell.
Pakistan's first 50 took 13.4 overs, their second 10.1, but more of an acceleration in the last 6 or 7 overs. Big challenge for Matt Parkinson bowling to Babar Azam, one of the finest players of leg spin in his one-day international career. 480 runs against leg spin, out just 4 times, so he averages 120 against leg spin. Doesn't necessarily score that fast, less than a run a ball, but this is an interesting and large test for England's young leg spinner.
Thank you, Andy. Hello, Ebbs.
Hey,
hello,
Andy.
Everybody. Here is England's captain, Ben Stokes, bowling to Babar Azam, who's on 44. Stokes bowls. It just moves away fraction. He's able to clip it off his leg square, past the umpire along the ground in a controlled fashion. And Babar moves forward for a single. He's on 45. 104 for 1 then in this 25th over. It is a test, isn't it? Because a test for Stokes and his captaincy now as well, because let's face it, he hasn't really been pushed in the first 2 matches. The wickets have come at regular intervals. Everything has gone England's way. So interesting passage of play.
Yeah, just the 1 over for him in the first game. And since then, it hadn't been required.
Imam on 49. Stokes gives him one. He's able to dab it down to third man outside. That off stump. And the single brings up 50 for Imam-ul-Haq. A return to form for the Pakistan opener. Struggling in the first 2 matches. It has the Pakistan crowd on their feet. It's a 10th one-day international 50 for Imam-ul-Haq as he punches gloves with Babar Azam and raises his bat to acknowledge those green-clad Pakistan fans in the crowd. And Pakistan 105 for 1. Stokes over the wicket again now to Babar, who's pulling him fiercely and ferociously out to deep mid-wicket. It's along the ground. There's a fielder there. Malan fields. Sends the ball back into the centre, and another one is taken.
A sense of relief for Imam-ul-Haq, right? Got off the mark with the boundary on the leg side. Got a bit of luck early on with that review that England didn't take. And he had to battle, it felt like, for that first part of the power play. But since then, he's opened up. He's played some good shots. And you feel that if he can help build this partnership with Babar Azam, then all of a sudden the game could be on.
Get the details of the 50 from Andy shortly as Stokes is around the wicket. Oh, and he's edged a thick-edged 4 down to the fine deep third boundary. No slips, of course, they're just the keeper, but for Simpson it was way beyond him. And Ben Stokes turns, doesn't look overly pleased. Pakistan are 110 for 1. All of a sudden a couple of boundaries and the runs are coming. Imam's flashing and flashing hard.
Yeah, he was looking to get that a little bit squarer, but got that thick outside edge. But just too much width really offered there from Stokes. Allowed him to throw the hands at it and got away with it.
Let's see how he adjusts his line here. He's going to come around the wicket to Imam, who's now on 54. Stokes is there, gives him a bouncer, and he pulls away from the shot, but pulls away by, because he's shaped as if to pull or play the hook. He then dropped the hands and brought that bat down in a swoosh and was able to watch the ball through to the keeper, Simpson. So a bit of a change of tack. He knew, or at least at the last moment remembered, that there was a deep square leg and a fine leg as well, back on the fence. Bright sunshine now at Edgbaston. There's still cloud overhead, but there's pockets of blue sky. The sun's peeping out from one of those pockets right now. Stokes around the wicket. It takes a bit of pace off, and Imam waits for it, dabs it to deep third once more. Pick up and throw comes in, and a single for Pakistan and for Imam. He's on to 55 then, off 69. Babar's with him on 46. Pakistan after 25 overs, so the halfway stage, 111 for 1. Andy, have you got the Stats on Imam.
66 balls to reach his half century. He'd hit 6 fours at that point. He's slashed another one since then. It's his 17th score of 50 or more in one-day international cricket, 7 of which he's converted into hundreds. Just his second against England in 8 innings. But his previous half-century score, he did manage to take to 151. That was in Bristol in the warm-up series before the 2019 World Cup. And his form had slightly declined. He went into that World Cup with an ODI average of 60. It's now 50 overall, but since the start of the World Cup, averaging 37. Difficult series until now, out 2 times in 3 balls before today, but a fine innings today, and he's scored off 12 consecutive balls before a dot ball in that over.
I was thinking, will they be looking back at that review that they didn't look at, and
sure
how that
would.
might change the tone of this game, right?
That's right, that was in the opening over, wasn't it? An LBW shout to Imam, and Stokes chose not to review it, but yet 3 reds, and he would have been gone if he had. So Imam has... Sometimes you need a little bit of fortune, don't you? And he's had a second life, if you like, today, and made the most of it.
It's nice to see the Pakistan fans cheering, so like getting into it as well, because it hasn't been great when the bat's been concerned.
No, they haven't had much to get behind so far. Parkinson continuing, and forward comes Imam, who defends into the onside. No run. Parkinson ball in hand again. Ready to bowl once more. It leans forward before he does and wipes his hand on the turf, either to dry a bit of sweat or to remove a bit of loose dirt. Parkinson, a whirl of arms in again, turned square along the ground in controlled fashion by Imam, and jogs languidly down to the far end as the throw comes back in from the deep. 5 overs from Saqib Mahmood of control, 1 for 14. Lewis Gregory was a little more expensive, 16 runs off his 4 overs. There's Parkinson. He's in now to Babar Azam, forward. Single out to the cover boundary. It brings a man in off the fence, about 2/3 of the way in to field. Pakistan 113 for 1 in his 26th over. Parkinson tosses himself a catch. A few steps up now to bowl. Babar's forward, he hit it hard. Now it's into the ground and then into the one hand of Parkinson. He's rather wringing his hand. He's now studying his finger. Now, where did that strike him?
He's just having a look. He used his feet nicely there, Imam, and drilled it into the floor. So no issue, but it hit him on his left hand pretty high up, so luckily non-bowling hand.
Saved a run, though. There's Parkinson's in again, and Babar's forward, bowled in! Lunging forward, Imam in defensive fashion, and Parkinson has got one through. Breaking up a really important partnership, and Imam can't believe it. He looks up towards the sky. He's made a 50, but he's gone for 56. Pakistan are 113 for 2.
He got that one really to grip, actually. Brilliant seam position, 45-degree angle. Edgbaston does take some spin. We saw almost 2 balls before. It was a bit too short, but it gripped and turned, and it was just a little sign, and I think he realised, right, let's get one right up there. It's not often you see that in a white ball game, the balls turn that much.
It really did grip. Turned back past the inside edge. There was a bit of a gap, wasn't there, between the bat and the pads as he was lunging forwards, but he's just swinging his bat as he goes off. Imam not happy with himself. He worked hard to get himself in, played some flourishing strokes, was getting into rhythm, scoring shot after scoring shot, but a welcome wicket for England. They needed that.
Yeah, they really did. I think it's one of those ones that obviously you're always upset to get out, but ultimately it was a very, very good ball. You don't see the ball spin that much, especially this early in a game sometimes, but Edgbaston's surface looked like it a little bit drier there, and it did grip and take the turn and surprised Imam-ul-Haq. So the game can change now. This feels like a proper match. It's got a bit of everything. You know, England could get into it if they put some pressure on, but equally Pakistan now have enough batting depth that they could post a reasonable score. So there's going to be a good middle overs tussle now.
And it's something a series is needed from a point of view of a little bit of tension. You know, a little bit like, you know, England going 1-0 up as they did in the World Cup final. I mean, it would have been great as an England fan just to sit back and see that one see through 90 overs.
Don't do it, Ali. Don't do it. We're just recovered in you.
Sometimes sport needs some tension.
Yeah.
But no, there's a chance for Pakistan in this game, and the supporters know it. The run rate has not been much to write home about, but it has improved. It's now more than 4 and over. But you're right, it's about the depth. It's about can they string partnerships together now. Yes, that first partnership of note for the second wicket has been broken. They came together when there was just 21 runs on the board, so Babar and Imam taking Pakistan to 113. Now out comes Mohammad Rizwan, of course newly successful PSL winning captain. And there's a slip in place, so Zach Crawley is standing to the right behind the shoulder of John Simpson. Rizwan leans forward with his bat, wipes away a little bit of loose dirt.
That one that turned as well is going to be the back of his mind, whereas before you might have thought, OK, it's looking OK, I can knock it around. He'll be conscious of grip off the surface.
Yep, with the right-hander, the ball now turning away from the bat. And there's going to be another fielder in the offside now, with short extra cover. Just if he goes for a drive outside the off stump. We've got an extra cover and a short extra cover. So slip, backward point, short extra, and mid-off. And then two inside the circle on the onside, one just behind square, and a mid-on in place as well. Crowd getting a little impatient now. We'll see how Rizwan goes. Here's Parkinson in Rizwan's first ball. He's defending. Got well forward, smothered any spin. I'm not sure about the impatience. I think it's the England fans, really, wasn't it? Wanting to cheer on, encourage Matt Parkinson. Because there was oohs and ahs when that ball was replayed on the big screen, because it pitched outside off, turned to take middle and off. And Imam left a little bit bamboozled. 113 for 2 then, after 26 overs.
Yeah, and I think that's why they just set that field that they just did. They put a lot of protection in close on the extra cover boundary, but left a huge gap, saying if you fancy playing across the line, go for it, because they know now the ball's turning. Sorry.
I mentioned how good Babar Azam has been against leg spin. Rizwan, not so in one-day international cricket. He's been out 5 times for 85 runs against leg spin.
Well, now he's got to face up to Ben Stokes. It's Babar, though, who's down the ground. It's fielded, though, cut off mid-on. But it was hit with some firmness by Babar, as if to say, right, captain, I'm not going to allow this wicket to really halt our momentum. And it was all stopped in the end by Brydon Carse to save more than the one. So Rizwan down at the striker's end to face the England captain with ball in hand. He hasn't bowled it a great deal through the series, Ben Stokes, and of course that finger will still be giving him some discomfort, because he's come back into international cricket without it being fully ready. Full outside off, and he's forward. Rizwan looking to drive, a misfield will enable them to scamper through for 1. Pakistan move on to 115 for 2. And Saqib with a misfield at mid-off.
It's good to see Rizwan being positive. I think there's one thing is a team that's been under pressure, you could almost come in and sort of try and hunker down, but actually it's important to keep the run rate ticking. It's not high, just under 4.5, but it's important just to look to be positive.
Babar Azam not far off the 50 himself. He's on 48. Stokes is in, back of a length, pulled, well controlled, rolled the wrists, keeping the ball down. Takes a single to deep square leg. Fielder is there to pick up in front of the Hollies stand. And Stokes marches back to his mark. It was interesting listening to Ben Stokes on 5 Live last night with Ellie Oldroyd, and just saying how, the finger, it's not ideal, him coming back at this stage, but I think he's just the warrior that he is. Took the call, he answered the call, so you don't turn down when your country is in need. So almost willing to take the risk, if you like. Back of a length, Rizwan quickly onto it, a flashing pull shot for 4, perfectly timed and brilliantly placed, bisecting the 2 fielders on the boundary at deep square leg and at fine leg. Really well timed and well connected.
Yeah, had to do well there, because it was getting big on him, Rizwan there, and he's not the tallest of batters, so he had to sort of make sure he got the hands up as high as he could and then try and control it down. And equally as well, he read the angle of where he needed the boundary.
Oh, flash of the blade. Stokes, right arm over, short one again, and he's gone for it. Down the leg side, though, taken by the keeper. Wide is signalled, and Stokes is looking across to the umpires, if to say, oh, really? Richard Illingworth says, I'm afraid so, Benjamin. You don't get away with too many down the leg side in a one-day game. He did bang it in short. He's tempting him, isn't he, to offer a catch, maybe a top edge to one of those 2 men back on the fence.
Yeah, I think it's also because he's not the tallest of batters. You know that if you get an awkward height it'd be hard for him to control. So I think he's just thinking, right, let's set him up. There's 2 back, dead on square, and then more of a wide fine leg.
Stokes in now, outside the off stump, dabbed towards deep third, scampering that first single, wanting a second, but Babar saying no, just be the one. Which means that Babar will be on strike for the last ball of the over, needing 1 for his 50. That would be a welcome landmark for the Pakistan captain to notch up. 0-19 so far in this one-day series for a batsman of such class as Babar. Is wonderful when he gets into full flow, and we've already seen some beautifully aesthetically pleasing shots today. Stokes setting his field, keeping deep third there, maybe asking backward point to swing a little finer. Babar on 49, and Stokes is in. Oh, it's a bit of a thickish outside edge. It's well fielded by backward points, and probably good that Stokes had asked him to swing a little bit finer. It was a good stop, saved the single.
Yeah, it's Phil Salt, isn't it? You could see that. I wonder if he was just thinking that he knew he was going to offer that ball. He put a little bit more pace on it, so the ball was going to go finer. And he did the job. Azam trying to work it, use the pace. And a good bounce for Phil Salt, who cleaned it up nicely going to his left.
So Babar Azam stays on 49, Rizwan on 6. Pakistan 1-2-2 for 2 after 27 overs. And that's because Fakhar Zaman was caught by Crawley off the bowling of Saqib Mahmood in just the 5th over of the match. So England striking early again. It was a decent catch taken high, second slip by Crawley. And then Imam-ul-Haq short time ago, bowled by Parkinson, who has the ball in his hand again. There's a slip in place for Rizwan, the new bat, who's looking to sweep top edge into the ground, just beyond the outstretched arm of John Simpson. Flirting a little bit and opting to sweep against the turn.
Got to watch out with John Simpson, haven't we, after the take he did the other day. Ball drifting down the leg and just a bit of a pop-up at the end, which was maybe half a metre a bit too wide.
Parkinson, blonde-haired, in again. There's a sweep, and he has connected really well with that for 4. Behind square on that leg side. Lewis Gregory was fielding at deep mid-wicket, getting nowhere near it. And that was a sweet connection.
And really good. This is very good from Rizwan. He's come in when there could have been a danger that Pakistan lose momentum. He's played good shot options here. That's a traditional flat sweep. Hard hands, but also very controlled. Into the leg side, perfectly placed.
It's brought a change in the field now, with Saqib Mahmood asked to field in that exact spot where the boundary went. He's inviting it again, but he's missed the sweep, and there's an appeal. Oh, it's given wide. There was an appeal for impossible catch behind, was it? They think it might have come off the edge of the bat.
Yeah, I think he was hoping for a tickle.
Have to be careful now, because yes, there is a fielder there to save the boundary, but also for a top edge. Forward this time with a little nudge defence, taking a single. Simpson underarms it back to the stumps and misses. He had his back still to the stumps, and he was exactly square on, so he only really had, if you like, one stump to aim at from sideways. And did he look between his legs and parry it back then?
I think he did. Well, first of all, Rizwan is looking to really apply pressure.
That wasn't quite between the legs.
Yeah, but it was smart though, wasn't it? Yeah. Just got it out as quick as he could.
Rizwan scampering 1. Babar Azam on 49. Parkinson in. He stood up and squeezes it past mid-on for the single that brings up the 50. The Pakistan captain finding some form. First real innings of note in this series for Babar Azam, his 18th ODI 50. Meets Rizwan in the centre of the pitch to punch gloves. And more cheer for the Pakistan fans here as Pakistan look to build a score in this 28th over. Rizwan facing up to Parkinson. Forward in defence this time. The ball running off the inside half of the bat. Picked up by the keeper. And no run. We've seen some well-controlled strokes from Babar in the course of that 50 as Parkinson's in. Little pedal sweep, dinks it beyond the outstretched arm of Simpson, running away towards the sight screen. Crawley is chasing back from his position at slip, picks up, and they've run 2. You feel when Parkinson's on that something might just happen, but Babar Azam has reached his 50. Rizwan's with him on 13. Ebony Rainford Brent is making way for former Pakistan all-rounder Azam Mahmood at 131 for 2. Andy, what can you tell us about Babar Azam's 50?
72 balls with 5 fours, his 31st score of 50 or more in one international cricket, 13 of which he's converted into centuries. It's his 7th 50 against England, and he likes this ground. He's now 182 runs in 3 innings without being dismissed since a failure against India in 2017, 31 not out against South Africa in the Champions Trophy, a magnificent match-winning 101 not out against New Zealand in the World Cup, and now undefeated on 50 today.
And of the 7th 50 against England, that's out of how many matches he's played against England. As Lewis Gregory is in a change of bowling, and it's driven to mid-on, sprawling stop, and it saves the single. So Ben Stokes is taking a breather. Brydon Carse doing the fielding, 131 for 2.
It's his 19th innings against England, and the 4th of the last 6 in which he's reached 50. That naught in the first match was a very rare failure.
Here is Gregory, and now to Azam. Just seems to hurry onto him a little bit. He looks down the pitch a little suspiciously, so he wasn't expecting it to kick up in the way that it did. He wanders down the pitch, gives a little prod at the turf now. Azam, welcome back. What do you make of the 50?
He must be a lead man. Well played, Babar Azam. He done some hard time in this morning. There was a lot of questions being asked, but he held his nerves and played brilliantly. And we know he's #1 player in the world, and he can do that.
He waits now for Gregory's in outside the off stump, waits for that, guides it down to deep third, jogs 3 for 1. Moves on to 51.
Just a little more on his half-century, 72 balls, as I said, and to show how well England have restrained him today of his 31 50-plus scores. That's the joint 24th slowest in terms of balls taken to reach 50, and much the slowest of his 7 50-plus scores in 19 innings against England. The other 6 had all been made in fewer than 60 balls.
It's be interesting to see how he paces his innings from here, and looking at how Pakistan can get up to a competitive total as Gregory's in, offers plenty of width outside the off stump, slashing away Rizwan. And a single to deep cover where Saqib Mahmood is fielding, fires the ball back into Gregory.
One thing you will see with Rizwan, rotating the strike, he's a really good, busy player against spinner. He won't let spinner settle down, and he's the attacking player. And with Babar, he always run really well between the wicket.
Yeah, already you could see him do some drop and runs, keen to rotate the strike. Gregory in, heaved over the leg side, Babar Azam for 6. Oh, tremendous strike of the ball. And Pakistan fans are on their feet once more. They've had a fair amount to cheer about in this match so far, and they haven't had in the first 2 games. They enjoyed that.
Yeah, just take the pace off, and he picked the length so early and hit in front of the mid-wicket. What a shot that was.
Sailing into the lower reaches of the stand. Now, the ball will have to be cleaned. It's been brought back to the umpire. A little bit of hand sanitizer distributed to both fielder and to Lewis Gregory before he continues.
Babar played for Somerset, and he knows Gregory really well, what his strength and weakness are. That's always helped when you played in the same team and you face him over the nets.
Yeah, he would have been looking out for that slower ball with the roll of the wrists. Picked it perfectly, heaved it. Eventually the signal of 6 came from the umpire, a little belatedly. Last ball of the Gregory over. Azam on 57. He's in now. Beautiful little late dab by Babar to take another 1. He'll keep the strike and take Pakistan to 140 for 2 with Babar on 58, Rizwan on 14. A few more thoughts from Azam Mahmood, and then it'll be Charles Dagnall.
Babar is more fluent now, and when he's playing the ball towards the third man, that's the time he's more comfortable at the crease. And after spending some time at the crease, now he's looking more dangerous and dangerous.
Hello, Azza.
Hello, Charles.
How are you?
I'm all right, man.
Marvellous. I'm sure you're in much better spirits with Pakistan 140 for 2. Matt Parkinson, 1 for 24 of his 6, continues from the city end, twirls his arms, and down the track comes Babar Azam. He doesn't quite get all of it, and going over the top of mid-off, it will go for 4. However, it was a little clanky. The sound wasn't sweet off the middle of the bat. Even though it's gone for 4, a slight moral victory to Matt Parkinson. 144 for 2, but Babar Azam now to 62.
They're coming down the wicket, use his feet, and mid-off was up and going over the top. You don't have to hit it for 6, you just need to beat the fielder.
And that he did, just as Parkinson bowls a straighter delivery. That's beautifully played, just nudged. Lovely soft hands by Babar Azam. It just skims down. Very fine leg, and Saqib Mahmood shuffles around to do the fielding. A single taken. Azam to 63, and it's 145 for 2. But obviously the shot choice from Babar Azam was absolutely right. Mid-off up inside the circle, commit to the shot. And it just wasn't quite timed well. I'm sure his heart was in his mouth for a moment as Parkinson bowls a flatter delivery this time, and Rizwan defends Simpson round the back of the stumps to tidy up.
Parkinson bowled really slow. It's very difficult to get him on. It was not the quickest one. If you bowl slightly quicker, it's easier to hit over the top. But
gives it air, and that's down the leg side. It is going to be caught. I thought it just came off a glove as he tried to sweep Rizwan, and it just dropped in front of John Simpson. And for a moment, it looked as though Rizwan could have been in trouble. Did he get a bit of glove on this?
Yes,
I think he did. Rizwan would have had to have had cat-like reflexes and 6 feet arms to have taken the catch, but
Rizwan is a busy player. He will keep sweeping him. That's his go-to shot against spinners. And then he might look at the extra cover as well. So that's 2 shots, against this guy.
I like Rizwan. He's got a bit of swagger as Parkinson bowls on the back foot, and as you mentioned, that busy nature of Rizwan as he hurriedly takes a single, just pushing it into the offside. Well played. 15 not out to Rizwan. 146 for 2.
He's a fighter. He was captain of Multan Sultan. We were lost 5 games, and he was saying, we are the champion from the day one. He had a first meeting, and saying to the boys, we are champion. If we work to our discipline, if we work hard on practice session, then we can convert this into the game. And he's a hard-working guy.
Babar waits for Park. Carries on, and he makes room for himself outside of the leg stump, guides it through the offside in the sunshine for another single. He looks now as has found his flow, Babar Azam, and this is worrisome for England. He's 64 not out off 80 deliveries, and at the end of the 30th, Pakistan 147 for 2. A little bit like, though, Sarfaraz. And I love Sarfaraz because he is an in-your-face type of player. He's nuggety, he's a battler and a fighter, and much like Mahmood, obviously both keepers, but just like their attitude towards the game.
Yeah, both of them got brilliant attitude. Rizwan especially, for last year or so, he's been phenomenal with the bat, and the keeping is amazing. Every time Pakistan in trouble, he's the guy who come in and perform for Pakistan.
Gregory to continue from the pavilion end. A slowish delivery gets pulled by Babar Azam through the onside. Didn't quite time it, but good enough to get out for a single. 148 for 2.
Babar is cutting loose, but he needs to be sensible. He needs to bat the whole 50 overs. That's what Pakistan want from him, and I'm sure he will do the same thing. Don't just throw your wicket away. We saw in Pakistan previous game, batsman gets in and then throw their wickets away.
Gregory close to the stumps, a slower delivery, which he just rolls his fingers over the side of the ball like an off-cutter, and it's guided with a moves to 16. And that's the thing, if Babar Azam does stay in until the 50th over, then Pakistan are going to be 300 plus. That
Yeah, absolutely.
The ability, his ability. Five in the ring, come closing in, and a short delivery is pulled, and it's just pulled over mid-wicket, and it's going out towards the boundary. It's just saved, I think, by... Is it
Carse? I think Carse.
Brydon Carse it is, yes, well done. And just a couple of runs onto the total, but Pakistan 150 is up, 152 for 2.
Brilliant stop. Great commitment from Carse. big fast bowler. You won't see from the Pakistani side.
Yeah, less intended to do that kind of fielding as a short delivery and almost playing on. I fancy it was a slow ball bouncer by Lewis Gregory, and Rizwan was through his shot very early and he almost bottom edged it into the stumps. It goes hopping through to John Simpson.
He's a compulsory puller, not a bad option against him, taking the pace off and bowling the slow bouncer.
He did, he almost played on, swinging the ball or swinging the bat so hard, such quick hands. He got a little edge on it just past the stumps. Here's Gregory again, gets turned into the onside for a very easily taken single. Nicely played from Mohammad Rizwan, just hitting the maker's name, and Crawley running round from mid-wicket. Lovely day now in Birmingham. The clouds have properly parted. There is one or two gloomy looking bullet grey clouds hovering, but nothing's dropping. It's nicely broken. There's lots of blue around and around the ground as well for Bobby Willis. As Lewis Gregory bowls another short ball. Oh, swatted away powerfully, but there's a fielder out on the boundary edge. It's Craig Overton at deep square. Goodness, that was hammered by Babar Azam. He gets a single and it goes out at the end of the over. 31 overs gone, 154 for 2. Babar is 69 not out. Rizwan is 17. Anyway, what have you been up to? I've not seen you in ages, has he?
I've been doing the franchise cricket around the world, so I was doing the T10 before, and then after that,
over in the UAE?
UAE, and then PSL in UAE as well.
Yeah.
So in between, I got COVID myself, and away from England for 4 months. So because the kids were with me in UAE, and then they got COVID as well.
Oh, dear Lord.
And homeschooling.
How's your teaching then?
Oh, my teaching is really poor. Not great. Not great.
Really?
My missus, all right. But, homeschooling, because they were having the school from the room. So it was okay. In the end, it worked well for us. And we, as a family, stayed together for a long period of time, which is really, really good.
I mean, that has been one of the bonuses. There might be limited amount of work and obviously staying at home, and I understand, but I'm with you. The amount of time I've managed to spend with my daughter, never get again. It's incredible. So there are little plus points from that, and everyone has different views, of course, but take out of it what you can. Well, I'm glad you're over that.
Yes.
And you're with us.
Thank you.
Which we're delighted about, rather than you bowling bouncers at me, which you used to do. 154 for 2.
Don't have enough pace there.
It was enough for me. Here comes Parkinson. Flat delivery is cut away by Babar out towards deep point, and he'll pick up yet another single. Into the 70s he goes. I don't know why you did that as well. I don't know, you got some kind of weird thrill, gratification from bouncing me. You never bounced anybody else, but you used to bounce me, and we used to get on.
Yeah, I love my friends, I keep asking the questions.
Funny way of showing it. Don't buy me any birthday presents or Christmas presents, would you? 155 for 2. Now, long on has gone back. Sun out here at Edgbaston as Parkinson scurries in, and this is worked away through the offside off the back foot by Rizwan. Single taken, and Pakistan 156 for 2. What I've liked about Rizwan, who moves to 18, his use of the crease is so good.
Yeah, he used his crease, he used his feet, and the depth of his crease very well. So,
such quick feet as well, as Babar just stands there and slaps it straight back up the pitch for a single out towards long on. 157 for 2. I mean, yeah, because of that busy nature and his quick feet, obviously from his keeper, gets into positions early, can adjust depending on the delivery bowled. Googly is bowled by Parkinson and almost squeezes through the defences of Mohammad Rizwan. That's very, very cleverly bowled.
Brilliant bowling. Great googly. I didn't think he picked it. No, it's a quicker one, eh? Feel like not quicker one.
Just carried, maybe a sort of
hold
flipper.
his line. Yeah.
Some flipper out the front of the hand, perhaps. Parkinson again had his flat delivery, and Rizwan content to go onto the back foot and play it up towards long on. And this is the good thing that Rizwan is doing. There's a little bit of the throw coming in, hit the stumps and forced England to hurry around to back it up, so another single wasn't stolen. But yeah, the other thing was, he's edged it. That's why the disappointed and long faces from Parkinson and Simpson. That googly that we said beat the bat actually just caught an inside edge. We've seen it on DRS as Parkinson bowls. A quick single taken to mid-off. Stokes is in, the captain, and Babar picks up a single to conclude the 32nd over. Babar 72 and Rizwan is 19. 159 for 2. Yeah, just a thin inside edge.
Pakistan in bowling quicker today than normal. Normally he bowled 48 miles an hour. Today, 50, 51. That was a quicker one there.
It goes down as a chance. A tough one. Never easy between bat and pad, especially of an inside edge, because the keeper's hands are in. They've got so little time to get into the necessary position.
Always difficult inside edges, it's not easy. Keeper is looking for the ball to coming from the right of the bat, so it's come inside the bat. It's very difficult.
He's a proper keeper as well, John Simpson. He's got a super pair of hands. Anyway, a chance goes begging, and Gregory to continue the attack from the pavilion end. It runs away from us, bowls what looks like a nice juicy half volley, but it's not quite timed by Babar Azam. Finds its way to Stokes at mid-off.
If you see, because he's been playing T20 cricket, he's tried to hit that ball too hard. Normally, like when he's playing in one-day format, he can hit through the covers area, open his blade of his bat and hit through covers. You see, he's trying to hit too hard.
And that is another aspect of Babar Azam. I've watched him, and you've watched him far more than I. As Gregory, his Somerset teammate, gets hammered through the onside for 4. Don't bother chasing it. It's sat up, begged to be hit, and Babar gave it the treatment through mid-wicket. He pulls it, saw it so early, and Pakistan 163 for 2, and the flags flying proudly over to our left-hand side.
I think it's not a good bowling from Gregory here, because he's going to bowl the short ones, slow ones. You need to put the mid-wicket fielder back. You got a mid-wicket up there, but Babar always hit through mid-wicket area.
God, he's hammered that 50 partnership between the pair. Gregory, away from us, driven gloriously from Babar Azam. Only get a single for it as they canter to opposite ends, he and Rizwan. 164 for 2. The thing I liked is that Rizwan is 19 from 19. As soon as the wicket fell, he came to the crease, and it's about... England will have been looking to squeeze Pakistan. Rizwan hasn't allowed that to happen.
That's the quality of Rizwan, he's busy, he's taken pressure off Babar Azam, and Babar can play his game. We see he's cutting loose and playing his shots now.
Gregory, 31 on his back, pulls a full delivery. It's driven on the up for 4. What a shot that is from Mohammad Rizwan. It wasn't that bad a delivery. It was a little bit of lift off the surface, but the way that Rizwan adjusted, shuffled his feet back, allowed the bat to come through straight and hit it past mid-on, who was up inside the circle, was a thing of beauty. 168 for 2.
What an amazing shot. Look at the balance, his head position. A hit through the lines. Wow. Beautiful timing. Beautiful.
That is a good-looking shot. I hope that's on the BBC Sport website. Have a look at that one. Gregory bowls a little leg cutter, which is defended by Rizwan back up the pitch. Yeah, the thing I was going on to say about Babar is that I've seen him for Somerset playing T20 cricket, and he's at his best when he doesn't go chasing. He just allows things to manifest itself naturally.
Yeah, he got so much time, he played the ball so early, he picked the ball length so early, so he can play square off the wicket, go cover drives as well.
Gregory, last ball of the over, and gets a similar type of delivery, which Rizwan just turns a little bit more wristily to the right-hand side of Brydon Carse at mid-on. He'll pick up a single to end the over. 169 for 2. 33 overs gone. Rizwan 24. Babar 77 not out. Azam Mahmood, this is dangerous times for England in this third one-day international. Your thoughts on that before Atif Nawaz takes over from me?
I think brilliant from Rizwan and Babar here. Great partnership with Babar and Imam-ul-Haq before, and now Babar and Rizwan. And Pakistan heavily rely on these guys, and these guys are doing a good thing about Rizwan. He's rotating the strike, take pressure off Azam, and Babar can play his shots.
Absolutely he can, Azhar. They have shown a bit more character today, this Pakistan batting lineup, after that innings from Imam-ul-Haq and of course the early fall of Fakhar Zaman. They've come back very strongly. Two very dismal displays with the bat. They needed to spend some time out in the middle. They needed to compose themselves and play closer to their potential. That's exactly what they've done today.
I think that shows their mindset, as I always said, I was looking at a couple of changes in Pakistan lineup because knowing Pakistan, and they will definitely have a lot of pressure on the media back home in Pakistan, but they kept with the same team. So I think they know they lost a couple of games, but they back their players, they back their number one players, so which is really, really good sign to see that. And they carry that mindset to the pitch. Yes, you need little bit luck when you batting, and Imam got that luck, and in the end, he got 50 odd runs for himself, and that helped Pakistan to where they are right now, 169 for 2 after 33 overs.
Yes, they've batted very, very well, applied themselves. Not worried too much about that scoring initially. As we say, Babar took his time to get going, but he's one of those class players that can make that time up. The likes of, Joss Butler we talked about earlier. They know that they back themselves. They've got the quality that once they're in, they can accumulate runs very quickly, even out that strike rate. We talk about him not scoring early doors. Andy Zaltzman pointed out earlier, I think he went 13 deliveries without scoring in his first
14 dot balls before he got off the mark.
There you go, 14 dot balls without getting off the mark, and now he's within a couple of blows of being at 100 strike rate.
Yeah, he's nearly 90 strike rate, which is really, really good. And we know how he paces an inning, whenever he gets runs, so how quickly he can pace his innings, which is really, really good. And look at that now, 33 overs, 169, so easily Pakistan looking at more than 300 runs here.
You think so?
Oh, yeah, because these two guys, and then you got Sohaib Maqsood, power of Sohaib Maqsood, and then Shakeel, and then, they got a power hitter. The stage is set for the power hitter to come, Faheem, Ashraf, and Hasan Ali. He is been phenomenal with the bat and the ball since he come back into Pakistan's side after his injury. I think he got a 5-5-er, including 3 in the test match, 2 in one days, and he's been phenomenal
for Pakistan, with bat and ball. In the previous game, Hasan Ali, as you say, with a 5-er at Lords, gets himself on the honours board, 5 for 51. And then with the bat as well, there was a flourish late on from him, 31 from 17 deliveries. And, just a little preview of what may be to come. Pakistan, Azam Mahmood suggesting a 300-plus score. That would be some going. And it'll be an interesting challenge for this England side as well, one that they've not encountered yet. Andy Zaltzman.
The shape of Pakistan's innings, the first 50 took 82 balls, the second 50, 61 balls, so 21 balls fewer, the third 50, 40 balls, 21 balls fewer again, which suggests the fourth 50 is going to come off 19, and the fifth off -2, which could be pretty spectacular. In terms of Babar Azam's acceleration, 15 from his first 37 balls, 35 from his next 35, and since reaching 50, 27 off 17.
He's accelerating, as are the Pakistan team. As we talk about Pakistan, what will England need to do here, Azhar? I mean, we talked with Ian Bell a little bit earlier about having not seen Pakistan, not seen any English death bowling yet because they've not had a death to bowl at. Thus far, they've been dominant, but they'll need to demonstrate a different kind of strategy here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Saqib Mahmood is a good bowler. Definitely, we saw him in PSL, and I've worked with him, and he has the ability to bowl with the older ball. We will see him today.
Parkinson in now, and his first ball's just been played off an inside edge by Mohammad Rizwan to square leg for a single.
Yeah, we'll see him today, and rest of the bowler as well, so how they can bowl it in the death.
Andy Zaltzman.
It's got a fantastic thing from CricViz's Twitter feed on Parkinson's wicket.
As in comes the man himself, and this time thick outside edge. Just go down to deep third to Saqib Mahmood there for a single. Andy Zaltzman, sorry, you were saying? Let's hear that stat.
But apparently the ball that bowled out Imam-ul-Haq spanned 12 degrees. And that's the biggest spinning ball.
Parkinson in once again. Full ball driven down to long on. We're waiting with bated breath here, Andy.
He does bowl his overs quite fast. According to CricViz, that's the biggest spinning ball in terms of the angle of deviation to take a wicket across all formats of international cricket since their ball tracking data begins. And I think that goes back about 15 years.
Okay.
Wow. Down the track comes Babar Azam, and he's hammered that over long on into the fence. And we're going to double check that, but it looked like a 6 to me. What a brace that is from Babar Azam. There we go, we have confirmation that is a 6. Over long on, that is a shot of great authority, Azhar Mahmood.
What a shot that was, using his feet. And this was a quicker ball. It's not 48 miles an hour, but he picks his spot really well. Went over mid-off for 6.
In comes Parkinson now, once again this time. Babar happy to just drive it up to long on. He's on to 85, not out now. The fans will expect a big one from him today now. Been tremendous entertainment from him. Andy Zaltzman there with an incredible stat about Parkinson. You know what's interesting, Azhar? I was sitting with Charles Dagnall in the green room, and I'll tell you after this delivery, as Parkinson this time just defended back to him by the batter for no run. I kind of joked that it was a bit like the ball of the century, the way it turned, you know? There was something to it.
Oh, yeah, it was, really a great delivery, for definitely, not for the century, for the last 15 years.
Yes, well, there we go. Since the data exists. Well, Parkinson, he did just get hammered for 6, but he'll have something to look forward to in the highlights. 179 for 2, and he's ultimate.
Sorry, slightly misread there too. It's the biggest spinning ball to take a wicket in ODI history and the second biggest across all formats of international cricket since their ball tracking began. As I said, I think that goes back about 15 years. Extraordinary.
Well, we got to know now, Andy, and tell me after this delivery, as Carse is into his stride, he comes in and bowls, and Babar just flicks that down to fine leg for a single. 180 for 2 now after 34.1. What is the biggest spinning delivery? We want to know.
They haven't put that up on their Twitter feed yet. It's not coming from cricketers. I'll ask them.
180 for 2. Pakistan in a much healthier position here, far healthier than they've been in this entire series, and I dare say the healthiest a team has been in against England in ODI cricket this summer. As Carse comes in now to Rizwan, short and wide, and Rizwan hammers that along the ground. There is a protection out in the covers. Gregory gets the ball back in, 181 for 2. He's looking an imperious touch today, is Rizwan.
Yeah, as I said, he's a busy player. He will keep rotating strike whenever he gets the opportunity. He hit the boundary, odd boundary here and there. But he will move at the crease, He goes deep, he comes forward and, play the ball really late as well.
Brydon Carse, and he comes again. Full ball, Yorker length, and Babar attempted to dab that down to third man. Missed it altogether. In the end, it goes through to the keeper for no run. 181 for 2. What's Rizwan like? I mean, you was with you in the Multan Sultan's camp there. What was he like to spend time with?
He's a brilliant guy. Great human being, really down to earth. And, he's a fighter cricketer, when we lost 5 games, like he said, we are the champions from the day one, and he always speak to the boys like a champion. We are the champions, and we will be.
And you were, of course. In comes Brydon Carse again. Lots of pace on that one. Played with soft hands by Babar this time, and they run through for a quick single. 84 miles an hour that delivery, but Babar just dabbing it with ease. 182 for 2.
Great Yorker ball before, and there was a good length, but now Babar is so comfortable and, playing the ball so softly and getting single. So with Rizwan, that because they have the good understanding running between the wicket, and which is really, really good thing.
And batter of that class, you never really worry about your strike rate, do you? You always know you can pull it back. 182 for 2. Brydon Carse, what can he do? Short ball to Rizwan. It's been pulled away. Down to fine leg for a single. Parkinson out there. Bowls the ball back into the keeper. Another run to the Pakistan total.
One thing I will say, this is a much better pitch than the last 2 pitches where we played. It's a flatter and nice sun out. Apart from the new ball, nothing much for the bowlers itself.
Well, this might be the challenge for this England lineup today, to chase a big total. As in comes Brydon Carse, short and wide again. This time Babar can't get it past extra cover, and there is no run. So that's the end of the 35th over. Pakistan 183 for 2. And as you say, Azhar Mahmood, today might be a day where Phil Salt, James Vince, and Dawid Malan and all of the England top order demonstrate a different skill set, that of chasing a high score.
Yeah, definitely, because they are a strike player, and I haven't seen enough slow ball, variation in the Pakistan lineup for last 2 games. When someone have a strong hands, you need to take a pace off. Like a great option against Rizwan, because he got a strong hands. You need to take the pace off and vary your length as well.
So Predictaviz is telling us that the score is going to be 273. Just before you go, Azhar Mahmood, what's Azhar Mahmood Viz saying? What are they going to get?
I think they will get more than 8 run and over from here, but I think they're going to have more than that.
Well, we'll see if that comes true. Saqib Mahmood back into the attack, as his first ball's just been worked down to deep third for a single. And just as Saqib Mahmood has come back into the attack, we're going to let Azhar Mahmood take a little break. And Ebony Rainford Brent is going to be alongside me in a moment. It's been quite the fight back today from Pakistan. They've been put into bat, don't forget, by Ben Stokes, who won the toss. It was very, very overcast at the time. He thought the ball might swing, but now clear blue skies here in Birmingham. This crowd is going to see a real contest, possibly for the first time this summer. 184 for 2. As Saqib Mahmood in again, a bit shorter. Babar looking for the pull shot, missed times to mid-on, and there's no run. Ebony Rainford Brent, what do you make of this?
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? First of all, I'm pleased for the Pakistan fans who now know that there's a game on. If the score gets to that 273-100 range, which as it stands, and with the batting we saw, for example, Hasan Ali the other day, who went big at the back end of the game, you think that 300 is possible, then all of a sudden pressure throws the other way. So it's evolving nicely.
In comes Mahmood now, short and wide outside the off stump, beautifully cut by Babar Azam in the backward point region. There's an excellent sliding stop from Craig Overton. The batters get back for 2. Terrific stop there, actually, in the deep, applauded by the fans in the big old stand. So many different stands here with sponsored names here at Edgbaston. I remember looking up some of the stands on my way in. I saw the Drayton Manor stand. I thought, I know Drayton Manor. It's a theme park, isn't it? It turns out, yes, of course it is, because that's who sponsored that stand. So that's why it's called the Drayton Manor Park stand. Saqib Mahmood in once again, erring onto the pads of Babar, who flicks this down to fine leg. Again, the batters are looking for 2. Rizwan has insisted. And they've got back comfortably in the end. Good running by this Pakistani pair. Babar into the 90s now, 91 not out.
I think this is where the excitement to see Saqib Mahmood being tested. We now know how good he is up top. Bowling against one of the world-class players who's found some form in the middle overs. Can you find a way to penetrate? I think that will be a test of his skill.
In comes Saqib Mahmood now, short and wide, and again cut nicely in front of the sweeper this time. He will still get to it. He's going to be busy out there in the covers as Craig Overton if Saqib persists with that length. Pakistan 189 for 2. What's the thinking behind this short length outside off stump, Ebs?
Yeah, I think at the moment I was thinking about the surface isn't, apart from the one we saw from Parkinson, which obviously broke all records that I just heard Andy say, there isn't a huge amount, and so what you don't want to do is sort of just offer easy as you like full shots. I think he's trying to rough him up by getting it a little bit shorter, but it's not getting up enough. I don't think the pace of the wicket at the moment has threatened him.
Mahmood in again, this time Rizwan works the ball down to fine leg for a single. 190 for 2 now.
Yeah, we can just see with the way he set the field. Sorry, end of your over there.
Oh, of course, yeah, that's the end of the 36th over. 190 for 2 is the score. Saqib's finished 6 overs, 1 for 21. Rizwan on 30 not out, 29 deliveries. And Babar Azam, Pakistani captain, on 92 of 100 balls. And I had the great pleasure of being alongside Ebony Rainford Brent. Ebs, tell me what you're thinking.
Yes, I think he, pretty standard in the sense of he's got third and fine back. He's looking to sort of bang it into the surface, not allow them to get forward. But I feel that they're going to need a few more change-ups, the slower balls. Potentially, if they start going big, you might have to force them hitting one side of the wicket. That sort of T20 death over will start to come into play at some point.
It's Brydon Carse to continue. His first ball just rises off a length, and it's just been leaned on there by Mohammad Rizwan to extra cover for no run.
Interested to see how Carse goes. I've liked his action. I think he looks strong. I think he looks like a lot of pace. I would describe him as a trackable bowler. So with some bowlers, you can see them all the way. You see the seam position, and it comes down, and it doesn't do a huge amount of deviation at the moment. So there hasn't been a huge amount of mystery yet.
In comes Carse, short, and it's been pulled by Rizwan. Wide of the fielder. In fact, he bisects the fielders, a deep backward square leg and fine leg. And that is 4 runs right now. Pakistan finding that boundary with ease. 194 for 2. And the acceleration continues. Azam is looking good right now, Ebbs.
Yeah, looking really good. He tried to roll his wrist on that one, but it was just too short and ended up sitting up. So I have to say, Rizwan, I think, has played mostly the most standout innings for me. I think he could have lost momentum, but he's come in and kept things going.
As in comes Carse to Rizwan now, short and wide outside off stump. Played with soft hands down to fine third. Rizwan so busy, sprints that first run, looking for the second, but Babar keen to retain the strike. 195 for 2. Bang on, Ebbs. 35 of 32 for Rizwan. He's continued that momentum that Pakistan built with the partnership between Imam-ul-Haq and Babar Azam.
Yeah, there was a danger, isn't there? You lose a wicket, you're under pressure, you're 2-0 down, that you start to scratch around. He hasn't. From ball one, he's thrown the pressure back at England.
Well, he was the form batter for Pakistan coming into the series. As Carse now, short and wide again. Couldn't quite time his pull shot, Babar Azam. Plays to mid-on again. There's no run. He's in the nervous 90s now, 92 not out. And with 2 balls to come in the 37th over.
If he gets this 100, is the crowd going to go crazy? The Pakistan fans will.
Well, they've been waiting for it. You know, when it was announced that we'd have larger capacity crowds at Lord's and Birmingham, a lot of Pakistani Twitter was like the perfect stage for Babar to get his runs. He's a class act. And, you know, just an aesthetically pleasing batter to watch as well. So I think people will enjoy it. Short and hammered. Short stuff from Carse. Babar hammers it to the mid-wicket boundary. He moves to 96 not out now. And he's within 1 blow of yet another one-day international 100. Pakistan within 1 run of 200. 199 for 2.
Carse's pace has been down quite a lot today. He's been bowling near the 80s. And that was a half-tracker at 80 miles an hour that just sat up to be dispatched, really. Hit in front of square, which always gives you an indication of how much time he had.
In comes Carse now to Babar Azam, short again. This time Babar just works this down to the fine third fielder for a single. And that completes the 37th over of the innings. Pakistan bring up their 200 at the same time. 200 for 2 after 37 overs. Babar and Rizwan punch gloves in the middle. The fans applaud. The Pakistani fans who've really been starved of things to applaud so far in this series. They'll be very, very pleased with this. 13 overs to go in this innings. We're going to see England in a different scenario for the first time. Ben Stokes' captaincy is going to be challenged.
He's going to be under the pump, and just looking at the rates at which they got all their 50s. This is their 4th 50. They got this in just 39 balls. That run rate now pushing 5.5, and you feel like it can easily click up. This is the test here, isn't it? It's Saqib Mahmood. What skills will he bring out in this over to counteract these 2 batters in fine form?
As in he comes now to Babar Azam, who cuts that down. Is it going to go into the boundary? Yes, it is. It's a century for Babar Azam. And boy, he knows what it means to him. He celebrates in front of the crowd to applaud this innings. His 14th one-day international innings. His 14th one-day international century in his 83rd match. As the old adage goes, form is temporary, but class is permanent. And Babar Azam showing all of his class here today at Edgbaston.
What a captain's knock. At a time when your team needs the leaders to stand up and perform, he's done just that. Came in early again. Could have been like the last 2 matches, but he found the form. He was patient early on, and then slowly started creeping through the gears that only world-class players have. Now the question is, if he gets into that next gear, England could be in trouble. So he's played beautifully. He's given Pakistan something to work with, but you sense now they want to post that 300 plus.
204 for 2 now. Babar Azam 101 not out as he faces up to Saqib Mahmood. Short ball. Babar guides this down to fine third. And they take a single. 102 for him now. Pakistan 205 for 2. And now Rizwan on strike. He's the one who's sort of cutting loose immediately. Babar had to very much find his form. You know, he took that time at the start of his innings to really set himself, to get himself in and backed himself to make that time up, which he's done so with great gusto. Whereas Rizwan has come out and continued to play with the swagger that he's had before this series.
I think you can always tell as well from the celebration what internal emotions were going on.
Saqib Mahmood in now. Rizwan just works him wide of that fielder at square leg. Rizwan wants the second. Babar with a big loud call of no. So they settle for the one. 206 for 2.
Yeah, he was properly like both feet off the floor, punching the air, and that tells me he was calming himself down, focused. Let's get to this milestone. Keeping all the emotions managed under pressure, and then when you get to that milestone, you know you've done a good thing for your team. You let it all come out. So he knows this is vital for his side, especially going into the T20s.
As Saqib Mahmood comes in now to Babar Azam. He bowls a good length delivery outside off stump. Babar looking for a big booming drive, and the ball just teasing that outside edge as it went through to the keeper. Possibly the first false shot we've seen from Babar Azam today. 206 for 2, the score remains. A little bit of tiredness behind that shot, maybe.
Maybe, yeah. He's just looking at the balls that's been offered from Mahmood. The first was a slower ball, then he's tried into the surface. He's trying to change it up. That was one of those sort of slightly loose moments.
And Saqib just waiting at the top of his run. Comes in and bowls a short ball that's been flicked down to fine leg by Babar Azam. Again, they'll just settle for the single. You get the sense that Rizwan is looking for some twos, and Babar a little bit of fatigue maybe. We talked about the quarantine, the long quarantine, and being camped in that travel lodge in Derby. You can't do a lot for your fitness.
That is the cellar, isn't it? Yeah, that would have been hard work. I think so. It just needs a mini refocus now. Sometimes you just need that over to reset, replan, take a breathe, and then go again.
Mahmood in now. And this time Rizwan just pushes the ball down to find third man for a single. Well, after 38 overs, Pakistan are 208 for 2. Babar Azam with his 14th one-day international 100. He's on 103 not out. Mohammad Rizwan on 37 not out. We'll hear from Andy Zaltzman in a moment, and Ebony Rainford Brent. You're going to be joined by the amazing Alison Mitchell.
Babar Azam's century came from 104 balls. It's, as you've said, his 14th in ODI cricket, 2 sixes and 9 fours. I mentioned earlier on how his 50 was one of his slower 50s, 72 balls, the 24th fastest of his 31 50-plus scores in this format. But moving from 50 to 100 took him just 32 balls, which is the joint second quickest that he's moved from 50 to 100 in his 14 ODI centuries.
He's got the gears, Evs, doesn't he? He really has.
I think it's the mental pressure as well that he would have come in under as a leader of a very underperforming side, losing to England's B team twice. You could just sense he was just bottling everything and trying to keep it contained during those early phases so he could start to free up. So, and credit to him, that's a world-class performance.
Craig Overton's going to come back on from this pavilion end. 6 overs, none for 26 for him. And he's bowling to Rizwan. 37 off 34. Overton's in outside the off stump, giving square through points. Rizwan coming back for the second quickly. He's going to have to hurry here. Puts in the dive, and the throw comes back in over the stumps. A good accurate throw from Lewis Gregory in the deep. And Simpson was right over the stumps, but not able to get back in time. I think with the dive might have Rizwan might have hurt himself there. I think as the helmet just sort of knocked into his forehead, left him with a bit of a mark or a cut.
Yeah, you could just see he's just gone to grab I think as he dived, the helmet just popped up and banged into the centre of his head, so it's just taken a moment.
He's taken his helmet off. The gloves are on the ground as well alongside his bat, and he might have called, has he called for the physio to come out, or at least somebody with a bottle of water maybe. But there'll be a bit of a pause while Rizwan gets a little bit of treatment. Can't see where there is an actual cut. Just on he's motioning to his forehead, just between his eyes, above the eyebrows. He's smiling and chatting, but just a bit uncomfortable by the looks of it. So out come the substitutes with they've brought with them a bottle of water. He's just going to give himself a rinse. He's pouring water over his eyes and his face. He'll be okay. 210 for 2 in this 39th over. Andy,
maybe a bit of dust in the eye.
I think dust. You're right. Wash the dust out. Taking a drink. certainly motioning to his forehead though, wasn't he? So it's a bit of everything.
Yeah, I think it's one of those, sometimes you just jar yourself and you just need a moment, and then, like I say, if a bit of dust flew in, just get the water, wash it down, get back out there. Also, you just sense as well, sometimes you need, last over, just a few loose shots at times. I wonder if just taking a millisecond to reset for the late charge as well after that.
I really enjoyed watching Babar's innings. I remember the 100 he scored, Andy, against England at Trent Bridge in 2019. Is that the only other 100 he's scored against England? Is this the second?
That is, yes, his second 100 against England in 19 innings. Since that 100 in the series before the World Cup, he's averaged, so I'm just trying to find the page, I've got too many stats windows open, I think 76 in ODI cricket.
Ready to go again, Overton to Rizwan, full, and take a single to deep mid-wicket. Moved him on to 40, 211 for 2 in the 39th over. Now, he'd scored 100 against South Africa back in April. In fact, that 3-match ODI series, he did all right, a century and 94 in the one-day internationals then. But, yeah, certainly the start of this series was extraordinarily quiet, and a key wicket always, wasn't it, for England to get at the top of the innings. He's on 103 as Overton's in. Beautiful, delicate dab just wide of Simpson, but it will be cut off in front of the sight screen. Coming back for a second is Babar, and he's now 105. Not out. Just played that so gorgeously late, didn't he? Waited.
Deft. There was some decent bounce on the ball as well, so he rode it and played it so late, got on top of that bounce to guide it down.
The 100 partnership from 12.4 overs.
It's a very good stand as Overton's in. Another dab from Babar. Brings deep third across to his left-hand side to pick up. Just a single that time. And 214 for 2 in this 39th over. So we talked about this being a bit of a test of Stokes' captaincy and of this England side. Is there much Stokes could have done differently to what he has done, the way he's used his bowlers? There's Rizwan. Oh, no, he's not ready. Overton was running up. And what's the problem this time? He's gesturing towards the umpire, is he? Was maybe... Oh, he's looked as if he might have just pulled his cuff of his sleeve down. I suppose the umpire's wearing a watch that was glinting in the sun and distracting Rizwan. Anyway, Overton has walked back to the end of his mark and he's ready to go again. Here's 140 off 36. Overton's in, knock and run into the onside. Mahmood at mid-on comes forward to pick up. Another single, 216 for 2 in the 39th.
It's a hard one because I think early on with the white ball in the power play, it was working nicely for the opening bowlers. They're getting seam, getting a little bit of everything. And then since then it's felt a bit flat, other than that amazing seam that we saw from Matt Parkinson. So I think the thing for me is pressure. They've been milked a lot, as well as taking on the boundary.
Overton bounds in and Babar looking to drive, hasn't quite got hold of it, but a quick single shot, the stumps, misses. And Babar is safely home, backed up by Saqib Mahmood. It's the end of the over, 39 of the 50. And Pakistan 216 for 2. This feels comfortable for them,
just a fraction too much width, just allow the hands to move around. So for me, I think it'd be keeping them tight, but now they're going to have to go to those white ball skills when the surface isn't offering you huge amounts. So the slow balls, or really bang it into the surface. Sometimes it's just sort of sat up at halfway.
Is it not quite the same discipline of performance that we've seen from the bowlers?
But, part of it's to do with surface, I think. You know, I have to be honest, there's not a huge amount. If we look at Lords and Cardiff, it was actually moving around for most of the game. It has flattened out, and it is a batter's game at the moment. But I think then this is where your kind of B and C plan get tested, and I would just say at the moment it hasn't been threatening. They haven't kept it just tight enough. So, you know, Pakistan are batting well.
Yeah, they've got a huge opportunity here. Some of the Pakistan support staff, can't tell which cricketer that is with this huge bag on his back being cheered. A smeary shot this time from Babar Azam behind square on the onside for 1, and Saqib Mahmood's continuing into his 8th over. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 29. These figures still look pretty good. Just that 1 wicket of Fakhar Zaman out for 6 in the 5th over of the day. Pakistan were 21 for 1, and you thought, is this going to be a familiar pattern of play? There was an LBW, often LBW appeal the first over to Imam-ul-Haq, and Stokes opted not to review it. It was given not out, and in fact, if he'd reviewed, would have been given out, and he went on to make 56. As Mahmood's in again, pulled well in front of square by Rizwan. This will take him on to 45 with the boundary. And all those Pakistan fans in a cluster who are on their feet. A moment ago they were applauding one of the players and a member of the coaching team as they walked around the boundary, but this time it's a 4 off the bat of Rizwan.
Tried a lot of short balls to Rizwan, obviously smaller in stature. They haven't got up enough to threaten him. He's been able to get on top and control them, and also hit in front of point, which is often a sign that he's got too much time. Point in front of square, sorry.
Yeah, what's Saqib Mahmood got here? Bowling a little fuller, big swing and a miss by Rizwan through to Simpson. And that's maybe what he's got. If he can bowl full, if he can induce a more wild stroke. Mind you, if he had connected with that, I think that ball was disappearing.
Yeah, I can see the thought of the change-up after going short and being pumped. Really tried a slightly fuller, quicker one. A bit too much width, but got away with it.
There's some brilliant orchestrating of the crowd and the singing going on. One particular fan with a bald head, another with a wide green sombrero as Mahmood is in. A flick of the wrist from Rizwan will earn him a single behind the square leg umpire. Throw comes back into the gloves of Simpson. Pakistan 222 for 2.
What I would say is it's not for England to be disheartened because it is a batting surface. I feel 300 looks like a sort of par score actually on this. It's now just about applying as much pressure so that Pakistan don't get away when they look to kind of kick on in the next 10 overs. So you've got to keep them second guessing.
Because you can still go into the innings break with momentum on your side, can't you? If you can curtail an innings for this point, leave Pakistan feeling like they left some runs out there. Mahmood's in. Oh, this is not being left out there. This is being heaved down the ground and rather plugged just in front of the boundary rope. Hasn't gone all the way for 6. It nearly got there. But it's 4. Heaved down towards cow corner. And Babar Azam onto 112. 226 for 2 now.
The short balls haven't been effective today. They really haven't. They've just sat up. I don't understand the thinking, try and bang it in, but it seems like that bounce and carry later on in the game hasn't really been there as much as possible, and it's sort of sat up.
So should the mode of attack be looking for Yorkers, try and get it right up?
Yeah, potentially. I think you've got to go to potentially your slower balls, that back of a length as well, which is a harder length rather than short where it's sitting up.
So it feels like, a slower ball bouncer is just going to be easily read and heaved away. Mahmood rushes in, dab down towards deep third. It's an angle of the bat, waiting for it, watching it. Babar Azam, that deft touch of his to take him on to 113 at the end of 40 overs. So 10 overs remaining then for Pakistan to try and push on. And this partnership has been an excellent one between Rizwan, who's 46 off 40, and Babar Azam now on 113 at a run a ball. He is now. They came together after Imam-ul-Haq had fallen to a beautiful delivery from Parkinson. It turned an absolute treat from outside off, beating the inside edge of the left-hander, crashing into middle stump, and he was out for 56. If you're then Pakistan and you're 8 wickets in hand, Ebbs, and 227 on the board, with that hat on, what's their target?
I think they've got to be aiming for 310. 300 is very doable from here, and I'm thinking 2 key batters for me, Shadab Khan and Hasan Ali, the way he went about his 31 off no balls the other day.
Craig Overton, another late dab from Babar Azam, sets on very quickly for the first run, made as if he might want a second. But the ball's cut off inside the rope. 1 is all that it will be.
It's set up, and with the pain that they would have felt over the last 2 games, you feel now they're in the driving seat. They can push that big score. They're captains at the crease on 100. Rizwan has gone over a run of ball since the moment he got to the crease. And then you look at the firepower they have to come. They've got to capitalise.
Rizwan on 46. Overton's bowling full in on his pads, clipped away along the ground out towards deep mid-wicket, and a single taken to move him a step closer to his own 50. 47 not out.
Yeah, so it has to be done, I think, from if you're in that changing room, you're the coach, you're speaking to the players coming in. I would be tempted as well, just with how Hasan Ali played, especially against a spinner where he pumped a load of 6s, to think about Khan and then him as an option.
Pump him up the order. Overton bangs it in short, and it's read well again by Babar Azam. Pulls it in controlled fashion behind square on the onside, but there's protection on that deep square leg boundary, and it's only a single. I mean, that's presuming that England take another wicket in this last 10 overs. And at the moment, it's hard to see where that wicket might come from. Andy?
Dot ball update.
Oh, go on. Love these. In goes Overton. Broad-shouldered past the umpire. Bowls down the leg side. And it's pulled away. A little bit top-edgy. It's been swung away very fine down to the fine leg boundary for 4 more. And it's the 50 for Mohammad Rizwan. The clasp of gloves, a little pat on the helmet he gets from his captain, and he raises his right arm. And now his left. Gives a thumbs up over to the crowd, who are over at deep mid-wicket. And Rizwan looking up to the sky. And it has been a well-worked 50 for him. It's come at a good pace. And he's set about a partnership in excess of 100 runs for this 3rd wicket alongside his captain. He's facing up again. Overton, this one cuts him in half almost. He manages to get some bat on it, does he? Or is it off the thigh pad? He scampered 1, and leg by is indeed signalled. 2:35 for 2. Now, do you want to go dot ball stat or Rizwan 50 stats?
Rizwan's 50, 42 balls with his 6-4, just his 650 plus score in ODI cricket, 2 of which he's converted into hundreds. He had a very lean run recently, his 9 innings before this, just 97 runs.
Babar is on strike. Flick of the wrists to an angle down towards the leg side. He's always asking for a second here to deep fine leg, and the throw comes in on the bounce from Parkinson, meaning he's able to get back comfortably for the 2. 2:37 for 2 after 41 overs then, and Overton's 8 overs have gone for 43. Go on then, dot balls.
The dot balls mentioned earlier, on the first 10 overs there were 49 dot balls, which is one of the highest there's been in ODI cricket in recent years. Between over 31 and 40 in that 10 over block, Pakistan scored off 48 out of 60 balls, just 12 dot balls, which is in the sort of top 1% for fewest dot balls in overs 31 to 40
top 1%
in the last 20 years.
20 as well.
And it's in the top 0.5%.
Yeah. Goes to show that there's so much time for momentum shift in a 50-over game, that even in the power play, where that's the time where traditionally you think, the field restrictions are in place, that's when you've got to do all the damage.
I'm looking forward to seeing this.
Here we go. Matt Parkinson is back, 1 for 46 so far, but he's spent it a long way for his wicket. Rizwan, though, he's perhaps over-pitched there, Parkinson, and he's taking 2 out towards the cow corner region. It was a hit along the ground, reaching for it with a horizontally angled bat. This is the end where he's had his success from. Certainly with the left-hander, he had some footmarks just outside that off stump, but here it's the right-handed Rizwan, 53 not out, and Parkinson with a whirl of arms in, bowls full again, and Rizwan works it using his wrists. Again out to wideish, long on, comes back for the second, and it does feel as like Pakistan are able to manoeuvre England now. They're hitting the balls into the gaps, they're rotating the strike consistently.
But he's going to be tested, isn't he? It's going to be the first time that he's bowling in this sort of scenario. Last 10 overs, 2 batters set, good wicket. Is he going to toss it up and bowl aggressive?
Parkinson in, forward Rizwan reaching for it. I think he did get a little bit more air. Another single. And he's got protection with 2 men on the leg side boundary. It's a deep backward point. In fact, not really very backward, just moving in front of square, and a long off as Parkinson is into Azam. He goes back, cuts, brings the man in off the deep cover boundary in front of the Holly stand. Where he comes back in, another 1. Overton in the field. 2:43 for 2 in his 42nd over of 50. Pakistan needing to win this to avoid a England clean sweep. Parkinson in down the leg side, swept to help it along its way, but there's a fielder and protection, and Malan tumbles as he picks up just the single from his position at short fine leg. Parkinson ball in hand again. Last ball of the over to come. This is the last ball of the 8th of Parkinson's spell. A little bit fuller, cutting, making some room, beating cover comfortably. Will it reach the boundary? It does. Can't be cut off by Longoff, who was making chase across to his left-hand side. The boundary to end the over. Pakistan continue to build. Had 42 of the 50. Babar Azam on 120 now, and Rizwan with him on 57. England needs some wickets to try and curtail Pakistan in these last 8 overs. 248 for 2. A few more words from Ebony Rain for Brent, and then Charles Dagnall coming in.
I have to say, it was a very good over. I thought Parkinson bowled pretty well, actually, and they were looking to milk the ones, milk the twos, and they were just picking it up, but they needed that boundary just to keep that high scoring rate. And just see the way he threaded it. He eyed up his options and then threaded it nicely through. So looking good for Pakistan. Daggers?
Yeah, different complexion on this game than in the first 2, and this England side will be tested for the first time after having a relatively easy... Oh, you off? You going?
Well, I was enjoying your company, but I think someone else wants to speak to you.
Oh, Ian Bell, desperate to come in next to me. I can see he's chomping at the bit, absolutely. As Ebony leaves us, Ian Bell will take his place on the seat to my right-hand side. But yes, they will be tested with this partnership now. What is the partnership, please, Andy? In total?
Partnership is 135 from just 16.1 overs. 8.3 per over.
Yeah, that is serious going from these two, and they really have put the foot down. Babar Azam 120 from 118. Mohammad Rizwan is there on 57 from 47. Overton into the attack from the pavilion end. A full delivery is just... He continues the attack, I should say. Just starting to shape in a little bit. A bit of reverse swing, perhaps. It's flicked down to fine leg for a single. 249 for 2. Hello, Belly again. Did that swing?
It looked like it, didn't it? And you can get that. You look at the square when you look out there. It is dry. I don't know how he's kept it this dry with the rain we've had, but it does look dry. There are used pitches out there, obviously, from the T20 competition.
Overton again, in the sunshine, runs away from us. It's pulled away, hammered away, and probably going for 4 it is. What a strike that is. Real strike from Babar Azam. He's sat up for him, and he pulls it through the onside for 4, and it's the 250 for Pakistan. The interesting aspect to that shot was actually seeing the reaction of Mohammad Rizwan. He was the non-striker. He came down the wicket to cross with Babar Azam, and he was the one that was punching the air in delight. Overton, his response is to bowl one that does swing in late to the right-handed Babar Azam, and I think he's inside-edged it onto his ankle, and that smarts. He hobbles down to the non-striker's end, moves his score to 125, and Pakistan 254 for 2.
Yeah, there's definitely some reverse swing in the air there, but I think watching Babar today, I mean, he's been so good on that short ball, hasn't he? Anything they've missed, they're trying to hit the pitch straight over the top of the stumps, but he's been anything there. There's obviously quite slow pitch. We're used to his nice cover drives, touch play, but his pull shots.
Oh, been dismissive, haven't they? Overton, slightly slower ball, just rolling out of the side of the hand, is defended by Rizwan to backward point, and a single is taken. 255 for 2. We've got a beach ball. I saw a beach ball getting... Oh, yep, we've got one, a yellow beach ball being tossed around in the Holly stand to our right-hand side as we look out.
Top left there, Charlie, as well, coloured one.
Oh, is there? Oh, yes, segmented one. Blue and white and green and yellow. It's just landed in a cluster of supporters. Now it's getting tossed around again as Overton, down the leg side, signalled wide, another slower delivery. Umpire Illingworth outstretches the arms, and one onto the Pakistan total. 256 for 2. Well, what have we got now? 7.2 overs remaining. So 300 minimum has got to be Pakistan's.
I think they'd like more than that.
Yeah, I agree. 320, 330 even. Going at 10s from here. 330 could be on the cards as this is pulled down the corner from a short delivery from Overton. Babar Azam moves to 126 and Pakistan 257 for 2. Andy.
And that 126 is his highest one-day international score. He's got 125 twice before against Zimbabwe and West Indies. This is now the highest of his 14 ODI hundreds.
And who's to tell where that will stop? Thank you, Andy. He's got plenty of time to get into the 150s, 160s. There's Overton, The sun pops behind the cloud. Ball's a wide delivery, slashed away by Mohammad Rizwan. Now she'll get a couple here. Long chase for Gregory on the boundary edge at deep point, and he does well. Sliding to his left-hand side and hurling the ball in one swift movement, keeping it to 2. But Rizwan... Sorry, was that 3? 2.
Just the 2.
Ah, yes, end of the over, my apologies. So the 2 to Rizwan moves him to 61, 259 for 2 with 7 overs remaining.
Yeah, it's been a lovely cameo from Rizwan. I mean, the headlines will go to Babar, but I mean, again, he's coming with intent. We talked, there was that drinks break where it was a slow start from Pakistan, a solid start, and then the running between the wickets started gathering pace, the 1s, the 2s, and since Rizwan's been there, I think that's really helped Babar as well. I mean, he's kicked into gear, but that intent, and we always talk about in this format, and middle overs, you can see a lot by a team and a player, how hard they run between the wickets, and he's really helped Babar in that.
I remember Dean Jones, the late Dean Jones, saying about the time to really accelerate, and they have accelerated. The run rate has pushed up as this partnership has developed, as Parkinson started new over and is dropped and caught, and dropped again. Goodness me, a low full toss was walloped away by Babar Azam to mid-wicket. At first, thought that had been taken. Just trying to see who it is at mid-wicket.
It's Carse.
Yeah, Brydon Carse. And this has been cut away, the next delivery from Parkinson by Babar Azam to deep point, but he hit the ball away from a low full toss. Carse had it, then dropped it and almost took it on the rebound, and it just fell out of his hand as he landed on the turf. Almost 2 grabs, but Babar Azam given a life. As a sweep shot is beautifully played by Rizwan. He's got the fine leg, or past it fine leg, down towards the long leg boundary, and it's 4 more runs. It was leg side-ish from Matt Parkinson, but that's a beautifully played shot by Rizwan, who moves to 65 to 64 for 2.
It's been a real sign of his batting today. As soon as Parkinson has missed leg stump, and again, that's a reaction, that's what you train in the nets. As soon as the bowler drifts down leg, right on the sweep shot.
Parkinson, straight to delivery, just guided away through the offside to backward point, a single taken, 265 for 2. Rizwan to 66. But now Pakistan have wickets in the Hajj. Now granted, these 2 staying there would be the most beneficial, as Parkinson tosses it up down the ground, goes Babar Azam, stands and admires it as it sails away over the head of long on for 6. A beautiful swish of the bat, lovely use of the feet, and Babar Azam is making England pay for the drop catch, 271 for 2.
Yeah, brilliant batting, fast on his feet and a full swing of the bat. Looking dangerous now for England. As we say, this could be an opportunity to actually, you've gone past your highest score now to make it a seriously high score, and we've seen a lot of players now in white ball cricket, these last 5-6 overs, anything's possible.
Well, it is, and this is the interesting aspect. You used to say, and I was going on to what Dean Jones used to say about the sort of death overs, as Parkinson, no changes in the field, long off and long on, still out in the deep mid-wicket, deep point, as Parkinson scuttles in, a flattered delivery almost creeps through, but Babar Azam rocks onto the back foot and opens the face, plays it through the offside for a single, 272 for 2 at the end of the 44th over. Babar is 134 and Rizwan is 66. He used to say that however many wickets you've got left, you start to accelerate and go even bigger with 1 fewer overs remaining. So Pakistan have 8 wickets remaining. You'd go big with 7 overs to go. Well, now they've got 8 wickets remaining, 6 overs to go. I mean, anything.
Well, they're in a perfect position now, and I was actually very lucky, Charlie, as well, to spend a bit of time with Dean Jones. But in terms of white ball cricket, one-day cricket, I mean, what a player. And talk about running between the wickets, I remember him having a session with us constantly on running between the wickets. There were some serious players. I've already played in Test cricket for 10 years, and he was telling me how to run between the wickets. So whether I'd done that wrong for a long time, it must have been. Whether it's the Aussie in him, I'm not sure.
Overton to continue, and this has gone high into the air. Opportunity for a catch. Stokes is underneath it. He's just going to fall short. It was so perfectly mistimed that neither Overton, Stokes or Parkinson, bowler mid-on or mid-off, could get towards it and find it in time.
It's incredible. You could try that 1,000 and never do that ever again.
Ever.
I mean, it's absolutely incredible to land it perfectly in that, with that bigger bat swing.
3 fielders converging right in the middle. A single taken And this is flicked away, the next delivery by Babar Azam down towards long leg. And that's another one. So Pakistan to 273 for 2. It was interesting listening to Dean Jones when I was lucky enough to commentate with him. I basically just shut up and let him talk, because I mean the gold that was coming out of his views of one-day cricket, even though he'd been retired from the game, he was one that really started a different movement in short-form cricket, as a straight drive goes past the bowler and past mid-off for 4. Full delivery from Overton. It was struck so cleanly by Mohammad Rizwan that Overton had no chance of getting a hand on it, nor did Parkinson at mid-off of stopping it. 4 more runs to Pakistan, 277 for 2.
Yeah, brilliant cricket shot again, straight down the ground, over pitch, maybe going for that Yorker. Just a traditional straight drive, really.
Bit lofted, but the power. Rizwan 70 not out. He stands upright, waiting for Overton, who bowls one that's slightly slower, but he uses the pace to guide it down towards third man for a single. In fact, a couple of runs. It's well run from Mohammad Rizwan. Him to 72, 279 for 2. But yeah, just he really moved one-day international cricket on as a batsman and a fielder.
What amazed me, Charlie, obviously, is heavily involved with the PSL.
Overton strides away from us, kicking his heels as he goes, and this is dabbed to where a third or fourth slip might be by Rizwan. They steal a single as Simpson tidies up, 280 for 2.
And you're right, and the amount of young players they had there, and we had Phil Salt, who's obviously a young player, obviously now playing for England, and again, for me, we were sat there talking cricket, and again, it was just gold dust. And you're a guy who's been through his career and watched it, and I'm looking at Phil Salt thinking, take every little ounce of this in, and you don't quite know as a young player whether they, and you hope they are, because again, everything he was saying was gold dust.
Overton, short, swatted away. Enough pace to beat deep mid-wicket. It's sat up, begged to be hit. And Babar Azam, who now moves to 139 not out at the end of the 45th over, is not going to miss out. 284 for 2. And this England side now under the pump. This is a good pitch at Edgbaston, but Pakistan are making best use of it.
Yeah, it's been a strange summer so far. It's been so dominant by England. We're actually seeing ourselves in a game. And actually for the first time, which it's not a bad thing again for Owen Morgan, Silverwood, to see these young guys under a bit of pressure and see if they can deliver.
Andy.
The partnership now is 171 in 19.1 overs. It's Pakistan's highest for the third wicket against England in one-day international cricket. In the last 6 overs, they've gone for 11, 10, 11, 11, 13 and 12.
Andy Saltzman with us on Test Match Special. Nice to hear that Mr. Blue Sky is ringing around Edgbaston, ELO, Birmingham boys. And we have blue sky as well. We have sunshine. The clouds really have parted. It's a lovely afternoon here at Edgbaston, and they're being royally treated to a fabulous display of batting from both Mohammad Rizwan and Babar Azam. The England fans all decked out in blue as well for Bob Willis. Heard a bit of Bob Dylan as well, ringing out over the sound system. A nice tribute to Bob, who changed his, or added Dylan to his name, R.G.D. Willis. And that D standing for Dylan. Great atmosphere at Edgbaston, soaking up the sunshine. And here's Brydon. Carse back into the attack from the city end, bowls a full delivery, which is dug out by Rizwan for a single out to mid-on. 285 for 2.
I think you wonder whether tactically as well, looking at this pitch, it looks a very good pitch. They've gone back of a length for a long time, but wonder whether it's time now to maybe take the pitch out of the equation, go full and straight, go Yorkers, as we've seen with Jofra Archer and the best bowlers around the world. When it is flat, take the pitch out of the equation. And it looked like from this end in particular, that the pavilion end, there was actually some reverse swing. So use that. If the ball's moving in the air, use it.
Carse charging towards us. This has been hammered away by Babar Azam. It was in his slot, and he's got all of it. Such a crisp sound, like a bullet from a gun. And he's hammered it away over long on for 6. Babar's 145 not out, 291 for 2, and Brydon Carse will learn very quickly that anything in that kind of slot is going to go many a mile.
Yeah, we haven't seen Pakistan turn up for the first 2 games, but we are seeing the real deal right now, and we're seeing one of the best players, if not the best white ball player in the world at the moment. at his very best, and it's looking dangerous now with just under 5 overs to go. I mean, we are looking in danger territory here.
This is special from Babar Azam. Pakistan supporters over to our left-hand side on their feet, waving the green and white flag, sombreros on, celebrating their hero at work as Babar slaps this away, doesn't quite get it right, and he knows it too. Finds its way to Crawley at mid-on, and a single is taken. Babar to 146, Rizwan 74 not out, 292 for 2. And if Carse is going to bowl with mid-off and mid-on up inside the circle, he's got to hit that hard length, that back of the length.
Yeah, I watched him actually for Durham.
As he comes towards us, bowls back of a length, that's right, and a big swing from Rizwan. His head, for the first time, his head just went up ever so slightly before trying to connect with the ball, as though he could see where it was going to end up if he did connect, and it went through to John Simpson, the keeper.
So I watched Stokes and Durham play here the other day in the T20 game, and they had a lot of success bowling back of length, but what they were playing on that time was a hybrid pitch. A couple of this is not, right. So it's not as quick from back of a length, and generally playing here, you know, the quicker it comes on and it's short, it's a lovely time to bat.
Carse. Past umpire Milnes, bowls a bouncer, and he tries to swing it. Is he caught behind? There's a little feather of an edge given by umpire Milnes. Took a while. Rizwan knows it too. No reviews from him. It was a short delivery from Carse, and Bell called it. That's what worked for him in the T20 game on the hybrid pitch. It's worked for him eventually to remove Mohammad Rizwan. A bouncer, and it just catches maybe a glove on the way through to John Simpson down the leg side, but the end of what has been a fabulously entertaining knock from Mohammad Rizwan. 74 from 59 deliveries. Edgbaston rises all 4 corners of it for the effort from Mohammad Rizwan. He goes for 74. He holds his hand to the crowd to acknowledge their applause. Pakistan lose their 3rd wicket with the score 292.
Yeah, brilliant innings, a real cameo, 74 off 58. You know, just got the momentum going. They had a platform, but his energy, his running between the wickets, his sweep shots, the way he brought energy to the crease, really got Pakistan going, and Babar as well. So brilliant partnership, but fantastic innings.
Brydon Carse?
Yes, his 2nd wicket. Took 1 wicket at Lord's. The partnership, fantastic partnership of 179 in exactly 20 overs, so fractionally under 9 runs an over. As I said, Pakistan's highest for the 3rd wicket against England. Something to keep an eye out. Pakistan's highest individual score against England is Imam-ul-Haq's 151 in 2019 at Southampton. At Bristol. So Babar Azam just 5 runs short of equalling that.
That might get shut off in a very quick time, the way that Babar Azam has been striking it. And so Maqsood is new man at the crease.
Dangerous player to come in now. Dangerous.
19 and 19. 2 different 19s he's made. 1 off 32 balls.
But there has been some amazing shots in there. Some absolutely incredible shots.
And he comes in with Brydon Carse. Bit of tattoo showing under his short sleeve shirt on his right arm, and Maqsood on strike, and he edges one down towards 3rd man, and it's 4 off the mark immediately. And I think he's played for that. You know, it was short of the length, and he just shuffled across the crease and allowed the ball to run off the face of the bat. Maybe a bit of face, maybe a bit of edge, but I think he's played that. He's off the mark immediately with a boundary, and Pakistan 296 for 3. Maqsood is 4 not out. Babar Azam 146. 4 overs remain. Some more from you, Ian Bell. And to round off the innings, it'll be Atif Nawaz.
Yeah, brilliant cricket shot. Looked like walked across, outside off stump, actually looking to go big and actually use the pace of the ball and beat 3rd man to the shorter boundary here at the pavilion. As Pakistan are closing in on a 300, and they'll want a lot more than that, but it's been a fantastic innings so far.
It really has, Ian Bell. It's been terrific effort from them today. They didn't look anywhere near their potential in the first 2 games, and they've been buoyed by this live crowd. They've faced a lot of harsh criticism online. They've come back and shown their class, in particular their captain Babar Azam, who was not out on 146. And England have been tested in a slightly different way today, and we're going to see them attempt to chase down a big total. It does look a really good pitch, and the conditions are pretty good. Promises to be very entertaining, as do the last 4 overs. As Mahmood in now, full and wide, just inside the tram lines, and a pretty good death ball, it has to be said, from Saqib Mahmood.
Yeah, this will be really interesting, I think, for any English fan. Saqib as well. I mean, he's been brilliant through this series, but one of the things actually when you watch him play for Lancashire and seen him in the PSL, his Yorkers are actually one of his go-to skills. So this will be really good. As I said, he's had a fantastic time of it, and looks like, again, I think he could progress quite nicely over the next few years in all 3 formats of the game for England.
He's putting all the pieces together at the moment, is Saqib Mahmood, as in he comes to the world number 1, Babar Azam. Bowls a low full toss. It's been awkwardly cued through the extra cover region. They take the first one quickly. Babar, who's been out there for several hours now, managed to run back for that too and make it back comfortably. Fitness improving, lactic acid shifting. 298 for 3.
Yeah, that'll be disappointed. They'd like to have shut that down. You obviously, again, you've got your player in Babar Azam who's on 140. Again, bowling at somebody who's set like this, that's as hard as it gets. That's why getting wickets through the middle overs is so important, that you've got guys at the crease who aren't set. So this is a real tough challenge, and obviously with Maqsood as well, who's had a great PSL and strikes the ball as well as anyone in this kind of situation.
Yes, Maqsood, of course, a big part of that PSL winning Multan Sultan's team, whose coach is around here somewhere as well, as I remember, with us today on broadcast. Now then, Saqib Mahmood runs in and bowls. This one will be given a wide, and it is. It's a long way outside that tram line. Easy decision for the umpire. 299 for 3.
And I think that's okay. I think when you bowl wide Yorkers like that, you've seen the field, he's got a clear field, a deep point. You have to accept as a coach and as a captain, you're going to bowl the odd wide. It's like a bouncer. But you can see a clear execution and planning under pressure, which I like.
Yes, they've definitely got a game plan for the death. Saqib definitely has the temperament for it. What can he deliver here? As he bowls low full toss, quite wide, again challenging that tram line, and Babar can just sort of end it down to extra cover for a single, and that single brings up Pakistan's 300 runs for 3 wickets after 46.3 overs. The Pakistani fans here in Birmingham are delighted.
It's been brilliant to see again. We all want to see Pakistan play at their best, and certainly someone like Babar Azam, I don't, whether you're an England fan, a Pakistan fan, a neutral, he is one of the best players on the eye when he gets going. So I think we've all been treated to this, and I think the summer so far has been so dominated by England in white ball cricket. We all want to see a good game, and that's exactly what we've got today.
There's a real contest on, big challenge for England today. Andy Zaltzman.
The first 100 took 23.5 overs, the second 100 13.1. That third 100 came in just 9.5 overs. A little more on Rizwan, a superb innings, 74 from 58 balls, just 8 fours, and it's really noticeable how few dot balls he played. Just 14 of his 58 balls, including the ball he was dismissed on, were runless, and only once did he, in that innings, did he play consecutive dot balls. That was in the 30th over of the innings, since when Pakistan have not gone 2 balls without scoring a run.
In comes Mahmood now. It's a full toss down the leg side. Maybe there's a little something on it because the umpire's arms are unmoved. Sohaib Maqsood is very unhappy with that. Now, just before that delivery, there was a big chat between Saqib Mahmood and Ben Stokes. What will they have been talking about?
Well, it looks clearly now that I think they're going to go straight Yorkers, I think, to Maqsood, not give him any width to get his arm free. So you can see the field now. Obviously, I think it just clipped the trousers, went past, so he's going to go straight Yorker, maybe try and hit him on the heel, certainly the back foot, whereas Babar, there was a clear plan to bowl as wide as possible.
Sohaib awaits as in comes Mahmood. It's a short ball, and Maqsood just sort of sways out of the way. The ball goes on the bounce through to the keeper. Drop in pace that time from Mahmood. Deliberate drop in pace, down to 75 miles per hour. And he's also...
So that is the first pair of consecutive runless balls in the innings since the 30th over, now in the 47th.
And that's really impressive. I think that's where Joe Root goes really underrated with England. That's what he does. He doesn't do dot balls through those middle periods and allows our power players to play their way. And it's so important to have that balance in your side and your batting lineup. And Rizwan, so that will go understated because it won't get the headlines, but it's a magnificent innings for Pakistan.
It really was. It kept that aggression going. momentum built up through that partnership of Imam and Babar. It kept going by Rizwan and Babar. As Mahmood comes in now, short this time and pulled beautifully by Maqsood down to the foul leg boundary on the bounce. And that's another 4 for Pakistan. 304 for 3 now, and I don't know what it was that Stokes and Mahmood were discussing, but surely a short ball down leg side probably wasn't what was asked for.
Yeah, I'd love to see the numbers on how many a short ball, back of a length balls have gone for today rather than the full good length deliveries. There's no pace at all in this pitch. And it looked quite easy pickies. I can understand the field is set to be a mixture of bouncers and Yorkers. That one he didn't get high enough. That was chest high and easy work.
Sohaib Maqsood, he's known for his big hitting. He's played that role for the Multan Sultans. As in comes Brydon Carse, short and wide, and hammered along the ground by Babar Azam. And that single brings him to his very first score of 150 in one-day internationals. This is his 14th century, and he's played an extraordinary innings today under intense pressure after failing in the first 2 one-day internationals. He's come back and shown his class. What a performance.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about him, as what kind of captain he is, and I think today, like you said, under pressure, he is leading from the front, exactly what your top players do.
He's at the non-strikers end now. Maqsood on strike. In comes Brydon Carse. Short and hammered over the mid-wicket fence. Well, not quite. Just short of the mid-wicket fence. Into the waiting hands of the fielder. And, well, a wicket falls. England back in. 305 for 4.
Yeah, more of the same. Keep chipping away, taking wickets. Keep Babar off strike now. I think that's going to be really important. But yeah, if they can finish off or close off well here, take some momentum, that's the important thing as well. Whatever's happened now has gone. It's a very, very good pitch. They're going to bat under lights where it does skid on. So they've got to take in a little bit of momentum now. See if they can keep this down to as few as possible. But so far, Pakistan have been absolutely outstanding.
They have, but England will be pleased. James Vince with the catch in the deep. I thought for a minute the contact was a lot better than it was, but didn't quite get a hold of it. And Brydon Carse, you don't see him bowl too many slower deliveries, but kind of executed that one perfectly, knowing the batsman's going to come after him when he drops it short. He's been rewarded with his second wicket today.
I think as well it's always a good thing, certainly when you get guys coming in the back end looking to strike, looking to hit boundaries, changing their pace. If you're very one-paced, then good players like that will line you up. So that subtle changes of pace with the quick Yorker, with the quick bouncer is really important.
It's that T20 influence on one-day international cricket, isn't it? The variations, like you still have that middle phase of one-day cricket where you're almost still consolidating and there's a little bit of a greed cricket going on, but at the death it's really about who can outfox who, isn't it? Well, now Pakistan have made a slight change to their batting order. They've promoted Hasan Ali, who, let's not forget, at Lords hit that whirlwind innings of 31. As Brydon Carse just pulls out of his run there. Yeah,
it sort of woke us up, didn't it, that innings? It was an incredible innings, wasn't it? I don't think Parkinson maybe get on at this stage.
No, Matt Parkinson had terrific figures up until having to face up to Hasan Ali. He still finished with 2 for 42, mind, from his 8 overs. There's Carse in now. And Hasan Ali, first ball, goes after it. Top edge, over the wicketkeeper, and to the fence for 4. Well, the intent is painfully clear. Pakistan 309 for 4.
Yep, not going to have a look at one and swing as hard as possible. The bat speed would have been absolutely incredible. Yeah, and it flew off the edge for 4.
Just that top edge there. I mean, in the scorebook, it's going to say 4 either way. But he might want to avoid the replay of that one, Hasan Ali. Timed some beautifully at Lords a couple of nights ago as in comes Brydon Carse. Short again, hammered again, high up in the sky by Hasan Ali. He's got a lot of height. It doesn't have a lot of distance, and it finds the waiting hands of Crawley, who takes a simple catch. Well, that wasn't a long cameo, was it? 4 runs, 2 balls. He's heading back to the hut. Pakistan 309 for 5.
Yeah, a wicket and a dot, which is so important for England now. And also, Babar's just not getting the strike as well. There's the balance to be had, I think, as the batsman coming in. Yes, boundaries, but it's not there. Get off strike. Get the guy who's 150 not out on strike, who's seeing the ball like a football.
A bit of premeditation there from Hasan Ali. He made his game plan very clear. And to be fair to Brydon Carse, just put it on gave himself the best possible chance there. A good margin of getting a wicket there. He's got 2 in this over now.
Yeah, again, when guys come in new to the crease, he's gone back of a length, and that is a big boundary out there towards the Drayton Manor stand out there. So that's a long way. And again, if a new batter to the crease, only facing a few balls, clears that, then sometimes you have to accept that's pretty good batting. So pretty good planning. And as I said, every time England take a wicket or a dot ball and it's keeping Babar off strike, I think that's a good thing.
So that little change up in the batting order hasn't quite worked for Pakistan, but again, Saud Shakeel is going to stay in the hut for now as Faheem Ashraf is going to come out and join Babar Azam. He's at the non-striker's end. The batters did cross, so Babar is back on strike for this delivery. Brydon Carse, he's got 2 from this over already. He bowls a short and wide delivery. It's been pulled by Babar Azam into the mid-wicket region, and they will get back for 2. Andy Zolston.
That is now the highest individual score for a Pakistan player against England in the men's one-day international. 152. He reaches 150 from 134 balls with 4 sixes and 13 fours.
It's an extraordinary innings. Just a privilege to watch live. I had the pleasure of being there when he scored his century in the World Cup against New Zealand a couple of years ago. What an innings that was. It's Brydon Carse in, short and wide outside off stump again, hammered by Babar Azam. Finds the point fielder. There's a direct hit at the non-striker's end, and we're going to have a look at this. This is going to go up to the third umpire.
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire review for run out. You can see your best side on angle, please.
It's a great piece of fielding there.
No dive, so that might be
Dawid Malan with the throw. And, well, in the battle between Babar and Paul, Babar has made it home.
Back a couple of frames, please.
Looks like he's made it home, Ian.
Looks like he's just in, but
Keep it rolling.
thought there'd be a big dive coming.
Bats ground behind the line.
Yeah, he's made it.
Ready with my decision for the big screen.
Good fielding as well from Malan.
On his toes after a little period of dominance for Pakistan. Very easy to let your heads drop a little bit, but Malan just executing those basic skills so perfectly. 311 for 5, the score remains. 312 for 5, I beg your pardon. That was the last ball of the over, so Babar will be on strike for the 49th over. It'll be Saqib Mahmood bowling his final over here. How far can Pakistan go? 312 for 5. In comes Saqib Mahmood now. He bowls a full delivery. Babar cues it high up in the air, just short of the fielder. Sweeping in the covers. It's Crawley who gets the ball back, a single.
Yeah, really well executed. Another wide Yorker. Got three fielders out there. Certainly the 2, deep point, deep cover. Great execution again, clear plans.
And that last over from Brydon Carse, getting 2 wickets for England, just taking a little bit of this momentum away from Pakistan. It is a really good wicket as well. We could see England put up a good chase. Those 10, 15, 20 runs here could make a big difference.
Definitely, it's all about momentum, isn't it? We see in T20 a lot, those last overs, last few balls actually, when the batting team finish off on a bit of a high, few boundaries, you can really take that into the fielding.
Saqib Mahmood, and he comes to Faheem Ashraf now. Short ball. Faheem has pulled this. Is he going to clear the mid-wicket fielder? Yes, it is. Well, that's one way to face the first ball. Hit it for 6 over mid-wicket. Faheem Ashraf on a strike rate of 600. Pakistan, 319 for 5.
Yeah, brilliant shot. Again, they've obviously gone heavy length. The 3 deep fielders. That's a big boundary out that side and said, OK, see if you can clear them. And if you're good enough, and he was good enough right there. Again, to do that first ball in one-day international, I can't tell you how hard that is to do. I certainly couldn't do it. So it's incredible batting.
Saqib Mahmood under pressure now as he comes in to Faheem Ashraf. It's another short ball. This time the ball's taken the top edge. It's gone high up in the air. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, into the boundary, directly behind the wicketkeeper. And the runs are coming quick and fast for Pakistan. 323 for 5.
Yeah, that's what we talked about, this momentum, and just what Pakistan wanted. 10 off 2 balls. Again, just kick-started those wickets from England. Felt like that was just dragging back a little bit of momentum, but now all of a sudden that's flipped again.
How do you feel about Saqib Mahmood persisting with a short ball? Should he maybe... He's had a bit more success with the slower Yorkers and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, he's an excellent Yorker bowler, isn't it? I think when that's your go-to, whether it's a guy or not, you feel like that feels like it's the right choice. And what you've seen when you go back of a length is all of a sudden you open up a long part of the ground. I mean, again, that went flying over the keeper's head.
Saqib Mahmood now running into Faheem Ashraf. Another short ball. This time Faheem can't make contact. Just goes over his shoulder through to the keeper. And there is no run. Valuable dot ball for England. Saqib just following the batter that time as he made a bit of room for himself. Eyeing up that mid-wicket boundaries for Faheem Ashraf. All of these lower order Pakistani all-rounders very happy to have a swing across the line, aren't they? They've got the platform for it. It's been a remarkably improved performance with the bat by Pakistan so far today. 323 for 5, 8 balls to go in this innings. How far can they go? In comes Saqib Mahmood. This time he goes down the leg side, and that will be given a wide by the umpire. Bonus runs. Intriguingly, Babar at the non-striker's end wanted to take a single there as well. He's just dying to be on strike right now.
Don't blame him. I'll be itching to get down there. 150 not out. It looked like an attempted slow ball. It's just come out slightly wrong.
It's really been an extraordinary innings from Babar Azam. 154 not out from 137 balls. He's at the non-striker's end as Faheem Ashraf is on strike. In comes Mahmood. He's bowled in. Big swing from Faheem Ashraf. Nowhere near it in the end. And Saqib Mahmood has knocked the off stump out of the ground. A 6th wicket falls for Pakistan. 324 for 6.
Yeah, back to the full straight delivery and got the rewards. That's what we talked about on this pitch. Very, very slow in the middle. And England have persisted with that back of length. Looked like a little cutter, just moved, but full straight. And off stump goes flying out of the ground.
Faheem Ashraf after that little cameo of 10 runs from 4 balls must depart, but you'd think at this point 10 or 4, not the worst result for Pakistan.
No, it's all good. And who have we got now? We've got walking to the crease.
It'll be, well, we'll find out momentarily.
Shadab?
Shadab Khan is being sent in. You do feel for poor Saud Shakeel. He got himself a 50 in the previous game. Only batted to show any kind of character in the previous innings. Sliding down. I mean, top scored with 56, but not getting a chance with the bat today. I think they've opted to go for the big hitters right now, Pakistan, which is understandable, but you never know. Maybe Saud Shakeel's got one of those.
Where do you think Shadab's going here? Is he more of a deflector, goes a bit square of the wicket, does he, off the seamers?
I think he might follow this pattern of swinging across the line over mid-wicket. We'll find out shortly as Shadab is on strike for the final ball of Saqib Mahmood's final over. He bowls full and wide, outside edge, it's been taken. And Saqib Mahmood dismisses Shadab Khan on his first delivery. A great comeback in that over from Saqib Mahmood, having been hit for 6 and 4. He's taken 2 wickets and dented the momentum of this Pakistan innings. 324 for 7 with 1 over to come.
Yeah, full, bit wider this time. Big swing. Looking, I suppose, hit it out of Birmingham nearly, but and then a good nick through to the wicket-keeper.
Just a well-directed delivery, isn't it? As we've talked about, keeping it full. I think Saqib is going to look back on those first 2 deliveries to Faheem Ashraf and think, I didn't really need to drop short at that point.
It'll be interesting whether it's a team decision to go back of a length, or because having watched him for Lancashire, he's so good at going Yorkers, whether is it an individual thing when you feel like that's your go-to ball, you do that under pressure, or the team plan was to go short at certain players, which you're always going to go through the opposition and look at where they're strong and their weaknesses. So it looked like a team plan rather than I'm going to go to my strength, which is my Yorkers.
And he's also
the last 2 overs, 20 runs and 4 wickets. Crucially, in total 5 runless deliveries in the last 2 overs. There were 3 in the over before that and 2 in the 46th, and there had only been 3 deliveries without runs in the previous 7 overs. Sorry.
That previous ball from Carse is short, and Babar has leaned into it and smashed it into the leg side boundary for 4. Well, 328 for 7 now, Pakistan. Saud Shakeel is the new batter. He's at the non-striker's end. He faced 77 balls in the game at Lord's. He might face none today.
Well, to be fair, if he does get on strike, I'd get off and get Babar back on strike. And that's the thing with Rizwan. Every time there's a wicket and a dot ball, that's good. And it feels like Babar hasn't faced a lot of balls in the last 2 or 3 overs, which is, you do want him doing that.
He's on strike again now as Brydon Carse comes in. Full ball, slow one. It's gone up in the air off the top edge. Will it be taken? Yes, it will. Catch taken by James Vince as short third just inside the circle. And Babar Azam's majestic innings of 158 comes to an end. Everyone in Edgbaston is on their feet. They applaud this extraordinary innings from Pakistan's captain. The Pakistan fans, the England fans, everybody in attendance here in Birmingham is on their feet applauding what's been a quite sensational knock from the world #1 batsman, Pakistan's captain Babar Azam. 158, an innings of the highest class. Pakistan 328 for 8.
Yeah, absolute pleasure to watch, and rightfully. I think any cricket lover watching that today, I think we really have been treated to a special innings. We've seen some lovely cover drives, but anything slightly short, he's been so good, as good as anyone on that short ball today. There's pull shots in front of square, behind square, wherever the fielder was, and he found the gap. So absolutely incredible. I think it was a nice bit of delivery to get him out as well. Full, wide, slower ball. Encourage him trying to hit over the fielder, was up at mid-off. But a nice bowling, hold his nerve, and England have done well here, picking up wickets, because every time there's a wicket, it's a dot ball.
Yes, that was the 4th wicket for Brydon Carse. He'll be eyeing up a fifer here, with the 2 new batsmen to aim at. It's one way to make a name for yourself in your debut series. Take a 5-wicket haul. Well, he's got 4 deliveries to do it. In comes Brydon Carse now to Saud Shakeel, who pulls down to fine leg for a single. So Shakeel off the mark. A little moment of calm after all the madness of the last few overs. 329 for 8.
Yeah, and important now for Pakistan here. Just get bat on ball. Let's not have 3 swings and misses and dot balls for their point of view. England, they will love that. But from Pakistan's point of view, get bat on ball and run hard between the wickets.
Done tremendously well. Now, just a moment. Taking his time. As Carse comes in to Shaheen Afridi. Short and pulled by Shaheen. It's gone up in the air and it's been caught at mid-off by James Vince. And Brydon Carse, playing his 3rd one-day international, has a 5-wicket haul. What a moment it is for him. He's bowled very cleverly at the death period, mixed up his length, mixed up his pace, and he's been rewarded with his first 5-wicket haul. What a performance, and what a moment for this young man.
Yeah, brilliant performance. As we know, bowling at the death overs is never easy, certainly when players are set. But you know that when people put their hand up, and you have to be brave at times, and you're going to get it wrong from time to time, but then also you can put yourself in this position of taking wickets. So fully deserved fifer. I think he's been brilliant through this series, as all the England bowlers have. And he may have bowled better on other days, but today he's got the outcome that he wanted, which was a brilliant fifer.
Yes, it's a big moment for Brydon Carse. Pakistan have got plenty of runs here, 329. Still 2 balls to come. Now, a little bit earlier today, Ebony, Rainford, Brent and I were talking about what Pakistan need to do here, and I suggested one of the things they needed to do was play out their 50 overs, and Ian Bell, remarkably, they might not do it.
Which would be incredible, and it would be a great little comeback from England to do so. But look, I think they'll be very happy. Again, we've seen, I think, certainly for 45 overs, the best of what Pakistan have to offer, and it's been world class. So England have done well, they haven't given up, and they've kept fighting all the way through.
Just chipping away with these wickets at the end, denting that momentum. The score could have gone up to 340, 350. They've just held it back a little bit. In comes Brydon Carse now. Bowls a short ball, slower ball, pull shot, no connection, through to the keeper, no run. Quality.
This was what England need, another swing and a miss. As we said, it'll be not ideal again from a batting point. Just get bat on ball. Even the new guys here, 9 down, get off strike every run. It could we know in white ball cricket now in 50 overs it can come down to 1 run. So every run that you can get, take it.
Yes, absolutely. It's been a tremendously entertaining batting session this. Now here comes the last ball now from Brydon Carse. It's short, it's been pulled by Shakeel out to the square leg region. They take the first one quickly, they want the second, and a bit of lax fielding, I'm going to say, not the best throw in the world, allows them to do it comfortably. So after 50 overs, Pakistan have reached 331 for 9. They will be thrilled with that batting effort. Having failed to get to 200 in the previous 2 games, Pakistan, of course, bowled out for 141 in Cardiff and 195 at Lord's. Today at Edgbaston, though, they've scored 331 for 9, and they'll be thrilled.
Absolutely, I think everyone's thrilled. We've got a cricket game. I mean, Edgbaston's a good pitch. It's a high score, but knowing again the philosophy and the likes of Ben Stokes, they'll be talking about calmness. They've scored big runs here at Edgbaston over the last 3-4 years. And they'll have to believe that they can chase this. They've been brilliant so far in this series.
And a word on England's performance. I mean, they went for plenty today, but some excellent nous being shown, particularly at the death. Brydon Carse with a 5-wicket haul. His first big major honour in international cricket. What will that mean for him? A few thoughts from you, and you're going to be joined in a moment by Charles Dagnall.
No, it's been a brilliant. I said, I think we've seen for the first time Pakistan play outstandingly well. Babar Azam, brilliant, but also the England bowlers under a little bit of pressure, which is good. And I'm sure from Silverwood's point of view, Morgan's point of view, he'll be tuned in watching, is the fact that he'll want to see these young bowlers under pressure when they go to these tournaments. You need to know how they respond, but also on flat pitches. And we've seen a really good effort, a good fight and a good fighting effort. They never gave in all the way through the 50 overs.
We've had a thoroughly entertaining 50 overs. You know, we've seen a bit of a, crazy last 4 or 5. With the amount of Pakistan wickets that went down, understandably as well. They had the wickets in the hutch and they could absolutely try and take the England bowlers on, but they have just dragged it back, and 340, 350 could have been on the cards. Still, though, it's good to see the England bowlers under pressure at this level, and also the batsmen as well, when they get the opportunity to go out there on what is a pretty reasonable looking pitch. I have to say, Gary Barwell and his team have produced an absolute beauty. Straw-coloured, pretty easy pace as well. Anything that's short has sat up and begged to be hit, but there's also just a little bit with the new ball also.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm looking forward to seeing as well, I thought England were fantastic the other day at Lords with pace on the ball and the power play. Anything that was had pace on, they were good. As soon as the 2 spinners came in, it just slowed up a little bit. The rotation of strike between Salt and Vince. So how they go today, because we're going to see a lot more pace off balls. I think wouldn't be surprised if they bring the spinners in a little bit earlier, try and get that run rate going sky high again. That'll be the area I'm looking for. The young English batsmen, how they can do that. We're so used to someone like Joe Root, scoring, moving the ball round, as Rizwan did, no dot balls. Can they today take out the power play and use that skill to chase down a big score?
OK. For the moment, Ian Bell, thank you so much. And we'll hear plenty more from former England international Ian Bell throughout the course of the day here on Test Match Special. Let me just quickly run through the card for you. First to go was Fakhar Zaman, caught by Zach Crawley at slip off the bowling of Saqib Mahmood for 6. That's when the score was on 21. And then an excellent partnership of 92 between Imam-ul-Haq and Babar Azam. Imam the man to go, bowled by an absolute beauty from Matt Parkinson, bowled through the gate with a vicious leg break that went between bat and pad out of the rough, and he went for 56. Mohammad Rizwan, 74 from 58 deliveries, including 8 fours. He was caught by Simpson off the bowling of Brydon Carse. That was 292 for 3. The partnership 179 between Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan. Then a cluster of wickets fell in very short space of time. 292 for 3 became 305 for 4. Sohaib Maqsood was caught Vince bowled Carse for 8. Hasan Ali caught Crawley bowled Carse for 4. Faheem Ashraf bowled Mahmood for 10. Shadab Khan caught Simpson bowled Mahmood for a golden duck. Shaheen Afridi caught Vince bowled Carse also for a golden duck. Saud Shakeel was not out 3. Harris Rauf was not out without scoring or facing a ball. So 292 for 3 became 329 for 9. In total in their 50 overs, 331 for 9. Bowling figures, well, Saqib Mahmood 3 for 60 off his 10 overs, including 2 maidens. Lewis Gregory, 7 overs, no maidens, 0 for 42. Craig Overton, 0 for 64 off 10. And Brydon Carse, a maiden international 5-wicket haul. For him, 5 for 61 off 10. Ben Stokes, just the 4 overs, they cost 31 runs. Matt Parkinson, 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 70. So England will require 332 to win. We'll be seeing that get underway at around about 15-20 minutes time or so. Anyway, from high above the pavilion in the Edgbaston, we go down to Alison Mitchell, who is pitch side and awaiting a very special guest, Ali.
Thank you very much, Charles. Yes, as I'm down on the boundary edge, I can see Lauren Clark, who is the widow of Bob Willis, on the edge of the outfield here at Edgbaston, because a special ceremony is taking place. Bob Willis is being officially inducted into the ICC Hall of Fame. We've been talking today about the fact that Edgbaston has turned blue for Bob, celebrating the life of the late Bob Willis, the legendary England fast bowler turned commentator who died in 2019 at the age of 70. He'd been diagnosed with prostate cancer, so a large part of today is about raising awareness of prostate cancer and raising funds to fight it. So Lauren Clark there's a presentation taking place with Mike Atherton and also Sir Tim Rice alongside, who are ambassadors of the fund, which has been set up in memory of Bob Willis. Now, Bob retired with 325 test wickets in his career, an average of 25.2. Now, 8 of his test wickets fell in one incredible spell, of course, that turned that Headingley Ashes test of 1981. And Rod Marsh, the Australian wicketkeeper, was one of those wickets that fell all those years ago. That spell of 8 for 43 that's been etched into Ashes folklore. We've been speaking to Rod Marsh, and I began by asking him if he remembered the first time that he saw Bob Willis bowl.
Well, that was back in my first series, and I think his first series in Australia in 70-71. So it was a long time ago. It's 50 years ago, you know.
And
it makes me feel bloody old. I beg your pardon?
And your memory is as fresh as ever?
Oh, yeah. I look very fresh because it wasn't have a normal run. He didn't do a lot of fast bowlers do, but the end result was pretty damn good.
And generally, what was he like to face? What did he look like as he was running in and you're facing up?
Well, he looked like no one else I've ever seen, really. He was gangly. He was all over the place. He was arms everywhere, legs everywhere. He should never have ever got me out LBW because I don't think he bowled a ball to me that ever pitched anywhere but outside leg stump. But then again, he did. So, you know, those things happen.
He got about some 9 times in the Ashes.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't counting. So, yeah, I wouldn't have known that. In fact, I would have thought, no, I wouldn't have known. I would have thought both of them might have got me out more, did he? I got no idea. So,
yeah,
anyway, there's some homework for you, if you like. Yeah, no, he was more than, you know, a terrific bowler. He was a fantastic bloke, Bob. I mean, we all got on very well with Bob. He was what a cricketer should be, really. I mean, he tried his guts out on the field. As soon as the day was over, he would be the first into the dressing room if we'd been in the field all day, and he would come in and he'd always sit down with the other fast bowlers generally. But he'd sit down with talk about the day's play or anything else that happened to be topical or typical. He was terrific, and you know, we got on exceptionally well together. Not only, you know, while we were playing cricket, but after we'd stopped playing cricket. When he came out to Australia, I always sort of managed to see him somewhere, and generally we had a glass of something as well. It was, you know, terrific guy, and you know, he will be sorely missed, as we all know, and it's great that, you know, this tribute is being paid to him. I think it's wonderful.
Indeed. And given his manner in the dressing room, you're talking there about the joviality and his sociability then with chatting off-field, did that make the contrast of the way, you know, he would come in and race in a bowl, you know, even more marked?
No, not really. I mean, look, I think it was the way that the game was conducted in those days, particularly between Australia, England, Australia, South Africa, England, I imagine, the West Indies and Australia, and I don't know about the West Indies and England, but, you know, it was just really, it was more like a friendship because we were cricketers. Even if you know, didn't know the guy, you wanted to get to know him because we did the same thing, and you know, basically we all had this love of the game, and you know, it was just interesting, and I think you got to learn a lot by talking to other players. That was the best part of it, as far as I was concerned. You know, you really struck up a friendship, but in doing so, you learned more about the game you loved.
Can you remember in particular anything that you did learn from Bob, some of those chats in the dressing room, or were they more about music, maybe the beers and where you might go for dinner?
Oh, look, all of that. You'd listen to he might talking about where he'd bowl to a county player, for example, and, you know, his thoughts on pitches, you know, what length you should bowl on some pitches, and, you know, it was just little things that you picked up along the way, and you thought, well, that could come in handy later. and it often did. And you know, it was nice to just listen and be involved. And then, of course, you know, you might finish up going out with him for the night.
So 1981 then, take us to Headingley, because that particular spell, and you said that generally when he bowled like nobody you'd ever seen before, but in that particular spell, you know, he's been described as almost demonic in the way he was running in. How did you see that passage unfold?
Well, not very well, actually, for us. But, yeah, look, it was after Botham had got whatever he got, 150 or something, belted the little BG out of us. Went for 40 or something like that, 50, chasing a pretty modest total, 130, I think it was. Sudden things started happening, and you know, it was like a pack of cards in the end. He ran in, bowled very, very fast, very straight, and bowled the right length for that pitch, and we kept on nicking him, and I didn't. I hit one in the middle that got caught by bloody Peter Dilley down at Graham Dilley, sorry, down at Fine Leg. I think it was going over too, but he was a bit tall. So that was the end of that. But, you know, it was just incredible that we should lose that game from where we were situated. But, you know, it is cricket and these things happen.
Yeah, 8 for 43 off the 15.1 overs. I mean, he had a long run-up, generally.
Yeah,
but how far was he running in from for that spell?
Oh, look, I mean, a long way. I don't know how far it was, but he was coming down the hill like a steam train, and, you know, he bowled beautifully, no doubt about that.
And even though, you know, you're obviously on the losing end of that test match, and an extraordinary turnaround it was, but did you always appreciate being part of an extraordinary feat, or did it take some time before you could almost sort of enjoy the storytelling of that match from the other side, from the losing side?
Oh, well, you never enjoy losing at all. So, I mean, I've not once enjoyed being part of that game, or because we lost. I mean, I enjoyed being part of winning teams. I didn't believe in losing. But, you know, you accept it and you go in and you have a drink with them afterwards and you shake their hands and you say, well done. And you mean it, because they do very well.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean to say you should enjoy it or be proud of the fact that you played in that game. I'm not proud of that at all. Because, you know, I wanted to win. And I can tell you one other thing, that Bob Willis wanted to win too.
Then Bob had that competitive instinct just as strong as anybody else, which you know, really manifested in that Headingley Test match, I guess.
Yeah, look, I mean, how it happened, I don't know. You know, what made him bowl better then than he probably ever bowled in his life before. I think, you know, part of it might have been the fact that they had a sniff after a great innings by both of them, and he thought, well, you know, we've got a sniff now, let's see what we can make of it. And what he made of it was a victory for England, so good on him.
It's extraordinary, because he had flu during the Lord's Test match and he actually nearly missed playing at Headingley completely. Rod, I'm presuming that you've described the relationship that you had over the years with Bob, you know, returning to Australia as he always would, and you must have been as shocked as the rest of us when news of his illness and the seriousness of it came through when it did.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, it happens. It happens, unfortunately, and you know, we're of an age now that yes, you know, we're starting to lose people, which is so sad. But you know, it happens, and there's nothing we can do about it, unfortunately. But it just, you know, terrible that you think that you know, there's so much living to be done still, and you know, it's just very sad.
And if you could describe Bob and sum him up as the cricketer and also as the man, how would you describe him?
Oh, look, he was a fantastic bloke, as I said right from the outset. I enjoyed his company. I think all of our guys enjoyed his company, and I think that's a good thing. When the opposition, you know, you can hate your opposition when they're bowling to you or when you're bowling against them, and there's no need to be nice to them on the field at all. But the minute you step off the field, you should be mates. You should be proud of the fact that you're mixing it with a guy that has the same values as you, that loves the game like you do. And, it's just, it's great being able to have friendships like that from opposition teams, And I think you should be very well aware of it. And I must say, I'm a little bit worried that it doesn't happen the same way these days, because I'm not sure, although the IPL brings a few of these guys, which is a good thing. It's probably the best thing that comes out of the IPL, in my opinion, the fact that these guys are playing in the same team and therefore they become close to each other and probably learn to respect each other more when they play against each other. But I think we had that respect of each other when we played, and I will never ever apologise for that.
Rod, it's been great to speak to you and to get your memories of Bob Willis. I really appreciate it and hope you keep well down there in Adelaide, and we'll look forward to heading over your way, hopefully for the Ashes over the Australian summer.
Yeah, thank you, and I hope it's a great match for all concerned, but particularly in Bob's memory.
Well, that's former Australia wicketkeeper Rod Marsh speaking to me earlier today, all the way from Adelaide, and with his memories of Bob Willis. And I've got Bob's widow, Lauren Clark, alongside me here now. Lauren, you